Hi everyone, welcome to this exciting React Native full stack e-commerce project. This project we're going to be using React Native, TypeScript, MongoDB, we're going to be using Redux Toolkit, and then we're going to be using Stripe payment gateway. And if you're loving this already, please do hit the like button, share, comment, and subscribe to this channel. Thank you for being amazing. So without wasting time, I'm going to show you about the demo of the project so you can see what we are going to achieve by the end of the project. You can see this beautiful home screen already. We have the header section and we have the banner slider, and then everything will be coming from the back end, from our MongoDB back end. We also have the category section. This category section is lovely and beautiful, isn't it? So if I press on shop main, you would see that the selected category will change based on our selection on the category selected, and this is horizontally scrollable. This is beautiful. This is beautiful, and you can see the selected category has an image background, everything coming from the back end. If I choose, let me choose home appliances, and you can see it has changed, and this is beautiful. If I choose, let me select home phones, and you can see the phones also see, and this is horizontally scrollable. Then the category is also horizontally scrollable, and then we have the flash sales section with a different image background also coming from our MongoDB. You see how this works. And then we have this beautiful limited deals, and look at this, is horizontally scrollable as well, and this is beautiful, isn't it? Do like, share, comment, and then give me your feedback, and most importantly, please subscribe. It's very important. Subscribe. Thank you very much. So let's say if I click on any of this, let me click on this phone, and you can see we have navigated to the details screen, and it's also horizontally scrollable. This is cool. Let's go back. Let me choose from our flash sales. I'm going to select the yellow smartwatch, and you can see everything coming from the back end from our MongoDB database. So here, let's choose, and we have this cool product added successfully, and you see our cart has changed to 1 from 0 to 1, and this is cool. If I try to add it again, it tells me product already added to cart, and our cart remains 1. Let's add another product to the cart. So let's come here. Let me take from this. I'm going to choose this, and you can see this is beautiful. If I select it again, product added successfully, and then we have cart equal to 2. And then from here, you can also see we have this beautiful icon on our cart at the bottom tabs. So you can use any of that. So I'm going to use the one at the bottom tab. Let's see how it goes. And cool, we're at the cart screen. And from here, you can manage your cart, and everything is coming from our Redux store. And we use the Redux Toolkit to achieve this. And if you look at it, if I add, let me add the quantity, let me increase the quantity for the yellow smartwatch, and you see what will happen shortly. Cool. You see, it's saying product quantity updated successfully, and you also see that the delete icon changed to a minus icon because the quantity is more than 1, is greater than 1. So if I reduce it, you see it changes. And let's delete that. If I press the delete icon, it removed the product, and it's a product removed successfully. This is beautiful. So I'm going to increase, and then you see as I increase, the total also increased automatically. You see, if I press it, you see it's 180. Everything is done in real time. So let me press the remove button and see. Let's see what will happen shortly. Just watch out for this. It removed it, and it's saying your cart is empty. Please add product to continue, and it redirected to the home page because the cart is empty. This is beautiful, isn't it? So quickly, let's add another product so that we can do checkout. We'll be using Stripe payment gateway here. So if I go here now, you can see added to cart, and then let's add another product. Let me add this, and this is beautiful. You can tell it's beautiful. So I'll go to the cart screen from the product details, and this is cool. It's showing it here. So if I press the checkout, cool, you see it's showing me I already have this address set inside we have set it so that I will not waste time. So we already have address. If you don't have an address, if you're not logged in, if you're not an existing user, it will not take you to this address. It will rather take you to the login page where you can log in and then register before you can go. And that's how we want it to be in real time, in real life experience. So you get that too. So in case you want to add new address, you can come here. Beautiful, you can see. And this address has we added a floating animation to it. So if I click on this, cool, you can see this is beautiful. The floating animation is there, and with a lot of exciting features. So you can see the way it's changing. It's interchanging between itself. So if I come here, let's say we enter a first name. Let me call it Emery. and you'll see what will happen shortly. I want to use Emery, and you see it won't drop it. Cool, this is beautiful. And if I don't write anything in here, you see it dropped it. Let me put something here too, and you see this is beautiful, isn't it? So you can add new address to this, okay, and then we'll come back to our address. So come here, you can select an address. So we already have two existing address in this. If you don't have an address, you can add address from that add address feature. So I'm just going to select this. So I'm going to select this, and you can see what it's bringing up. This is beautiful. If I choose this, it's changing. So it's saying deliver to this address. So let's deliver to this address. So if I come here, and you can see, once you click this checkout now, it will take you to the Stripe payment gateway, and this is awesome. I know you're eager to see this right now. Don't worry, calm down. You're going to get there very shortly. And then let me just take you back. You can see that the total price is $120. So if I move, so we must get the same thing from our Stripe, just to show you that this thing is really working. It's really working 100%, and you're going to learn how to build it. So we'll go to our checkout. I'm going to select this, select and deliver to this address, and then boom, let me press the checkout. Boom, this is taking us to what our Stripe checkout payment gateway. This is beautiful, and you can see the price, pay $120. This is cool. So everything is working fine, everything is authentic, original here. So I'm going to quickly add the card number 42424242424242. So make sure in the month you add the month or year ahead of the year you are currently. That's just the requirement for it to work. So I'm going to say, I'm going to choose, and then I'm going to choose, let me say 2030, and then you can add any CVC, and it's coming from Nigeria. So if everything works fine, as soon as I press the pay, it will go to what? Stripe. And I'm going to do that right now. You see it's processing. Cool, successful. And you see our order placed successfully, and you see everything done, and it has redirected what? To the home screen. And then we no longer have, our cart is empty. Everything has been done successfully. So I'm just going to show you the, let me show you from the Stripe, my Stripe account, so you can see that this thing was actually done. So you see, I'm inside my Stripe account, and you can see this was actually done. You can see succeeded. So we aren't joking here. This is real. This is real. So you can see we have $120, and it was successful, succeeded. Please, right now, if you're not subscribing to this channel, you're wrong. Please comment. I want your comment. I need your feedback. I need you to hit the like button. It's very important to encourage the community and to boost my energy. See, when you subscribe and you like it boosts my energy to do more, to bring you more exciting features. And I really appreciate that. Honestly, I really appreciate you for being good, for being considerate and amazing. Thank you very much. So you can see this is working beautifully fine, and there are a lot of other exciting features that I'll be showing you in the project. So I don't want to waste your time trying to explain the project to you. Let's get right into it. The login and then registration authentication is also there. You're going to learn that. I don't have to waste your time showing you through all that. So let's dive right into the project and get started. So now we're just going to get started and create the project properly. We're going to start and build the project, the folder structure for the project. So without wasting time, we just go to terminal. From terminal, use new terminal, and then from this terminal now I'm going to use expo to create my project. So I'm going to call it React Native e-commerce app, and so you have to make sure that the spellings are correct. npx create expo app React Native e-commerce app, and make sure everything is correct. If not, it will throw an error. So I'll just press enter, and then React Native expo will create the app. Metro bundler will create the app. So we'll just wait for that. So I'll see you when that's done. Yeah, so the project is ready. The app has been created. So we'll just navigate to it. So you see the RN e-commerce app. So I'm going to let me open a new, I want to open a new terminal using the plus sign, and from there I want to navigate to my React Native e-commerce app. So I've navigated to my React Native e-commerce app. So let me just open the folder. Let me just come here, open folder, and then go to it. We have React Native e-commerce app. Yeah, this is it. This is the folder here. So cool. I've been able to open it. So it's opening this up in a new window, and then just open the new terminal as well, because we'll need the terminal. So I'm inside the project folder now. This is the project folder. So we'll go to our package.json quickly. So we have our package.json, and then we need to add some folders and some folders inside this project. So we need to create a folder structure. So without wasting time, we'll come here, and inside here I'm going to have, let's add source. I'm going to add source. Let's add source, and then inside our source I'm going to have my screens. And so let me just add this first. .tsx, and remember we're using tsx, so everything we're using TypeScript. So inside my source I'm going to add home screen, and I'm going to add screens, another folder called screens, and inside screens let me add my home screen. Oh my bad, let me remove that. I want to create a file called home screen. Yes, home screen.tsx. So we'll leave it here, and then inside my source too I also want to create navigation that we'll be using for our navigation. So I'll create navigation, a navigation folder. Then let's go to our package.json. So now we are going to start. Let's start the app so we can see what Expo actually created when we use the npx. So for me, for this project, because I'm doing this project, I'm using Windows. I'm using my Windows computer. So I'll be using Reflector 4 with Expo app. So you can just install Expo app. I'm going to be installing Expo on my iPhone, and then using Reflector 4 to connect my iPhone to my Windows. That way you can get it done. And if you are using the Mac, why not? You can go directly and just get the whole project started. So without wasting time, I'm going to see, I'll say npx expo start. That's how we are going to start this project. So we say npx expo start. So while that is working, is on the way, I'll also go and get my Reflector 4. I've already installed Reflector 4. I think I'll add a link so you can get Reflector 4. I'll add a link to Reflector 4 so you can get a Reflector 4 in my description box. So I'll come to my computer and load my Reflector 4. So this is my Reflector 4. Already have it installed. So I'm from Reflector 4 now. So you need to scan your app and make sure it's working before you connect to Reflector 4, because once you connect to Reflector 4 you may not be able to scan anymore. So I'll just come here now and using my iOS camera to scan this QR code. So you can do the same if you are following through my own method. So by scanning the QR code with your Expo app installed on your phone, on your mobile device, you can have the project. You have your project right on your phone. So now I need to move the project from my phone to my computer screen so you can see it. So, and that's what we call screen mirroring. And to get that done, I'll be using Reflector 4 that you can see. So the app is loading on my phone. As soon as it's done, I will use I will use Reflector 4 to connect my phone to my computer. So you can see the screen, to display the screen on my phone on the computer, on my Windows computer. So you go to your phone. When you go into your phone, you turn on the screen mirroring app, the icon. So by putting it on, it will allow you, it will automatically read this Reflector 4 from my computer now, and then you just follow the prompt. Just click it on your phone, and then you're good to go. It will send a code. You will see now they will both communicate. You will see a code will be displayed. You can see this is cool. So you just enter the code on your phone, and you have, that's all you need to do. And shortly you will see the app will be displayed on my computer. Cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? So that's it. It makes it faster. We also need to install some dependencies. We need to install some dependencies to make sure to get our work handy. To do that, okay, I think I can minimize this for now. So I'm going to open another terminal. I'm going to open a new terminal, And so let's try to install some of the dependencies that we'll use. So I'll come here and say npm, and also make sure that your spellings are correct. If not, it will throw an error. So you can use yarn. I'm using npm, whichever works for you. Npm install. So because it's a TypeScript project, we need to install some TypeScript dependencies and the types for some of our dependencies too. So the first one, we need Axios. We'll be using Axios. So we need to install at React navigation /native. So let's install these ones for now. So now ensure that your spellings are correct. If not, it will throw an error. Cool, everything installed correctly, and you can see them here. So let's install React Native Vector icons too. Then React Redux. Then we also need Redux Persist. What else do we need? Okay, for now let's just install these ones. If we need any other ones, we'll come back to it and install them again. So now that we have our app is working, you can see it, and we have installed some dependencies. The next thing to do now is to start with rearranging and then making the app look the way we want it to be. So we'll start with the navigations, the bottom tabs, so we can navigate through our app. So without wasting time, we'll go to our navigation folder. That's the next thing we want to do now. We'll go to our navigation folder here, and then we're going to create two navigation screen. So the first one is we'll have the root navigator. So we'll call it root navigator.tsx, and then we'll also have the tab navigator. So the tsx, tab navigator.tsx. So quickly, you see what we're going to be using them for. And then let's go to our app and delete the ones what we have here currently, because we don't need it. We won't be using that. So let's come here. Let me bring it here. So here we're just going to remove everything. We'll just come to tab navigator now. So let's just use this shortcode to create the functional component. So we have txrnfs, yeah. So to create React Native, and then we have it as tab navigator. So let's call it tab stack param. So let's call it tab stack param object. So let's give it home. Let's just make it undefined for now. And we're going to have cards too. So let's make it undefined for now. We'll come back to them. So we're going to have tab stack will be, so let's import. We need to import from bottom tabs. We need to import, so let's import some hooks from our bottom tabs. And at React Native bottom tabs, yeah. So here we need to import bottom tab screen props. Bottom tab screen props, yeah. And we need to import create bottom tab navigator. I'll explain what we're going to use them for very shortly. So we'll come here and say let's create bottom tab navigator, and we're going to pass our tabs param object into it like this, and we're good to go. So quickly, this is what's just happening so far. For our, for the navigators, we'll have the route, and then we want each route to, we want to type check all the routes. Like for example, home is a route name, and then cart is another route name. So we want to type check them. So every route name has its params. So to type check this navigator, what we do now is we create a type, an object type that will be used to map the route name to the params of the route. So for example, like this home now is the route name, and then the undefined for now is the param. So we are giving it undefined, but later we'll come back to it, you understand. So we're trying to type check the route name. So after doing that, we now see that we link the route name to the create bottom tab navigator. What is actually doing here is now we are not telling create bottom tab navigator, we're not telling the navigator to use the tab stack param object. So we are calling it. That's what's just happening. So we'll be using this here. So we can come into our return function here, and inside our return function we're going to use the tab stack to create the navigator and the navigator screen, and then the screen. So we have the tab stack. So the tab stack now, so we're supposed to have the tab stack. So inside the tab stack now we have what we call the navigator and the screen. So we'll start with the screen first. We'll say, let's add some options there. Tab show label, yeah. So tab show label is false. So in here we're going to have our tab stack, and this time we're going to render the screen. So tab stack screen, and this will be a self-closing tag, self-closing component. So it's supposed to be a self-closing component. So this it will have a name, and the name we're going to map it to what? Now we want to map it to the home. So we're going to call it home, and then from the home it will have to take a component. So we're going to map it to home screen, which we haven't done. So let's just go and create our home screen. Let's go into our home screen, and where's our home screen? Where's our screen? We'll come here, screen, go to home. So from home, let's just quickly say txrna. Yeah. So yeah, this way it's okay. So that we'll be able to call the home screen. So we'll come here, and then from home screen, yeah. So we're good to go. We can have it this way for now, and save this. So we save this, and then inside our home screen, we will map them together very shortly. So you see how it works. So we can come here and say home screen. You can see it's already calling it up, home screen. So I think we're good to go, and then we'll come to, let's add another parameter. So here we want to give options, and then we want to say header shown. Yeah, header shown. We want to display our own header, so we're going to say header shown false. So we want to have our tab bar icon. We'll pass a parameter focused, so that when the screen is focused, we can display. We'll add color to it to make it different, to show that this is the active screen. So if it's focused, else. So if it's focused, we're going to call. So let's import our vector icon / vector icons. Import from. So let's quickly import. Let's bring ntypo. I think we'll be using undesign to, and then so let's come here. If it's focused, so we'll call it home. Let's call home, and then we'll give it size. Let's give it size 22, and let's give it color. So let's make the color, let's call it green. So if it's focused, you give it the color of green. And if it's not focused, we use, let's use and design. If it's not focused, so if it's not focused, we can still use home, then size 22, then color, let's make it gray, right? Color, let's make it gray. And this is just all we have to do. So we can just come here and duplicate for other screens. So since we only defined 2 screens for now, so we're only going to link it up to 2 screens, then we can add it up at the other screens later. So let's come here, bring it here. Yeah, we're good to go. So we're going to call this, let's call it cart, and we're going to create the cart screen very shortly. So if it's focused, give it green, or else make it gray. So let's save it. So we'll just leave the tab navigator the way it is now. We'll go back to root navigator and write some of the codes too, so that the two can speak with each other. They should be able to communicate with each other. So we'll just come here and copy everything you have here for now, take it to our root navigator, and then inside our root navigator we'll make adjustments accordingly. So in here we are going to be using React Native. At React Navigation here we're not going to be using bottom tab, so we will call it native stack. Yes, we are using native stack, and inside the native stack we are going to be using native stack screen props. There's a native stack screen props, and then we're going to use create. Here we're going to use create native stack navigator. You can see the other one we use create bottom stack navigator, but here we're using create native stack navigator. Then we'll also we won't be needing home screen here. We'll be using this one. So here we're going to call it create native stack screen props, native stack navigator, my bad. And here let's call this root stack params. So we're going to link it up to root stack params. So root stack params. Let's just call it root stack params. So we're going to call it root stack params. And so for its screen here, we're going to call this, let's call this root stack. And then here let's call it root navigator. We're going to call it root navigator. And all these are tab stack. Let's just take them to root stack. Yeah. So we're going to have root stack navigator. So we won't be needing this. Root stack screen. So we'll come back to these ones now, and you'll see what they're doing here. So we'll need this. So I think we're good to go. So for now, let's make all the adjustments that we need. So we'll come to our root stack here. We'll come here and say export type root. Let's call it root stack params. Let's call it root stack screen props. Root stack screen props. Then just quickly write everything. So it's going to be root stack params. So we're going to bring in the native stack screen props. And it's going to be root stack params. So we can bring it down here so you understand better. Tabs. Tab stack. Okay, let me just, for now, let's just have that. Let me just comment that out. So let me create a product details. So the product details, and then let's make it undefined for now. So let's come here to our screen. You will understand everything shortly. So we'll come to our screen here, and I'm going to write, let's create product details screen. Product details dot tsx, and then we are going to write this rn. So yeah, so for now let's just leave it this way so that we can call it off from here. So instead of using, let's come here and write product details, then we're going to call it from product details screen. Good, you can say it's bringing it up. So we are cool. So here you see we defined the product details root name. That's the root name, and then we have not set the params for here now, so we'll set it very soon. So but for now we're using undefined. So this is helping us what to map, to type check the root name and the params. So it's helping us to type check it. So that's what is happening here. So we are saying now that root stack screen props here, the reason why we're using, so we came here and we call the root stack params, so that what we are saying, we should create native stack navigator. So we're now using what the root stack params here. This is where we are calling it. This is where we are telling what our navigator to use what this root stack param. So this root navigator is dependent on the parameters that is in here, the roots that are here and the parameters. So that's what it's checking. If you type anything inside here, anything you move, any screen you create that is not here, it will throw an error, because we are telling our native stack navigator to use what the root stack params. So any route you want to navigate to must be declared here, and the parameters that you are likely going to be using in that screen or that route must also be what defined and declared, so it can type check it for type safety. So what we are saying here now, we are using this t, we are now saying t extend key of what root stack params. Why are we using that? So we don't want this to be static. We don't want it to be static. We want to be able to change or add to the root names later, depending on our scope and the numbers of screens we want to move into. So that's why we're using this t. This t is generic. It's like a variable, a container, so it's waiting. If you add anything here, if you add another root name here, so it will extend the what. So we're using it to extend, so it allows us to extend what the root stack params, so we can add to the root stack params later. That's what it's just doing there, so we won't have to waste time. That's just all these things just means. So, and that's why we're using native stack screen props, so it helps us to communicate, so it's to create more screens. That's just the thing. And then this t is also what it enables us to add, to update what the root stack param, so it is not static. So that's just what's happening here. So another thing we need to do now, we need to link our bottom tabs to our root navigator. That's called a navigator nesting. We're nesting them, navigation nesting. So to do that now, we'll go back to let's go back to our tab navigator. Yes, where's our tab navigator? Let's bring it here. So inside the tab navigator, so for us to be able to combine the multiple navigators, because root navigator is a navigator on its own, while our bottom tab navigator is also another navigator on its own. So there are two different navigations. So we need to be able to connect them together, to combine them, so we can use it, so that people can move from one screen to the other depending on where the screens is domiciled. So that's why we'll use what the composite screen props. That's what it's used for. So to do that, we'll come here and import composite screen props. So we'll say, and we're going to import it from area navigation /native. So at area navigation /native, so we're going to get these, and then we have composite screen props. Yeah, so that's what we use it for. We'll bring the composite screen props, and then we can now come here, just exactly almost the same thing we wrote in our root navigator. So where's our root navigator? We'll just copy this. So we'll copy it and bring it here. So this place, instead of using root stack param screen props, we are going to be using the tab stack param screen props. So that's what we're going to call it. So we're going to give it a name. So just change this and make it tab stack param screen props. And it will extend, this time now it will extend what the tab stack params. So let's call this tab params. Tab stack params. So let's call it tab stack params. So it will, and then we're going to be using, so here we'll use our composite screen props. Instead of native screen props, we'll use our composite screen props to combine them. And the composite screen props, we take the bottom tabs screen props, and then we'll come in here. Tab stacks params. So now we need to combine it with what our root stack screen props. So we'll bring our roots, you see, from our root navigator. That's the thing. And then, so we have not declared this, we'll declare that shortly. So you see now we want to combine it with what our root stack screen props, and you see it imported it from what our root navigator, which is here, our root stack screen props. So that's what we are doing, we are combining it. So we'll now come here and we'll write the screen. So that is a, so let's call it tab stack. So it's tab stack, and here we will call it, we'll call the navigation screen params. So we use navigation screen params. Have I installed that? No, I've not brought it in. So let's quickly import it. So import, so we're going to import it from React Native. It's also React Native, React Navigation, yeah, /native. So we have navigation params, navigator screen params. Where is it? Navigator. Okay, let me just write it, navigator screen params. Yes. So we'll bring our navigator screen params here, navigator screen params, and we're going to link it up with our tab stack params object, and tab stack params. Yeah, that's it. See, there's no error. Then so we can come here now. We can come here now to our screen here and write. So we no longer use home. We use what? Tab. We use tab stack. We use tab stack. And then we're taking the tab navigator, tabs navigator. You can see it's already showing it. So we import tabs navigator, and we don't need all this. We don't need all this. So we just come and stop at header shows false. You can see, and everything is fine. It's no longer throwing an error. And then we can come back to our here now, and then we are going to call. You can see, just see, it will bring it up. It will bring it up. This is beautiful. You can see. So it's only populating. It's only showing the root names that we declared inside our root. Where is it? Inside our root stack params, because we have linked the root stack params to our stack screen props. So that we're saying, so you can see that's why it's now bringing up. It's only bringing up these two. It's only bringing up these two. It's only bringing up these two. And then if you come here, that's why we have it here. You can say this is beautiful, isn't it? And then we can bring it, and everything is fine. Everything is okay. So we've been able to link the two up. So we can combine. We've been able to nest. That's what we call navigation nesting. We have been able to combine multiple. You can combine multiple navigators. You know, initially we combine multiple screens here, and then here, okay, here multiple tabs, bottom tab. There are also screens, and then here we can use the composite screen props to combine multiple navigations. so navigators. So that's it, and we're good to go. Believe me, trust me. So the next thing we do now to have this populated, we'll now come to our app. We'll come to our app here and bring in what we need to bring in our navigation. So we'll come here to our app, and here let's cancel this, and what we do here now is we'll just say let's import navigation container. So it should bring it up for us. Navigation container. Do we have navigation? Okay, let's import it directly. Import. So we're going to import navigation container from React Navigation /native. So React Navigation /native, yeah. So let's have a navigation container. Good. So we can have navigation container here as well. And then we're going to we'll now bring in our root navigator, because that's where the whole navigation is happening. So we'll bring in the root navigator, and that's it. We're good to go. So if everything works well now, we should have the bottom tab. Okay, I think we may have an error. It's taking long for it to load. So let's see if there's something we haven't done. Yes, do we have an error? Okay, so let's look into that and fix that. So what I'll just do for now, let me just comment this out while we look for the error. So we have an error, and there's nothing wrong with what we've written. What we just need to do is we need to restart our expo, because it can't find these things that we've written now. You remember that we moved to this folder from the previous one, so that's why it can't find it. So we need to restart expo so it will work. Then before we do that, we also need to, okay, I'm just going to open another terminal. We also need to install our React Native vector icon. Is supposed to be at types React Native vector icon. So we will just do that. You can uninstall. You will uninstall the former one and install this new one. That's a npm install at types. So we have React Native vector icons. So we install this. Then we'll come to our home screen. We haven't linked. We need to link this up. Okay, so it has been installed. We need to link this up to our bottom tab navigator. So to do that, we'll come here. And then we'll take navigation. We take route. Then we're going to call it from tab stack screen prop. So we need to import it from tab navigator. So cool, it has been imported here, and you see what we're talking about now. So it gives us, you see very shortly what I'm talking about now. You see the power of TypeScript. You can see this is beautiful. This is it. This is amazing. You see it's bringing it up, so it's mentioning it, and you cannot add a route or a route name that has not been declared. So you see it's type safety. So if you must have more route here now, you have to populate that route, that tab navigator. So you see it's strict. That's the idea. So if you come here now and we want the home here, so you just choose home, and that's it. And if you come here to the tab navigator here, you discover that the tab navigator here, we have just what we have, only home and cart. It's just the two, and that's the only two it's bringing up here. So that's the idea. You can see. So I think we're good. So we'll do the same quickly for our let's do the same quickly for the product details, but before that, let's clean this up. We don't need it. Then go to product details. In our product details, we move these out, and then we have our navigation. Okay, let me do it this way so you can see. So for product details, we're going to be taking it from the root stack. So from our root navigation. So and it's root, yeah, I think it's root. Yes, root stack screen props. So that's what we'll take from there. And then if you see now, good. And we're taking what product details. So that's the idea, you see. So we can destructure this and get navigation. You can say it's beautiful, and we can have our root core. So as well, we don't need this. So we don't need this. We can save it. Save our home screen. Now what we need to do now is we need to stop the server. and restart our expo so it can update it. So now what we'll just do now, we'll go and restart our server. We'll go and restart using npx expo create again, so we can have all this update in it. So that's just all we need to do now. That's where the problem came from. And let me quickly show you. So if you have your vector icons installed properly, so you see our types React Native vector icons. So we might want to add our types React Native. Let me add that. I thought it would add it, but it didn't. So quickly npm install our types React Native. So let's add that too. So we have our types React Native and we have our types vector icon. So that's how you want it to work. So what I'll do now is I'll stop the server, Control C to stop the server. So, and because of that, you know, I need to recreate I need to do npx expo start again. So I might need to bring down my screen mirroring so I can scan the QR code. So I'll get back to you after that, but let me just do npx expo start. So we need to restart it. So I'll need to bring this down. I'll get back to you. So I'll ask you to use yes, continue. So you see this, I've started the server again, and you see, so this is what happened now. I'll just scan this now. I'll just scan this and connect my screen mirror again, my reflector 4 again. So we're good to go. So I'll come here. So we'll go back to our app now, and let's have our navigation container. Trust me, I didn't change anything. There's nothing wrong with the code. This is just what we needed to do. We just needed to restart the server, and then we'll be fine. So if everything is fine now, let me save it. We will have our home screen and the icon displayed. So let's save this. Cool. And you can see this is beautiful, isn't it? So you see, that's just the problem. That was what happened. So we have what? The home icon. Let me increase this so you can see it. Can you see? Yes. Let me increase it. Let me increase it the more. Yeah, so we have our home icon already. So this is cool. So quickly, let's add other. Let's go to our tab navigator, and in here, so let's go to screen and let's create cart screen. So create cart screen. Cart screen will be, let's say, cart screen.tsx. So let's bring our home screen there. Let's remove this package.json for now. Copy everything from our home screen, bring it to cart screen. Yeah, let's go. Then this will be cart. So you see, change it to cart, and then we turn this to, let's just copy this. 2, 3. I'll call it cart screen. Yeah, we'll save this and go to our tab navigator. From our tab navigator, we'll just come here and say, uncheck this. You're right. So we're going to call this cart screen. It's not bringing up the cart screen. Did we save? Let's save the cart screen. Oh, see where the problem is coming from. Cart screen. So good, we have cart screen. So it has imported cart screen. You can see we have cart screen here. If I save now, we should have cart screen displayed. Cool. You can see, and you can see the difference. since home screen is focused, cart screen is gray. So if I go there now, you can see it's working fine. So the focus action is handler is working. So we'll go there. Let's change the icon for the cart screen. So for the cart screen, we're going to use, let's use undesign. And the undesign we're going to call, what we call shopping cart. So we'll call it so you see it has changed. And so we'll quickly duplicate for other. Let's create 2 more screens. So let's call this let's call this profile screen. Let's call this profile. And you can see it's throwing an error because it's not part of WhatsApp stack. And if you check now to show you the error, see it says profile is not assignable. Okay, let's change this and let's have a profile screen. Let's call, okay, so you say it's not unable to type key of WhatsApp stack params. That's what's happening. So you can say, so we need to create it. So let's create profile screen here. Let's have that profile screen. So let's have that profile route. Sorry, it's route. It's a root name. Then let's create one more root name. Let's call this. Okay, let's just call it settings. And don't worry, we'll define them subsequently when we continue the project, as the project continues. So we'll come here. So you see it's no longer showing an error. Then we'll come here. Let's call this settings. We'll call this settings. So it's throwing an error because it's not assignable to cart. See, it's no longer throwing an error. So quickly let's create those screens. So I'll come here, copy everything in here, and then let's create profile screen .tsx, dump everything in here. Now let's copy everything from our cart, dump it in our profile screen, put it in our profile screen. And then call it profile. So we're good to go. So here we'll come and call it, let's call profile screen. You can see this is beautiful, isn't it? And we're good to go. So let's copy this. We can move this out, save, and then let's create. So let's create a settings screen. So create settings. So we'll just paste this here. Cool, we're good to go. So we'll come to our tab navigator here and link this to settings. See, it's bringing it up, the error has gone. And then this one is profile screen. So let's quickly change the icon as well. So let's use iron icon here. Iron icons. I've not imported that. I will. Is the person. So we are person. So let's quickly import ion icons from our vector icons and icons. So the error is gone. Person. So, and for this, let's see if we have settings. Yeah, we have settings out in undesign, so we'll just leave it as setting. Cool. So let's save everything. Cool. You see, and we have everything is beautifully working. And if I move now, you see we have the cut screen is active, is focused. If I move, you see it's focused and it changes. So another thing we want to do, okay, we might not really do that here. So we just want to show the name so that you can see that we're actually moving to those screens. So, but it's working very fine, very well. So let me just come here. Where's my cut screen? Yes, cut screen. So here when we want to give this, let's give the view, let's give it style. Let's say margin top. Let's make it 70. Then let's come to the cut screen here and give it style. Let's give it color of black, and let's give it color of black. Let's give it font size. Let's give it 15. Let's text align. Let's make it center. So I refresh now and I move to my cut screen. This is beautiful, isn't it? Just to show you that this thing is working fine. This is beautiful. So if I take it now, let me copy this whole thing and take it to, so that you see that we're actually navigating in real terms. So I'll go to product details, dump it here, and call it product details screen. Product details. So where's our settings? Let's move it to settings as well. Settings. Call this settings. So if I navigate to my settings now, you see it has changed to settings, and so that's just basically it for all of these screens. So at least you can see that it's working. That's the most important thing. So if I go back to home, it's home now. So let me bring it out. We're going to be using settings. Let's take this out. So if I come to a home screen, so let's do for home screen, so you can see too that it's working. It's working very well. Home screen. Cool. So this is beautiful, isn't it? So we'll continue by, let's start building our front end, and then we'll start with the home screen, and we're going to build the header section now. But before we get started with that, we need to uninstall the React Native vector icons we installed earlier and install another one. So you can just come here and say npm uninstall React Native vector icons. So it has been uninstalled. So we install this one, npm install. We're supposed to install our types React Native vector icons. And as usual, make sure your spellings are correct. Then after that, we're also going to install our types React Native. So we need to install these two dependencies, two packages. So let's just do that, and then we can continue. This is the right one we're supposed to install because we are using TypeScript. So it has been installed. We are good to go. Inside our component folder, I have a component folder here. Then we're going to say, let's create the header file. Header. Let's go to header component. .txt. So we have header component.tsx opened. So this is our package.json. Okay, we have our types React Native, vector icons. So we're good to go, and you can close this. Let's close this for now, so we can see the header section. So from the header section, we're going to say tr tsrnfc. So for you to use this shortcut, you just need to install ES7. So you need to install ES7 from, if you go to your extension, you'll see now I have ES7. So these are what I installed from my Visual Code. So you have ES7, so it will give you access to this, to the shortcut. So, and I'm supposed to use trnf. Yeah, this is it. So there. So we'll come here. So let's bring it to our home screen so that you can see everything that we're doing there as we build it. So in our home screen too, we need to import. So here's our home screen. So we're going to import touchable without feedback. Touchable without feedback. We need to import platform. We need to import keyboard. We need to import safe area view. Let me break this down so you can see everything we are doing. So we need to import safe area view. We also be needing scroll view. Pressable. So if we need any other ones, we'll come back to it. So let's just come here. And inside here, we're going to quickly write a function for our keyboard. And so constant handle keyboard dismiss. Constant. So we're going to have a keyboard.dismiss. That's all we need to do here. So let's take all this out. We need to call that touchable without feedback. Then make it on press. I'm going to pass in handle keyboard dismiss into it. And then here we can have a safe area view now. So we'll give it a style. Let's say padding top. Padding top will be platform.os. So if platform.os is Android, make it 40. Let's make it 0. Oh, padding top is supposed to be, let's give, sorry, it's supposed to be 3 and root 4 there. So padding top will be, so flex will be 1, and then let's give it a background color of black. So it should change it. Good. So it's working well. So inside our safe area view now, we'll display our header. So header component. So we needed to save our header component. So it's saved now, everything is working. So we'll come into our header component now and start building. So it will be showing up in our home screen, from our home screen. So inside our header component, we'll quickly come here and write an interface. We're going to be using an interface. We're going to call it header props. Header props will have go back. The work will be function. We have a page title. Title will be a string. We would have a search. Search will be a function as well. We will have a cut length. Account length will be a number, and cut length will be number. We'll have a AutoCAD screen, also be a function. So we'll come here. Let's bring in our header props. Yeah. We have go back to structure it. We have page title. We have search. We have cut length. And then we have go to that screen. So from our React, we also need to import use state. We need to import use state. In here, we need to be using pressable. Pressable, we will also be using text input. So let's bring it in. Text input. Be using text input, and then we'll be using the style sheet. Then let's quickly bring from our tab navigator this. So let's bring the vector icon from our tab navigator. So okay, so let's continue. So from here, let's remove this. We will be using this. So I'll come into the view here. Let's style this view. So we're going to give it a background color of black. You can give it a background color of your choice. I'm going to give it padding of 10, and then flex direction. So flex direction of row, flex direction of row. Then align item center. So align item of center. So we actually need to declare two types of header in this project. So depending on the screen the user is currently using, so it will determine the type of header we will be displaying there. So shortly you'll see how it works. With page title, if page title is not equal to undefined, if it's not equal to undefined, we're going to display a certain type of header. But when the page title is defined, we'll display another type of header. That's what we're saying. So there are two headers that we want to define here now. So depending on the state, if the page title is available, there's this header will be displayed. Else, it will display the second header. So I'm going to pass in a fragment and say, let's use pressable. On press. So on press, we're going to pass it to go back. Then we're going to give it a star. Let's give it a star. Margin horizontal of 10. So we're going to bring in our ion icons, and the name will be arrow back. Then we're going to have size. let's give a size of 30, and let's give a color of, let's give a color of white. So color of white. That's all we need to do here, and then we'll come here, say view, that our view the style it, we're going to give it a style. So we're going to give it a style flex1, justify content center. Then we're going to align items also. So align items center as well. Then here we want to display the page title. So if the page title is available, we'll use text to display the page title, and then we're going to have it equal to the page title. Page title is styled. So we're going to give it a style font size of 13, and then color white. Then we're going to align items, make it center. So that's where we'll display the page title if the page title is defined. Then we're going to call pressable again, pressable. So we'll use this to the margin horizontal with 10, on press. So on press we're going to do search. So this is where we do our search, and then we have our ant design. So we can bring up this search icon. We don't need to style this. So we'll give it a name search. There's a name called search1 in ant design. So we have a size. We have a size. Let's make it size 22, and then let's give it color of white. Let's close this. So that's basically it. So if there's a page title, if the page title is defined, it will display this header. Shortly you'll see how everything works. So I'll just copy this and we'll make adjustments. So if the page title is not defined, we'll do something else. So if the page title is not defined, we'll come here and say pressable. For pressable, so let's remove the unpress for now. For here, I'm going to say, let's say flex direction. So flex direction will be row, and then we have align items. Align items will be center. Then we have margin horizontal. Let's use margin horizontal 7. Okay, let me bring this down here, so you can see everything that I'm writing. Margin horizontal 7. I'll give it gap. So the gap will be set. Let's give it a gap of 10. Gap of 10. Background color. Okay, let me bring this down. Background color. Let's give it background color of white. And then border radius. Let's give it border radius of 10. We'll give it a height of 38. Height of 38, and flex. Let's give it flex 1. So yes, we're good to go. And then we'll have We don't need this. We'll have a pressable. We won't be using this too. We're not displaying any page title here. So we have a pressable. Let's give it a padding of 10. So we're going to give it padding of 10 on press. It's going to be equal to search, and then we have our undesign search a block. So let's make this color block. Then we'll display our text input. Our text input will be a self-closing component. So instead of text input, let me write it this way. You have value, and the value will be equal to search. So we've not declared that. Let's declare that using from our use state. From use state here. So we're going to say const. This is search input. Search input. So we're going to use state, and it's going to be an empty string for the start. So that's all. So we'll come here and say search input. So we'll pass the search input into it. So after that, we will we'll do onChange text. OnChange text will be equal to search input. So it will be equal to search input, and then let's give it a placeholder. Let's call it search items. On this pressable, we're supposed to bring it down here. Yeah, we're good to go. So let me just show you what we've been doing so far. You can see this is beautiful, isn't it? This is cool. So the next thing is we want to display the cart also at the other side. So what we'll do now is we'll come out of this pressable outside here and bring up another pressable. So we're going to set it on press. We're going to say go to cart screen, and then we're going to give it a view. So here we have style, and then we're going to have styles dot cart. Styles.cart. So we'll create that using our style sheet. Styles.cart. So before we create that, let's just write everything in here. So we're going to have our text. Bring up our text. Let's give it a style. We'll give it a style of color. Let's give it a color of white, and we'll display our cart length. Our cart length, and then we want to display the cart icon. So to do that, we're going to get from material icons. So let's import material icons. So we're going to bring in material icons here. That's what we call shopping cart. Shopping cart, like this is shopping cart. Then we'll give it a size of 24. Let's give it color. Let's give it color white. Let's remove the color brace. Then I'll give it style. I just want to give it padding 5, and margin. Give it a margin top of 3. So let's quickly write the style down here. So I'll come here and say const styles. We called it styles, right? Yes, I think we called it styles. Then we're going to bring up our style sheet, stylesheet.create. So stylesheet.create, and then we'll call it cat norm. It's going to create the object, and then we're going to give it a position. The position will be absolute. We'll give it a top will be -5. We'll remove this so you can see the top will be -5. We'll make it right will also be -5. Then we'll border radius, we'll give it border radius of 20. Border radius of 20. We'll give it width. The width will be 20 as well. Then we'll give it height. Let's give it height of 20, and then we'll give it justify content will be center, and then align item will also be center. Align item will be center. Then let's give it a z index so it can appear above every other content there. So we'll give it a z index. Let's give it 999. Then we'll give it color. Let's add color of white, and background color will be, let's make it black. Let's just write 1 2 3. So if I save it, you see, cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? You can see the cart is displayed already, so we're good to go. So you are not seeing any number at the cart because we've not added anything to cart. There's nothing there. So by the time we start adding managing our cart system, you will see the number will be displayed there. So we're good to go. And okay, there's one more thing we need to write. I'm going to create another component. So quickly, I'm going to create another component here called, so that to handle our go back function, our arrow back function. Because for the home screen, we don't want to display the go back arrow, but for other screens, we may need to display the go back arrow. So let's write it in another component so we can handle that. So I'm going to say go back.tsx, and inside the go back, we're going to, let me just bring in some stuffs from which ones are we using. We're not using cut screen, so let's bring it out for now. So with time, let's write our TSRN, yeah. So we have our go back, and then let's quickly bring from our header, let's bring these. Let's bring it here. Say import. Then we're going to call it an interface. Let's use an interface, and then let's call it go back props. And then it will have an onPress. We're going to handle an onPress function there. So in here we'll come and say go back props. Put one onPress in here. So for our return function, we're going to use pressable. So we will use pressable. Then we're going to say onPress. onPress, it will handle onPress. Then inside here, we're going to put an icon from ion icons and give it a name. We'll give it a name. Let's give it a name chevron. Yes. So we have chevron's back. Okay, let's use chevron back. And then let's give it size. size 30, and let's give it color of white, whichever way it works. So we export, so we can export default, go back. I think we're good to go. So in here we'll come and import it in our header component. We want to use these, yes, here. So we'll come before pressable, then we'll import go back. We'll go back from go back and we're going to pass, we need to pass the onPress. So we need to pass the onPress and then it is go back. So there's one thing we want to do too, because we don't want to show it everywhere, especially for our home screen. So what we'll do is we'll write it inside. So we're going to give a condition. So the condition will be go back is undefined. If it's not equal to undefined, rather. So if it's not equal to undefined, then we can use go back. Cool, that's it. Else it will not read it. So you see, that's why it's not showing up here, because we have not defined it. Let me remove the function I just wrote and show you, so you see that go back will come up. You can see. Do you see what I'm talking about? So because we did not define it and we actually don't need it for our home screen, so it will not bring it up. So if we need it anywhere we need it, we have to define it there. That's the idea. So let's clean this space up. Let's copy all this and move it into Word. Yes. So I think we're good to go. Everything is fine with our header section. So the next thing we'll deal with now is our banner. We want to display a banner, a banner slider from our home screen. And then to do that, we're going to have a scroll view. Let's do scroll view. Scroll view. I'll give it a style. Let's give it a style background color of. Let's give it this background color. Then shows so we want it to be shown vertically, and it's false. And in here now we're going to display the image slider. So let's create let's first of all create the component. So I'm going to call it, go into my component folder and create, let me call it image slider. So image slider, inside the image slider, so let's run our shortcode. So for image slider, and then we'll come here inside our React, we will need, oh sorry, so inside our React we need use state, we'll use effect, and then use ref as well. Then we're going to be using an interface. Let's see, banner props, then I'll come here and destructure it. Banner props. Here we're good to go. Now React native will need image. We need style sheet. we'll need scroll view. We may use dimensions too. So in our interface, we'll use name. Name will be string. We'll need images. Images will be a string, an array of strings, string. Then we'll use is active. I also have index. Index will be equal to number. So I'll come into our image slider. Inside our image slider, let's just structure. For now, let's use images. Then we'll come here. So we're going to say const. We need to get the current index. So let's just say index. We need to create a state for our index. So index set index. I'm going to use state for the be equal to 0 const. Then we'll use scroll view. So we're saying const scroll view, because we'll be using scroll view. So we'll say scroll view ref will be equal to use ref, and then we're going to pass the parameter of scroll view. So for TypeScript check, and then it's going to be null. This will be null. Then we need to get the width to the screen width. So we're going to be using our dimensions for the screen width. So dimensions.get, let's use window, and then we're going to bring out the width, the screen width, correct. So quickly, let's come down to this place. I'll remove these, and I'll remove these, and we're going to use our scroll view. So inside the scroll view, we're going to pass a reference, the ref. The ref will be equal to scroll view. Scroll view ref that we declared here to be equal to this. And then it will be horizontal, because we want it to be horizontally scrollable. It's going to move horizontally, and it's going to be, so we're going to say shows horizontal scroll indication, and we're going to make it false. Shows horizontal indicator of false. So let's just leave it here for now. Then another thing we need to do is we need to map through the images, because we're going to be getting an array of images image. So we're going to need to map through that array. Then we're going to say image index, and for that we'll get a callback function, and then we're going to display our image from React Native, and it will be a self-closing tag. Then we're going to use key. The key will be equal to the index. Then we're going to have a source. The source will be this from our image, and then we're going to give it a style. So the style, it will take the screen width that we got from the dimensions. So dependent screen width, and then we're going to give it a height. Let's give it a height of 200 for now. So that's all we need to do here. So let's write our animation that will help us to animate the slide, the banner and make it slide after 5 seconds. That's what we're going to write. So I'll come here to do that animation. I will use effect from React. I'm going to say use effect, write a callback function. So we're saying const interval ID. I say const interval ID, and then we're going to use set interval. So we're going to use set interval. I need to take a callback function, and then we're going to say set index. So we're going to use the set index, and then it will be index. No, we mean it should be index, not index DB. So yes, we're using index. So this will be index +1. Then we're going to use this method, images.length. Then we'll come here and use our scroll view ref. So the current, and then it's going to be pass our optional chain into it, and then we do scroll to. So it will be scroll to. So instead of so it's horizontal, that is X. Scroll to that even has X and Y. Horizontal is X and vertical is Y. So we want it to slide horizontally. So we're going to say index multiplied by the width. That's it. Let me give it a space so you can see clearly. So index multiplied by the width, and then we're going to say animated true. Animated true. So that's it. We're good to go. So after that, we'll come here and create the loop after 5 seconds to change after 5 seconds. So we'll make it 5,000, and then we are going to write the return. So we're going to return. So clear interval ID. Let's clear interval ID, and this will change the dependencies, and there will be index. It will be index, and we're going to use images.length. That's it. So this will help us. This shortcode will help us perform the animation, to automate and make to auto slide the banner. So that's what it's going to do. So we'll now come into our, let's bring it to here, everything we've written here. We're going to say paging enabled, and then we're going to set scroll enabled to false. Let me just write it. Okay, let me bring it down and bring it down. So that's it. So scroll enable will be equal to false. I think that's all we need to do here, our image slider. So now, because we're going to be calling the image from the backend to everything we're doing is full stack here. So we're going to now go and set up our backend. So we can we can save our image in the database and then call it from our MongoDB and display it in the front end. So it's just giving you the sense of it's a full stack project anyway. So that's what's going to happen. So quickly, I'll come to the home screen. Okay, we can leave this here. But the image slider is going to be displayed here. So let me just import it. Image slider. image slider. Yeah, image slider. So the image slider is coming here. So it's already asking for the image. So because we've not done that now, we need to do the backend. So let's just comment it out for now. So we'll come back to it later. So now let's create our backend folder. So we'll come here. Now let's go to our terminal. So we'll come here and say npx create expo app. Create expo app. Let's call it backend. So we're going to call it backend. So say export template blank in TypeScript. As usual, make sure your spellings are correct. So our project folder is ready for the backend. So I'll just come to the terminal here and navigate to it using cd as a cd backend. It will navigate there. Then we can open it. Let's open this in another window, another VS Code Visual Code Editor window, another VS Code window. It's supposed to be a single dot. They're using a dot since. So we have it here. We have our backend. So let's create a new terminal. Let's go to our package.json. So there's a package.json. Quickly we'll go to let's open a new terminal here. So, and also make sure you are in the right directory. So because we want to work inside backend, the package.json for backend is different from the package.json for the front end. So it's very important that you note your current folder, so you can install your dependency in the right folder, and so you don't have issue that way. So quickly we're going to install some packages that we'll be using. So I'm going to npm. You can use yarn also. So for me, I'll be using npm. So nodemon. I will install nodemon. I will install nodemon. I will install ts node, the TypeScript for nodemon. I will install Mongoose. I will install types. I will install type Mongoose as a TypeScript for Mongoose. We install Express, and then add types for Express. I will install Malta, and then add types Malta. For now, let's install all these packages. Then we'll install other ones after this. So they have all been installed. I also install npm install.env. We are going to install crypto. We're going to install bcrypt. Then we're going to install the TypeScript. Bcrypt. We may also need nodemailer. We'll need short ID. We'll need slogify. We'll need path. Let's also install Malta S3. So for now, I think this is all. If we need any other dependency package, we'll install them later, so we can continue. Inside our package.json here, since we have already have our nodemon installed, so we'll come here because we want to use nodemon to update our app state globally, so we won't have to restart the app every time we make changes to it. So every time we make changes to it, and then we just click Ctrl S to save on the window, NodeMon will take it up from there and update our app. So for that, we want to change this. We need to change this to NodeMon so it will work. So we can have it that way. So add node, just come here and add node modules. So node modules. That's all you need to pass into this. So our dependencies have been installed. So we have node modules, expo, and that's it. Then we'll come here to start our app. We won't use expo start. We're going to be using NodeMon. So we're going to say NodeMon, and then we're going to use index.ts. So the next thing we'll do now is we'll connect our server. We'll connect with our MongoDB. So to do that, we're going to come into here and create some folders. So the first one I'll create is services. I'll create another folder. We'll be using our config folder, and inside that's where we'll run our .env from. So we're going to have a file called index.ts. Then inside our services we'll have two files as well. Let's have the express app.ts, and then we're going to have the database.ts. Then let's create our index here, our index file that we'll use, that we'll call from NodeMon. So it will be inside our backend. So we're going to say index be outside here. It will be index.ts. So quickly let's connect to our database. So we'll come here and let's go to Mongo. So let's go to MongoDB website. We'll go to MongoDB website, and so click on start free. So I already have an account. If you don't have an account, you just need to sign up with them, that's all. So I'll be doing sign in instead. So I'm going to sign in with my Google. So I'm in. This is my account now. So you just locate this place, come to this place and create a new project. So just a new project. So we give it a project name. So I'm going to call it Ecommerce app. So this is optional. I'll just go to the next one. So since it's going to be the project owner, since I'm the one developing from here, so just go to create project. We're not adding any member for now. So we'll go and create a cluster. So we can choose our provider. So come here, you choose the free tier. This is the free tier, and then we'll create the cluster name. Let's call the cluster name Ecommerce, and then we're going to choose AWS. It's fine, it's suggested by. So we'll come here, create deployment, and take this back. Then just click. Yeah, it worked. So the next thing we'll do, we need to set our IP address. So let's click this to set the IP address. We want to make it accessible from everywhere. We want to be able to access our database, from everywhere, not just on this computer alone. So for that reason, I'm going to change this. Let me minimize this for now. So come here and say edit, so we can access this database from anywhere. I'm going to use 0. Just pass 0 to everything. and this will be 0 as well. So this way you can access it anywhere, not only on this computer. So that's done. So it will run and make it active. We'll make it active. So to activate it from here, create a database user. Yeah, let's just leave it this way, and I'm going to change the password. So I'm just going to use this password. Let's copy the password and come into our backend inside our config. I'm just going to save it there for now. Let's save the password here. So we'll go back to here and then create a database user. The database user too, we need to copy it. Let's just use this. So create database user. Pass this here. Add user Mongo. So we're done with this. Create a database user. So let's connect. We're going to be using this method MongoDB for VS Code. That's what we use to connect. So copy this. Okay, let's just copy it from here, and then we'll go to our Visual Code editor, and then inside here we're going to say export const. Let's call it a MongoDB Mongo URI. So it's going to be a string. Okay, I think it should come in a string. No, it didn't. So it's going to be a string. So we're going to come here and say export const port equal to process.env.port, and if there's no port, you are going to use port 8081. That's all. So we'll save. So we have this copied, and then we're going to say OK from here. So let's just set up the backend, then we can come back here and finish up. So in our app, in our services, okay, we already have it. We already have them here. So we'll go to our database now and get started with this. So from our database, we're going to say import. Let's import Mongos. We're going to import Mongos from Mongos. Yeah. Then import Mongo URI. This will be from config. Yes. So let's go back to our config file. Oh, this is not the config. This is for the config, so we wrote it in the wrong place. So we're just going to export it from here. Let's export everything from here and bring it to our index in config. Yeah, so everything is fine now. Let's close this. We're using this. So in our database, let's bring the database here. So I'm going to say export default. It's going to be an async function. We're going to use a try catch block. We're going to give a catch. Catch will be of error. And if there's an error, console.log the error. and then process.exit. So if there's an error, we want to stop the server, we don't want the server to keep running, so it will shut it to exit the server. Else we're going to say await mongos.connect, and then it's going to connect to Mongo URI. So that's what we need to do here. That's just all we have to write here. So we'll go with this. So we'll go to our index. So inside our index, we're going to import. Let's import Express from Express. We're going to import. Let's give it a let's say DB. Let's say database connection. So we're going to say dbcon. We're going to give it the name. We give it the name. So that DB connection will be from our service, and it will be our database. Yes, it's bringing it up. Then we're going to import port from config. Yeah. So it's supposed to be port. Yeah. So port from config. To start our server. So to start our server, we're going to say const start server. Constant server is an async. We're going to be using the async method, and then we're going to say const app equal to express. Then we're going to say await dbcon, and then we're going to say app.listing. So we say app.listing, and then we're going to call our port. We're going to call our port, and we're going to say console.log. Let's call it database connection from port. So that's it. So we use this object literals, this backtick, when we want to combine string and JSX together. So the port name is the JSX and this is a string, so we can combine them using the backticks. So that's all we need to do, and then we need to start the server. We need to call instantiate the start server. So we need to call it, and that's it. That's all we need to do. So let me just write like the starter for our Express. So I'll just say Express. Let's import Express. Then we're going to have application for the type check. We're going to have application, and it will all call from Express. Then we're going to say export default. We're going to give it AP app, and to be equal to the application. So we're going to say app.use express. App.use express.json. App.use express.json. Then we're going to say app.use. We'll say app.use express. Express.url encoded. Yes. And then extended will be true. Extended will be true. That's all for now. Then we'll return up. So we'll come to our index here, and then we'll just call in our app2 from here. So we're going to import. So we can give it the name we want. So I'm going to call it app. up from services, and then we're going to have express up. So here I'm going to say await up, and we're going to pass our app into it. Our express app, we'll pass it into it. That's all. So if everything worked out fine, we'll go here now and let's start our server. If everything worked fine, we should be able to get our database connected. So we'll come here and say npm, we'll go to the terminal and say npm start. So we'll wait for nodemon, and if everything works fine, we should have connection at 8081. Cool, this is beautiful. You can see database connection from port 8081. Yeah, that's all from port 8081. So just continue from here. So into our backend folder, we want to create some folders in there. So we'll come to our backend here and create some folders. We're going to create the model folder, models folder, and then we want to create the controllers. We want to create, no, not inside controllers. We want to create routes folder. There's one more folder we need to create. We need to create the folder for our TypeScript. So let's call it type check folder. For now, I think that's all the folders we need to create. If we need to create other ones, we'll add to it. So we'll just go into our models folder and create the banner model. So we'll create the file. So let's call it banner model.ts. And then please note the difference. When we were working at the front end, we were using tsx, but at the back end, we are using ts. Please note the difference. It's very important. So we use ts for the back end and tsx for the front end. So I'll come here and then we're going to import Mongoose. Let's import Mongoose from Mongoose, and then we're going to also add schema. Good. Then we'll come here. Let's quickly declare the model. So we have constant banner. This is banner schema. Banner schema will be new schema. So it's going to have the name. The name will be of type string, and then it will have required. Required will be true. So that's all for the name. Then let's just copy this to make it faster. We'll put a comma here, and then we'll do for the image, the banner images. So it's going to be an array. So to that, we'll just add so let's just make it type of string, required true. Let's make it true as well. Then I'll come here, call this is active. So it's active will be a type of boolean. And we have a default to be true. So we use default is true. And I think that's all we need to do here. Then the next thing is we're going to come here. When we are retrieving the data, when we are fetching the data, we don't want to pass everything. We just want to pass the ones that we need, that are necessary. So like the updated date, we might not really need it in this situation, so we don't really want to pass it. The date was created, the version, we don't want to pass it when we're fetching it, so because we don't really need it. So to do that, we're just going to come here and say to JSON. So we're going to, and then we're going to use what we call transform. Let's pass our argument to it. Then we're going to use the delete. So delete, I'm going to delete the version, then delete. We're going to delete created Then we're going to delete updated dart. So that's it. And we'll come here and put in the timestamps. This timestamp will be true. So we'll come here and say const banner images, or let's just call it const banner, maybe mongos. So we're going to say mongos.model, and then we need to pass the TypeScript here. We'll go and write that very shortly, and then we'll pass this equal. So we want to give it the name banner images. That's the name that's the name of this collection. It will be banner images, and we want to pass in the banner schema that we declared. So let's quickly go to our type check and let's create our type check. Let's close this type check, yeah. Type check is here. So we're going to let's call it params.ts. So inside params.ts, so we're going to say export interface. Let's call it banner params. So banner params, it will have a name, and the name will be string. It will have images, and images will be an array of string. It will also have is active, and it is boolean. So we'll come here to our banner model, and inside here we'll pass in, see, it's bringing it up, banner params. Okay, let's correct it. Let's correct banner params. So we'll come here and bring in banner params. Banner params, cool. And everything is fine. So the last thing we need to do now is to export, so we can import it from other files, especially in our controller. So we'll say banner, yeah, we're exporting banner. That's all. So we're done with the banner model. So the next thing we want to do is go to the banner controller. So quickly, let me create the file inside controllers. So I'm going to call it banner controller.ts. So inside this banner controller.ts, now we'll import. Let's import. We're going to import it from Express. We're going to import the TypeScript for our request and response. So we have request, and then we have response. So let's create the banner. Let's add some banner images to our database so we can save it there, because we're going to be calling them from the back end. So from our server, from our database. So we're going to say export const, let's say create banner, export const create banner, and we're going to make it an async. We're going to be using an async method, and we'll pass our request equal to the request we called earlier, and then the response will be equal to the response as well. So because they will be getting the information from the front end, majorly from the admin, so we need to call them. This is what we expect when the information is sent. So we're expecting the name, the image to be added, the images to be added, and then the active status, whereas the default is required true. The default is true. So we'll come here and say require.body, and we also want to pass our TypeScript to it to type check, and that is from our banner params. It has been imported. Then we'll come here now. Let's set up the file. We'll say require.file as So we're going to pass it to express.malta, and then .file. Cool. Then we're going to say const path. Let's create the path, and then we just create it so we can use it. So it's HTTP. Because I'm using a Windows computer, so I have to use the HTTP method. If you are using your iOS, your Mac, you just use localhost. That's just the difference, and you'll be good to go. So our port name is 8081, yeah. And then we have it. We're going to save it inside our asset folder, which is here. So you can see that's where we're going to be saving it. And then it's HTTP, yeah, because this needs to be correct. If not, it will throw an error. So we're good to go. So I'll come here and say const images will now be equal to files.map files.map. So for each file, we'll type check using the express.malta.file. Then we're going to say the path plus file dot file name. No, not field name, file name. So that's it. Then we'll come here, we'll say banner image. Banner image will be new. So let's try to create the bin. So we're gonna get it from our banner. You see the banner model, and then let's try to create the banner and save it and send it to our database. So it's going to have the name, and then it will have images, and then it will have is active. So these are the three things we are sending. So I'm using it this way because the name in here inside the banner model corresponds with the names we are using here. So if the names are not the same, you would want to do it like this. Let's say if the names are different, you want to say maybe title and name, they are two different things. So you want to pass it this way. And if you still like, you can still pass it this way, it's still fine. But since the name, I'm using the name for both the model and we are still using name here, so there's no point. You can just pass it directly. So make it faster that way. So come here. So using the try catch block, so if it's an error, if we get an error and we're not able to save our image to the database, we're going to send a response with status 500 and pass it to JSON. Then we're going to use a backtick or object literals. It is used when you want to combine string with JSX. So I'm going to say fail to create banner, then I'll pass the error, and that's it. We'll need path. Let's import path from path. Path from path, and then we're saying const router, so equal to express.router. So let's create the image storage. Let's create the image storage, and then it will be from malta dot disk storage. To take a destination, the destination will be a function, the request it's a file, and then we have a callback function. So the callback function now will be, the first argument will be null, and then we're going to save it inside our asset. So it's inside our asset. And then we have, after our destination, we want to do for the file name, and it will be a function as well. Let me just copy this and dump it here, so we make it faster that way. So it's a function that will take a callback. So we'll just come to the top, callback, the first one is null, and then we'll come here and say request.body, request.body.name. So then we're going to concatenate, and then we're going to join it with the date. And we're going to say date, we're going to use date.now method and join it with, so the path extension. We're going to use path to get the extension, if it's a JPEG, a PNG, a JPG, blah blah blah. So we're going to get, the extension, and then we're going to get it from file.file name and from .original name. Yep. And that's it. So we'll come outside here and say images. We're going to say Malta. Let's try to save. So we're going to say Malta. We'll take the storage. The storage will be equal to our image storage. So we're going to use our image storage, and we are not sending, we are sending an array. So we use array. The images is an array of string, and then we call it images. It is very important that this name corresponds with the name you declared, especially in your model, and that's what we are going to use in our postman. If not, it won't work. So it's very important. So we're going to come here and say router dot, it's a post request dot post, and then it will be banner, and then we're saving our images, and then we're going to get the create banner from the controller, create banner. You see, and you can see it has imported that create banner, and that's all we need to do. So we'll export. We need to export our router. We'll export our router as banner. Let's export it as banner route. Yeah, we'll export it as banner route, and quickly we will come in here to and create the index file for our routes. So index.tss, and inside here we'll say export all, just like we did it for the controller. Export all from banner routes. That's the idea. So we're good to go. So we'll come to our app, Express app. So we'll go to our Express app, and inside our Express app we want to call it app.use and then I want to bring in the banner route. Cool. You can see it has imported it, and that's all we really need to do. So yes, asset. That's all we really need to do here. So if everything worked out fine, we should be able to create our we'll be able to create our banners and save it in our database. So to do that, we're going to be using Postman. So let me just get my Postman. So this is my Postman. That's what we'll be using to send the banner to the back end. So it's a post request. We'll come here and change it to post, and then we'll have our URL. So this is it. So, and we're calling it banner based on what we wrote here. So we called it in our route. Where's our route? In our route, yes, from our route we call it what, banner. So that's what we're targeting. So we'll come to our Postman again, and then we are sending it banner, and then this is 881. So we're sending it to 8081, and we'll come here. It's a form. So we'll come to our body, and you can see it's a form. So it's a form. And the first thing there is the name. So please also make sure that you follow the structure. So the name came first. You have to put the name. Put the name, and then the name is text, and then we have our images. So you can see I'm using the images, and then it's a file, and then we have is active. So it's active. Let's make it true. And then here, let's get the file first. Let's add a banner. So I'm going to be adding this one. So let's call it banner1. You can give it any name you like. So banner1. Then we'll send. If everything is fine, you should be able to get a success message. Good, banner created successfully. That means it worked out very well. So we'll go back. Let's go to our back end now and see if we have banner, if we have the item saved. So we'll come to our inside our collection. You see it's inside test. Good, we have banner images, and then if we open it, we should find it there. So let's wait for it. Cool, this is cool, banner1, and then we have our images. This is cool, we have our image saved there. So we saved one image. So we have our image also saved correctly. And then if we go to our asset folder, see our assets, and you can see banner1. Let me open it. Cool, so we have it saved. Everything is working fine. So let's add some banners. So I'm going to call this banner2. Banner2. Let's remove this, and let's add this and save. Created successfully. Let's have banner3. Let's add another one. This is working out fine. Please do remember to like, subscribe, and share, and I'll appreciate if you send in your comments. I will respond to all of it. Thank you. So let's add one more banner. Banner4. Let's call it banner4, and we save everything. Cool, it's saved. So if we go back to our database, we should have 4 banners there. So let's refresh that. Cool, so you see we have 4 banners in there. That means everything is working out fine. So, and you can see here too, we are getting the value in our console because we asked it to console it. Where is it? From our controller here. So I'll comment this out. So, but you can see it's bringing the information, and this is the latest banner we sent. We saved, and you can see everything is working fine. So the next thing we'll do now is to fetch. We need to get the banners that we sent, that we saved, so we can display it in the front end, at the front end. So to do that, we'll go to our controller quickly and write that. So without wasting time, I'll come here and say export const. Let's call it get banners, and we're going to use the async method. Let me just copy it so we won't waste time. We won't have to waste time rewriting that. I'll copy it and bring it down here, and then we'll be using the try catch block. So let me copy it from here as well, and then inside here, so let's say here, in here we're going to have const, let's say const banners, so will be equal to await let's say we're going to await banner dot find. We're going to use the find method. So we're going to use the find method, and then we will have our status. Let's bring this out. Then we have our status equal to 200 and send. We're going to send a response to the front end, and it will be a response of banner. So that's what we'll send. You can also console that. Remove the comment, console.log. So let's say banner images found. Banner images found, and we're going to send the banners. So, and then if it's an error, if there's an error, we want to say banners not found, and then we can display the error. So, and that's all we need to do. You see, it's faster now because we are going to be repeating, we're going to be using almost the same thing, so we'll just be changing where necessary, so it makes it faster henceforth. So come in here, and then we don't really have to do anything inside here. So it has been captured here. We'll go to our route. So inside our route, we'll come here. Let's just copy this. We'll copy this, paste it, and this time it's a get request. So it's a get request, and then we'll let's call it get banner. Say get banners or get banner, and then we won't be using this. We also use get banner. You see what will happen now? Get banner, get banners, and you see the way it will import it. You see, that's the reason why we're using that index.tsx. So you see the way it's importing it, and then that's all we need to do. We're good to go. Then we also come to our, and that's all we need to do. We don't have to do anything anymore. You can see this is cool, isn't it? It will also recognize it in our Express directly. So now we'll go to the front end and then retrieve this information so we can display it in the at the front end. This is the front end folder. So in our front end here, we'll create another folder inside. So we'll create a folder called types, and inside the folder we'll create home props.tsx. So inside that, we're going to get our banner. We're going to say export interface banner params. So banner params will be the name. The name will be string. We're going to have images. Images will be string as well. And then it's active. Which is Boolean. Then we're going to say export fetch banner. So we're going to say export fetch banner, and we're going to make it the data, and it must be the same as the name we called it from our backend, and we used banners with a capital B, and then it's going to call in the banner params, and it's an array. It must be an array. So let's just keep the result banner params and array. So we have saved this. So we'll come to, so these are home props. So we'll go to our component. Inside our component, let's create a folder and create middleware folder, middlewares, and inside middleware we're going to create the home middleware. I think it makes sense that way. Middlewares.tsx. So inside the whole middleware, that's the last thing we need to do right now. So we're going to say import React. From React, we need to also import Axios. That's Axios is what we're going to be using to make the call to the back end. Axios. So we'll come here and say interface. Let's say interface. Let's say banner props. Let's call it interface banner props. and then we're going to say set banner images, because it's the banner images that we need. Set banner images, and we're going to make it equal to, okay, let's import this patch from React. We can just use this patch. So we're going to import this patch from React. So set banner will be this patch, and then we also need to import set state action. Yeah, set state action, and then it will be set state action will take the banner params. So we import the banner params. So we're going to come in here and let's just create a path once and for all. So let's copy the path from our back end, from the path we add in the back end inside the banner controller, right? Yes, this. Okay, let's just copy all what we need. We need only this. Bring it to the front end. And let's copy the try catch block too. There's a try catch block. Yes, let's copy this, so it will make it faster. So we'll bring this here and then const, export const. Let's call this fetch banner, and it's an async method. So we're going to link this up to, our iBanner interface banner props, and then we're going to set banner images, and then using our try, we're going to, let's create the file part as well. Let's call this file part. Okay, let's say const file part. So file part, the part is the get banner. You still remember the get banner that we declared? That's the part I will show you very shortly. So we have the get banner, or let's just make it get banners. So we need to correct the one at the back too, which is this. Where is it? In our route, banner route. Yeah, this is it. So we'll say get banners, and let's save that. Let's make sure it's saved. So it's saved. We'll go back to the front end, and in here, so we're using the same, we're calling the same. So we'll come here and we'll say we get the response from the back end, and then we're going to type check it using our fetch banner from our home props, and that will be, and we're going to use Axios. So we're going to use Axios. I already have Axios imported, so we're going to say axios.get, and then we're going to say path plus the file path. So it invariably means you're writing, this is what it means. Let me just write it out, and then, so what I'm necessarily doing is I'm picking this, I'm saying path, and then we're saying get banners. That's what's just going on. Do you understand? So I'm going to comment this out, and here the response here now, we won't be needing this. So we'll have so we structure the response, and we have response.data, and that response.data must be equal to, they must see it's already bringing in our banners. And if we come to our back end here, you discover that we called it banners. They must be the same. If not, it will throw an error. It won't work. So you can see this is what it's calling out. This is what we are calling banners. This title must be exactly the same. If not, you have an error. You won't be able to fetch those information, the images. So we'll come here. So banners, they must be the same. And then after that, we are going to set. So if you like, you can console that. Okay, let me just console it. Images found. It will be equal to banners, and then we are going to set our banner images. So that's the point where we use it. So we use set our banner images and equal to banners, and we are good to go. And if there's an error, we'll just console.log the error. So if there's an error, we'll come here and say error and console the error, display the error. Let's say an error occurred. So we say an error occurred. So we can save. We can save, and if it's an error, we'll say an error occurred. So I think we're okay here. The next thing we'll need to do now, we need to go to our home screen and have the banner displayed there. So inside our home screen now, we'll come here. So inside our home screen, we'll say const, and we're going to use state. We will use state, and then that use state we will pass our banner params, and then it's going to be an array, and I will pass the array in here. So let's call it banner image. I say banner images, and then set banner images. So that's all. And we'll use effect. We say let's call use effect. We'll use effect, and then we're going to pass. We're going to pass the fetch banner from our middleware, our home middleware. So we're going to say fetch banner, and then we are going to pass in the argument, and it will be equal to our set banner images. So we're having an error because this is supposed to be a color brace. So set banner images. So you see we no longer have the error. Then we're going to add our dependency array, so it will run. So it will not keep looping. So that's it. Then we'll come to our image here. Let's now work with our image and bring in the image. So from here, we're going to loop through our banner image. So we'll get the images, and then it will be banner image. We'll loop through it using the map function. So you see it's going to get the images, and because an array will start from the first one, and everything is fine. So if everything it works out, cool, this is beautiful. You can see our images displaying beautifully. And if you come here, this is beautiful, and you can see it's bringing up. This is beautiful. Please remember to like, subscribe, and share. Thank you. And you can see our images sliding in real time every 5 seconds. So we're good to go. Sorry, let me just, so you can see everything is beautifully displayed. So the next thing we want to do now, we want to start with the product category. We want to render the product category section. And to do that, we'll just come here and let's say text. So we'll bring in text. Let's call it category. We're going to add a style into it. Let's give it font size of 20. We're going to give it font size, font weight. Let's make it bold. Then let's give it padding. Let's make it padding 10. Let's see what we have. Cool. So let me enlarge this a little. So we're giving it a margin top of 10, and let's comment out this. Where is it? Home middleware. So from home middleware here, where's okay, yeah, console the log. Let's take that out. So after this, we want to render a scroll view, and we want to render the categories horizontally. So we're going to say horizontal because the default for scroll view is vertical. So we don't want it to show the horizontal scroll indicator. So we make it equal to false. Then let's add content container style and make them padding horizontal. Padding horizontal, let's make it 15. Then we can also add, let's add margin, let's add some styles into it and give it margin top of 4. So let me bring this down. Let me also bring this 2 down. Yeah. So let's save it. And then quickly let's go and create the category model and every other thing we need to do from the back end so that we can fetch the category in the front end. So without wasting time, we'll go to the back end, and in here in our model we're going to create, let's create category model. Category model.ts. So let's go to our banner model and import and copy everything there because we need to run faster now. We've actually done most of the things we needed to do, so there's no point wasting time. So we're going to use this, and then we're going to create another params for the type check for the product. So from here we can call this product category schema. So let's just copy so that we'll do everywhere have category. So we have category schema. So we have category schema, and category schema we have name as well, and then it will have images. So we will remove is active, and every other thing remains the same. Apart from, we need to come here and call this, let's call this categories. Let's call this categories. We'll write the type very shortly, and then let's call these categories, and then we're going to add the category schema, which we've already done, and then here we're going to export everything as category. So we needed to write the type check for it, so every other thing is fine. So we'll go to our params. There's a params. Okay, without wasting time, let me just locate it, type check params. So inside our params, let's write an interface, and then we'll say export. Okay, because it's almost similar to this, so let's just copy and import here, and we're going to call this category params. Category params, and then we'll remove this. We'll remove this active. I think that's all we need to do here, so we can import it here. So we'll just come here and import category params. Cool, and everything is fine now. You can see it's more faster. Then we're done with category params, then with category model. So we'll go into the route, and inside the route we'll create, no, inside controller, let's do controller first. So inside our controller, we come here and say category controller. Category controller.ts, and the same way we're going to copy our banner controller and dump it here, and we'll just make adjustment to it as well, because we'll be using the create and the fetch. So here we are not going to be using the banner and the parameters of the banner. So to create a category, we're going to call this create category, and then in here we're going to import our category params. Category params, that's cool. Then we don't need is active here. This is already throwing an error because it's not part of it. So from our files, it remains the same. Our path remains the same as well. Then the images, it remains the same, you can see. So we're going to have categories here. Let's call this categories. Categories, and let's make this, we're going to call our category model, and it's active, is not part. So we remove it, and then we'll come here and we're going to use categories instead. You can see it's faster now. We don't have to go through that step. We just write once and that will suffice. We just make changes. So here we can see category created successfully. Category created successfully. Then if there's an error, we will say fail to create category. So we'll say failed to create category. I think everything is fine. So for now, let's just comment out the fetch. We'll come back to it later. And you can see everything is fine. So we've done everything we have to do. And the next thing we need to do now is in the index. So we'll go to model category controller, the index in it. We'll just copy this. What have I done? Yeah. Oh. So we'll just copy this one and bring it here, and here we'll call it good. You can see, so category controller. That's it. Then we'll go to, let's create the route. So for the route, we'll come here and create. So we're going to call it, let's call it a category route .ts. And then as well as usual, we're going to call p everything we have in the banner route and make use of it. There's our banner route. I think this is banner route, yes. So we have our banner route. Where's our category route? This is our category route. We'll paste everything here. So the only thing we'll not be using here is this. So we'll come here, image is still the same. We're still going to save it in assets, and then the file name will still retain the same. So here now we call it create. Let's just call this. Let's call it create category. Let's call it category. No, create category will be better. Create category. So we're going to say create category to take the image, and this time it will take create category. Cool. So let's comment this out, and everything is fine. So we're moving real fast. Then we'll go to the index in our routes and bring this in here. Copy this, and then category routes. Okay, we've not exported that. We didn't change it. So this should be. So this should be category. So let's save it and see the error is gone. So let's save this as well. Then we'll come to our Express. Where's the Express? Yes, we'll go to our Express app. And then we're just going to copy this as well and dump it here and make changes to it. So let's call this category, and then we're going to bring our category route. Category route, and we're good to go. This is amazing, right? And it's faster. So we're basically done. We just go to our, let's go to our Postman. inside our postman, we called it category, and then we have create category, and it's a post request. Let me quickly show you in our banner controller. No, in our express, see, we called it category. That's the first one we targeted. Then we called it in our route, we called create category. Let's close this model, we may not be needing it. Let's close this as well. So this is the category route, and we call it create category. So they have to be the same. It has to be the same. It's very important. So we'll come here. So let's create the first category here, and I'm going to call it shopman. So we're going to create the category. So I'm going to select this for shopman, and then we don't need this. We don't need this active. So that's all. If everything works out fine, if we send it, we should get product category created successfully. So let's try that out. So we might need to uncheck this because we don't need it. Correct. We have what category created successfully. So if we come here, we should have it in our assets. You can see it's here, shopman. Cool, we have it, everything is working fine, so we can delete that. So if we go to our database, let's check from our database as well. So if we go to our database, we'll go to collection. Okay, no, this is it here. So if we refresh this, we're supposed to have it in here. Good. See, we have categories, and this is beautiful. This isn't it? So you can say we have it in here. So I'm just going to create all the database and get back to you so that won't waste time. At least you've seen how it's done. So I've created all the categories. I already have them, so I just have to import them. So I might as well leave the file in the description box so you can have it and have the same. So if we refresh now, we should have about 11 categories. And the first one I created, I had to delete it because it was just a sample, because I already have the categories. So we have 9 categories in here. We have 9 different categories in here. So you can see shopman, and then we have shopwomen, we have home appliances, we have phones, we have computers, we have watches, we have bags, we have electronics. So that's what we'll be using. So let's quickly go and display them in our front end. So to get that done, we will first of all create fetch the categories. So we'll go to our category controller, and then uncomment the fetch. Yes. So we'll come here, we'll call this get categories, async method. Then we have the result. So we have the result, and then it will be categories. So categories.find, and then let's limit it. We want to limit it to, let's say, we want to limit to 20, or let's say 10. It's up to you. It's optional. You can decide on how you want it to be. And we'll come here. So this will be equal to the result. This will be equal to the result. So we'll come here, and then we'll remove this banner, and we'll make it equal to, let's say, its result. And here we will be using category. So it will import categories, and then here will be equal to result. So this will be equal to result, and then here we're going to say categories not found. Categories not found. Then we're going to make it equal to result. We'll make this equal to result, and I think we're good to go. Yeah, we'll come here too and say result, or let's say category categories not found. Then we'll save it, and then just like I said, I've added it, and you can see all the images I've added. Everything is here. All the images that we're going to be using for the category, they are all here. So I think we are good to go. We can now go from here to our category route. This is our category route. So, and in here we're going to, so we say get categories. Let's call it get categories, and we're going to say it's going to be equal to get categories. Yeah, get categories. So it's going to be equal to get categories, and that's all. Everything is fine. That's all we need to do here as well. Then we'll go to, I think that's all. There's nothing really we have to do anymore. So apart from going to the front end and then fetching this information. So we'll go to the front end now. So we'll come to the front here, and we're also going to be duplicating a lot of things. So we'll come here, duplicate this, and then we're going to call this category. Let's call this category props, and we're going to set categories, and then we need to write the params for category, which will be similar to our banner params. So inside our types, let's create another file, let's call it params, so that we can just do all our type check inside there. So params.tsx, and then we'll bring our home props. Let's copy everything here and bring it to our params, and then we're going to call this category params. So this will be category params, and then we'll remove is active because we're not using it, and so this will be, we are going to be using result here. Whoosh. And then it will be equal to category params. So I think we are good to go. And then we're going to call these fetch categories. So we'll save it, and inside our middleware, this will be category params from params code, and then we are going to use, so here we're going to, I think that's all. Then let's copy this. We already have our part, so we'll leave the part, and then let's copy this, bring it here. So we're going to call this fetch categories, and then we're going to set it to, we're going to get it from category props. So set categories, and then we'll come here, it'll be, so in here we're going to be using get categories, and then the first one was category. You remember all that from our Express app and our route. So the categories from the Express app and the route is get categories. So get categories. Okay, let's just call this part, category part. So let's call this category part, and then we're going to bring it in here. So the initial part remains constant. So category part. Yes, and then this response will be equal to fetch categories. You can see, so it will import it, and then it will be, see, that's why this is throwing an error, because it's supposed to be, see, that's why this is throwing an error, you see, because it's not banner that we have there. So it's supposed to be a result, you can see, and we don't longer have that error. So this will be result. So, and it's not set banner, it is set categories, and everything is fine. Wow. So we are doing very well. So we can go to the front end now. I'm going to remove this so it will not confuse us. Let's clean this up, and then this one too. We can call this, we're going to call this the results. Well, let's call this categories found. So we'll come to our home screen here, and inside our home screen we're just going to duplicate this as well, and then bring this here, and let's call this so let's call these categories. Let's make this, and this will be equal to category params, and every other thing remains the same. And I want to have this in another use effect, so I'm going to call this, so let's call fetch categories from our middleware, and then we're going to set it to categories. Cool. So okay, if I go to the console, let's see if we are getting the result. And if I uncomment this now, cool, you can see it's bringing it up. See categories found, and then you can see all the categories. This is working well, so we might want to put this back. And then the next thing we do now is to display the categories in the category section. So we'll just come here, we'll come down here in our home screen, and inside our scroll view, we are going to map through the category from the use state. So we're going to map through it, and let's say .map. We're going to say item. Let's get the index as well, and then we're going to get a return function, a render function rather. So we're going to render it. So there's one more thing we have to do that we haven't done. So I need to create the category card. Let's go and create the category card from the category from our component. So I'll come here into our component and let's create category. Let's create our category card, category card.tsx. So we're going to have import. Okay, let me just do, so we can have it, so we can have we use the shortcut, and then we're going to be using pressable, we're going to be using image, and then we'll use style sheet. So I think that's all we'll need for now, and then we'll come here. Okay, we may not be needing this. So inside here, we're going to go to our params. Let's bring our params up here, and let's quickly write the type for. So let's go to our types, and then we're going to create a new file, and then call it category types.tsx, and in here I'll say export interface. Let's say category params, cat params, and then we're going to have the item list, which will be, we'll need the ID, and the ID will be string. We'll need the name will be string as well, and then we'll need images will be an array of string. After that, we will need the cart props, so we'll be using the props, and then we want to know when it's active, when a cart is active. So you'll see what we're going to use them for shortly. Then the onPress, and it can be optional. We have image background. We're going to be adding a background to the image. So very shortly you see everything. And then we also need to do type check for our styles. So we're going to say props, and then we have image. We're going to have the image height. The image height will be of number, will be a number, and they're all optional. In case we didn't provide a value for it, it will treat it as undefined. That's what the question mark is saying. It's called optional chaining. So we're going to have a width, we're going to have height, It will also be optional. Then we're going to have radius. Radius is optional. Then we are going to have resize mode. So the resize mode will be either a container, either it's contained or cover or stretch. That's the three we will need in this project. So depending on your project, you can add more to it. I think that's all we need to do here right now. So we will go back to our category card. We'll go back to our category card, and inside our category card, we'll import. Let's import that iCart params. Cool. And then we're going to bring in our item. We have the cart props, and then we have the cart style props. So let's declare a variable, and then let's say it's active. Variable is active equal to item.id. So we're using the item.id. If the item.id is equal to the cart props.active cart that we declared, you can see it here. The active cart, that is a string. So I'll show you what it means very shortly. So we're now saying let active be equal to item.id is equal to the cart props.active cart. So we're also going to declare border. Let border color equal to is active. If it's active, the border color will be red. Else make it gray. Make the border color gray. That's what we're saying. We want to give a different border color to an active category. The current category that is focus. We want to give it different border color. So, and then we're going to say let. So we're going to give a border width. So we'll give a border width of if it's active. So if it's active, we want to increase the border width to 2. Else, make those ones that are not active, make them equal to 0. So if it's active, make it 2. Else, make it equal to 0. So that it do not look like optional chaining to you. So let me give it space. So we want to do text color for an active class. We want to give it a text color, and then it's active. If it's active, give it a text color of red. Else, give it a text color of black. So very shortly, you will see what we're talking about. And I think that's all. We come to our view here, and inside this view, I'll remove this text. I want to pass a pressable. Inside the pressable, I'm going to add style, and I'm going to add an array of style. So the first one would be, let me call it style dot container. Okay, let's just remove the array of style. Let's just pass the container alone here. We will need to create that. Okay, quickly, let me just go and add it down here. So the error will go. So we're going to say style. Const style is equal to style sheet dot create. Style sheet dot create, and then we're going to have the container. So you see the error is gone. So we'll come back to it later and write the styles for it. So after this, we want to give it a key. We want to give it a key, and the key will be item.id. Yes. Then we want to give an onPress function. The onPress function will be gotten from the cartprops.onPress. So we'll write view, and inside the view, I want to give it a style. I want to give it an array of style, and it will be, this is where we are going to render our image. So it will be style dot, so let's say image container. So we're going to say image container. We will write that shortly, and then we want to recognize the border color, and the border color will be equal to the border color we declared here over there. That's it. Then we also want to recognize the border width. We want to give it a border width if it's active. So if it's active, it will have a border width and a border color. So that's what we want to pass in it. Okay, so let's come down here and write the code for the container. So for the container, we're going to have align items. We want to align items to the center, and then we want to give it a padding of 5. We want to give it a margin 3. Then we want to write image container. So image container, the image container will have a border radius. Let's give it about a border radius of 20, and let's give it padding of 3. So we'll give it a padding of 3. So we'll go back to our code in here, and let's have our image. Our image will be a self-closing tag, self-closing comp. So we'll give it the source. The source will be URI dot. So we're going to get it from item. Sorry, URI. So the item dot images, and since it's an array, then we're also going to pass some other things into it. We want to give it a style. So we want to be able to change the style dynamically from our front end. So we will use the TypeScript. So we'll say cut style props dot width, the width, and then we also want to have the cut style props dot height. So we want to be able to change it dynamically. So we want to have cut style props dot radius, and everything will be tied to the image style. Let's call it the image style props. Then we also want to give it a resize mode. Resize mode will be equal to cut style props, and then we're going to get the resize mode. So we want to be able to change this dynamically, render it dynamically from the front end. So that's why we're writing all this. So to make the error go away now, we need to write the image style props. So we'll come out of the style sheet and create the image style props. We create the we say const. So that was what we called it. So we're going to say width, it's going to be number, and then height will also be a number, and then we have radius. Radius will also be a number. So we're having an error. It's supposed to be a column. This is what's supposed, not a dot. Yeah. So the error is gone, and then we're going to pass the image style props. So we're going to link them up together. So we just pass the width. We can pass the height as well, and pass our border radius because the name is different. The name we give it is different. So we have to target border radius, and border radius will be equal to radius. Cool, we're good to go. So we shouldn't have any error there any longer. So the error is gone. Then we can come inside our view. We'll come outside the view and render the text. So the text, we'll give it a style. I want to give it an array of style. And then we'll say, let's say color. We'll say color will be equal to our text color. Then we want to write, we're going to give it a style of, let's say, cart name, category name. That's what it means. So category name will be, so category name, we want to give it a font size. I want to give it a font size of 9. Font size of 9. And I want to give it font weight. I want to give it font weight of bold. So we'll come here and write it here. No, we'll be outside. And then I want to say style.cart name. That's it. So we're cool and we're good to go. So everything, that's all we just need to write here. We can now go to our front end and get the category card. Did we export? Let's see if we exported. Yes, we exported it. Okay, this is what we call, there's what we call the export default and the named export. So there are two different things. I'm just going to show you. Okay, let me just use the named export. This is what we call export default. That's a method, a type, and there's one way of exporting, and then we can use export. This is what we call named export, and I will show you the difference very shortly. So if we come here now and get our category, let's get our category card. Yeah, category card from category card. So it has imported it. Let me show you what it brings. You can see what it brings up. So there's a curly brace covering that category card because of the export type we used. But for export default, you can see like image slider, it's an export default. We use export default, so it won't have curly braces. So if you are using export like this, it must have curly braces for it to work. This is what we call named export. So I'll not be using that anyway. Just wanted to show you the difference. So I'll come back here and undo. So and bring what category. You see what it will bring now. It will be different category card. Let's go and check. You'll see there will be no curly brace. You can see. Can you see the difference? That's just it. Please note it is very important because a lot of people run into that issue and you don't know that. That's just a simple reason why it's throwing an error. So we'll continue and then let's pass in the props, the parameters that we declared in our category card. So we're going to be rendering them. So we'll start with the item. So it's already bringing item, and then see the way TypeScript is helping us to make this faster and professional. So we're going to say item. So we can now say item.name. This is cool, isn't it? And then we get, let's get the images, and then we can now map it to item.images. That's it. And then we may also need to use the ID. So we get the ID, and the ID will be item.id. Didn't we pass the ID? It seems we didn't pass an ID. Oh, because we are mapping from categories. Let's go to categories, and categories is equal to category params. So we need to go to our params, our home props rather. There's our home props. I think we have it here. Yeah. So we need to add. We just need to add ID here, and ID will be equal to string. That's all. So if we come back here, we would have the ID now. Oh, sorry, we added it to the wrong place. We're supposed to add it to our category params. Oh, we have our category inside the params. Yeah, this is where we have it. So we could have let's just take this to our home props so that we have everything inside the home props. So we just come here and add our ID, and it will be equal to string. So let's just move everything here. Let's move it to our home props. Let's move it to our home props and call it from our home props since it's relating to home, to the home. So we'll go to our category, our middleware rather. Let's find the middleware. Yes, it's already throwing an error. So let's import. Yes, let's import it from home props. So we're going to import these params from. Let's remove this. Let's remove this, and then we'll come and import this from our home props. Category params from home props. Yes. And then the fetch category too will be from home props. Fetch categories will be from home props. That's all. So if we come here, we would have, so we're going to get, let's remove this as well, and then get it from home props. It makes sense. It makes more sense that way, since we already have something declared that takes care of it. So that's it. So if we come here now, we'll have our ID .id, cool, and then we're good to go. Another thing we need to add is the key. So we'll come out of item and then I add key. Key will be equal to the index. So that's it. The next thing we want to add is the cart props, or let's use the cart style first, so that we can style things up. And then let's bring up the height. The height will be equal to 70. Then let's bring the width. So the width, I'll give it 72. And then we have the radius. Let's give radius. Okay, for now let's leave radius. And then let's use resize mode. And then we want it to be contained. So you see, to bring them up, you can see. And then we declared it earlier. So that's all for, let's see one more thing before the error goes off. You can see the error is already going out, has already gone out. So we are going to use the onPress. Let's do active cart. Okay, active cart. So we will declare the active cart. So let's make it equal to active cart. We haven't declared that, so we can target the active cart. We can store we'll store the active cart in a use state. So we'll do that very shortly. And then let's do onPress. So onPress will be, so onPress, so we'll use set active cart. So let's just go and declare the active cart using use state to store the active cart, so we can make use of it in here. So we'll come here and say const active cart, and then set active cart. Set active cart, right? Then we say use state, and it will be a string. So let's just pass that into it. It will be a string. So that's it. So we can come back here and set our active cart equal to, so we're going to say set active cart, and then it's going to be, we're going to set it to active cart. That's the thing. So I'll explain what that's going to do for us. So anytime the user click on any of the category, that category that was clicked will become the active cart. It will automatically set it to what as the active cart. So, and then we will use this active cart to get the active cart. So we can change the color and the border color and the text color. That's just what's happening here. So if I have everything here, and then if we've done everything correctly now, by the time we'll press save, we should have our result displayed. So I'm just going to come here. Okay, we've done that too. So let's just save everything now and let's see what we get. Cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? Wow, you can see the product is the images are displaying, and then it's scrollable, it's horizontally scrollable. And okay, the text is not displaying the name. Let's see, let's go. Maybe it seems we didn't add the name. Oh, we didn't add the name actually. So I'm just going to come here and say item.name. Yeah, and I think the name should be displayed. Cool, the name is displaying and it's showing very well. So the next thing we want to do is, so let's check the active class. Okay, we need to pass the first active class into it. So let's go to our database and let's select one of the ID there. Okay, let's take for shop women. Let's pass it as our default ID. So we'll come here to our use state and pass this as our default ID. Beautiful, you can see what's bringing up. So it's showing a border color of red, and then the text is also what, red. So another thing we want to do now is we need to create, so we need to use the use effect. We need the use effect that will help us that will listen to the event and see when we toggle, when we change, and see user action. So if it changes, it will update it. We need the use effect for that too. So and I really want it to be separate because of the dependencies that will pass to it. So let's check the active event when we press. So if I press now, oh, it's not working, and it's actually supposed to be item.id, not active cart. So it's supposed to be item.id. So when we toggle, it's supposed to change that way. So let's try it now. Cool, and you can see it's working. So if I change it to home appliances, it changes to it. Let me zoom in so you can see everything clearly. So if I change this is beautiful, isn't it? If I change it to this, it's active. It's active. It becomes active. It becomes active. This is cool, isn't it? So we are going to, the next thing we're going to do now, we're going to display product based on the selected categories. So to do that, we're quickly going to create another component. We're going to create a product card inside the component folder. I'm going to call it product. I'm going to call it product card.tsx, and then using our TypeScript React Native shortcode. Yes, so inside the product card, we will be using text, view text, and then we'll be using pressable. We'll be using image background. We would use image. We would use, I think for now that's all. Then we'll go, let's create in our types, let's create category types, and it will be similar to the we'll create product types similar to the category types, but they have little things that makes them different, so we can reuse it. So we'll say product types.tsx, and then we'll go to our category types, copy it, and just make some adjustments to it to fit into our product types. So in our, we are going to call this, let's call this product params, or let's say product items. It's more, speaks more to it that way. So we're going to have the item, and now we are going to have the name, the images. We're still going to retain them, and then we'll add price, and you can use extend, but I just want it to be clear so that even beginners can follow along. So we won't be using extend. So we'll use price, we'll use quantity, and the quantity may be undefined. So that's it. We'll have the item. I think that's it for this part. Then this one we'll call it product props, and then product props, we're not going to be using this. So let's change it and make it background image. We will need to capture the background because we're going to get the background image from the back end as well. So we'll say background image, and it's going to be an array. We will have the onPress. We'll use the onPress. We will have index. We will need this. Okay, we already have an image background here, so there's no point. Let's take this out. So we'll be doing an onPress background, image background, and then we need index. So we need index. The index will be of number as well. And in here we want to make our background image. Then we have product style props. So I'm just going to say p product, so the text won't be too long. And in here we're going to use the width. We're going to use quite a lot of things. So we're going to use the width, we're going to use the height, we're going to use margin horizontal, we'll use the resize mode. So we also use text align. So text align. So and text align, it can either be center or auto or left. That's what I'll be using in this project. Depending on your project, you can add more. So I will be using margin horizontal. We need to make it dynamic too, because we will be using the product card in different places. So margin horizontal, margin horizontal, it will be a number. it will be number, and then we need height too. Okay, we have height, so we'll need this. So we'll save this, and we'll go to our product card. Inside our product card, we will need this. Take this out, and then we're going to import product items, and let's destruct that. We will take item, we will need product props, and then we'll need the product style props. And inside our return, let's remove this. We won't need this. And then in our view, let's give it a style. So we're going to be using the TypeScript method to add the style as well here. So let me quickly go down and declare it. Let's copy the one we did here. It's going to be similar to it, so I won't have to waste time on that. So we'll copy this, bring it here, we'll bring it here, and then we're going to have the width, we're going to have the height. Okay, let's have the width, let's have the margin horizontal, then we will need margin bottom as well, margin bottom, and they all be of number. And then we'll come here, so let's call this, let's say product card container. So we want to use it for the card, for the container, product card container. And for the container, we're going to have the width, we're going to have the margin horizontal, we're going to have the, let's have the margin bottom as well. Then we will use, let's give it border, we'll give it border width, the border width will be 1. Let's give it border width of 1, border color of white, then border radius, let's make it 9, then background color, so we'll give it background color of white as well, and I think we're good to go. Let's bring it inside here. So we're going to use this style, so we're going to call it style and open it. We're going to have product style props, and then let's render the width. We're going to render the width, let's render margin horizontal, and then we'll also render margin bottom. Oh, we didn't add margin bottom here, my bad. Where's our product type? Yes, margin bottom is not there, so we need to add margin bottom, and it'll be of number. So we should have a margin bottom now. Where is it? Here. Yes, and it'll be linked to our product card container. Cool, it's already bringing it up, and everything is fine. So the next thing we'll do is we'll get the image background. So we'll bring in our image background, and inside the image background we'll have the source. Let's have the source, and the source will be URI, and it's going to be from our product props, and we're going to have our image background. So, and it's going to be an array as well, so we will put it this way. So we want to add style into that, and we're still going to use, let's use another type, because we want to also change render those styles dynamically. So we have to So let's call this style to make it different. So we're going to call this style, and here the only thing we'll render here is height, and the height will be of number. We'll need to render so we'll say height, and border radius, we'll make border radius equal to 10, and then we'll change this to image background. Let's make this image bj, image background. So we'll come back here, inside here we'll render that, and we called it stl, and what we're bringing out there is the style props. We're taking it from, and then I want to render the height, and it will be coming from our image background. That's it. This is cool, isn't it? So let's give it image style. We'll give it image style, and then give it a border radius. Let's make it 6, and everything is fine. So inside this one now, inside the image background, we'll render the image, and then we'll use pressable. And the pressable, let's give it a key, and the key will be of index. Or let's pass our item.id as the key, and then on press will be equal to product props dot on press. Yes, and then we have the style. Let's give it a style, and then we just want to align center. That's the style. Align item center. That's all. And from here we'll render our image. So to render the image is going to have a source URI, and the source will be from the item.images, and it's an array. Let's give it a style, and then we're going to give it a style. We're going to give it a style resize mode. So the resize mode will be equal to our product style props, and then the resize mode in there. Then we'll have the height. The height will be, let's make it 100%, and then the width, let's make the width 90%, and that's all. We're good to go. So we'll come out of the pressable now and come out of the image background. So for the text, for the name, for the product name, there's a way I want us to really display it also dynamically. So there's the part of the product card. There's a section where you want to display the product card without necessarily attaching a price to it. So we'll look into that. So if it's that, the product card will be displayed differently, and where there's a price attached to that product, then it will render a different view. So I will just quickly paste the text and explain to you, so that I won't have to waste time writing that. So I have it here already. So okay, let me just take this, let me minimize, let me reduce this so you can see everything. So what we're saying here is, if the price is equal to undefined, that means we don't want to display the price of the item that we are rendering. So at that point, we want to display a different text for the item name. So I'll just bring this down so you can see it. So in that case, we want to display a different text as the item name. So we'll just display only the, that's here, we just want to display only the product name. We don't want to attach text price to it. So this is what we are going to render, and it will give a number of line is 1, and the font size, font weight, bottom, all that is pretty simple. So I will write the TypeScript for this shortly. But in a situation whereby we want to display the price, and we are still going to be using the product card, so just one product card, we can reuse it, so we don't have to rewrite the card. So let me just bring all this down so you can see everything. So this is it. So let me bring this back. So in a situation whereby you only want to render the product card and the name without the price, it will render this. That means the price is undefined, so it will render this. But where you defined the price, it will render this instead, and it will have the current price and the old price. Everything will be displayed, including with the name. So you will see it very shortly. So let's quickly write the TypeScript for that. Now we'll come down here and then we'll call it const st-text, and then we're going to say text align. So text align is to be center, auto or left. And we're going to render the text. Let's call it txt. I'm sorry, this will be in txt, and then text align. And it seems we have an error. Let's check what's the error. Saying type overload is not registered. Text align overload, give the following error: text align center left. Oh, see the mistake. Auto is in capital letter instead of small letter. Where did we have that? Oh, see. So it's auto. Yeah, let's check now. And the error is gone. You can imagine just that. And then we didn't add old price in our product types, in our product props, in our item. So we'll just come here and add old price. So let's add old price. Let's make it undefined for now. So old price. So and see, there's no more error. All the errors are gone. Everything is fine now. So that's what we needed to do. So I think with that, we are good to go with the product card. So quickly, so we'll come back to our home screen here. So we can render the product, and then we'll leave this view. So we'll leave this view and come here. We'll go out of the scroll view and create another view. So this view, we're going to give it a style. And let's give it a style of background color. No, we're not going to be giving it background color. We're going to be displaying an image background. So we just do flex direction. Flex direction will be row. Justify content will be center. Then we'll have margin top. Margin top will be 10. Then we'll come in here and render the text. And the text will say selected category. Selected category. So selected category, let's style it. So we'll give it a style, and then we say padding. Padding will be 10. Font size, let's give it font size of 20. And then font weight, let's make it bold. And then we are going to add pressable. Let's copy this. So we'll use it for the next text we want to display. So we have pressable. So pressable, and then we can display the text in here. And this will be see all. So it will be bold font size 15. Let's make this 15 instead of 20. And let's make this 10. So that's it. So if we save that, we should have it now. Cool. So we're going to say space between instead of justify content center. So we're going to say space between. Yeah. Cool. And it's beautiful now. This is how we want it to render. So we'll come here. The next thing we'll do, we're going to render another view here. We're going to render another view here. We'll give it a style. We'll give it a style. We'll give it a style of background color. Let's give it a background color. Let's give it a background color of white. Then we have a border width of 7. We have border color of white, and then let's have flex direction, and the flex direction will be row. So let's bring this down here. So we can have justify content, and the justify content will be space between as well, and then align items, the center, and let's give it flex wrap, and then we're going to wrap it. So here, let's pass a scroll view. We're going to render it horizontally this time, so we're going to say horizontal, and then shows horizontal indicator false. So this is where we're going to render the product by a selected category. So quickly, let's define that up here. So we're going to come here and define product by selected categories. So let's take this, it's going to be similar to it, bring it down here. So let's call it selected category. Set selected category. And inside this, we're going to be passing our product params. So we'll go to our home props and get our product param. So we've not declared any. So let's declare one here, export interface. Let's call it product params. And inside that, let's check our product type. Yes, let's just copy all these. We'll be needing all this. We need ID, we need name. We need images, we need price, we need old price. We need old price, we need quantity. We also need in stock. I need to be a boolean. We need category. Yes, we need a category. It needs to be, we're going to pass optional chaining into it, and it to be a string. We need description as well. We need a product description, and it's optional. It'll be a string as well. So for now, that's all we need. Then we'll come here and do export interface. Let's call this, let's just copy this to make it faster. So let's say fetch product. Okay, so fetch product, and it will be of data. So here we're going to pass product. Let's pass product, and it will be equal to the product params. It will be equal to product params. That's all we need to also do here. So if we need any other thing, we'll add to it later. So let's save this. So after saving this, we can bring it into our home screen. So for now, let's close category card, and this, if we need it, we'll go back to it. So we can have more space. So let's go back to our home screen. So from the home screen now, we're going to bring in that product param. So we'll bring it in here. So we're going to bring our product params. Yeah, that's it. So from here now, we'll go to our middleware, go to our home middlewares, and so in our middleware we're going to have selected category. Let's create an interface for that. So we're going to call it okay, let's bring it down and call this selected category props, and it will have, we're going to take the cat ID. The cat ID will be of string, and then we'll also set selected category. So we're going to say set selected category, and to be equal to product params. Yes, product params. And then we're good to go from here. So let's copy these two and make use of it here. So let's say fetch product, let's call it by cat ID. So fetch product by cat ID to be an async, and then we're going to pass our selected category. So inside the selected category, we're going to be passing two parameters. The first is set selected category, and then cat ID. So these are the two parameters we'll pass in there. And we're going to come here and say response. So we have our part, let's call it product. So the same name, that's what we're going to give it at the back end, in our back end. So we'll say product by cat ID. Let's say product by cat ID, and then let's say product part. So we're going to call this product part, and this is the part. We'll come here and call it product part. And then we are going to receive a response. This will be equal to fetch. I think we call it fetch product. Yes, fetch product. And then we're going to call this is already given. It should be a response of product, right? Yes. So we have a response of product. And in here too, we're going to set selected category. Selected category, and it will be equal to product. And in here, let's do this because we also need to pass. We also need to pass the cat ID selected. So I'm going to copy this, comment this out, copy the path from here. Let's use object literals to pass the path and the cat ID. So I'll come here and add the backticks. I'll add the backticks. Put the part there. We don't need to use the string. Put the part here. And put the product part also. Let's add it here. And then I'll add the cat ID. That's it. Yeah, we're good to go. So I'm going to pass it this way. So based on the selection of the user, based on the category selected by the user, we're going to display product relating to that category selected by the user. That's what we want to do. So I think we are done with this. Everything is fine now. So we need to go to, and if there's an error, we just display the error. So we need to go to the back end and fetch the product. Okay, we need to create the product model, product controller, blah blah blah, and then so that we can create a product and then fetch the product. So let's go to the back end now. I think we're okay with the front end, so we'll go to the back end, and in our model we'll create the product model. So let's create product model.ts. So inside our product model, we're also going to copy, let's copy from our category model, and then let's delete this banner. So let's get our category model. And bring the product model here. So copy category model, bring it here and adjust it accordingly. So inside our product model, we are going to get the type check. So let's go to params. So params, it will be similar to the TypeScript. There will be similar to the one we declared in our home prompts. So the product params. So let's just copy this. So that we'll move faster. Copy this, bring it in here. Now let's call it product props, product params, product props. Okay, so we can call it product params. But let's just give it another name so it can be different from the one in the front end. So we're going to have the name. So we might not be, we don't really need the ID for now. We need the name, we need images, we need price, old price, description, we need description, quantity in stock, and then we still need is featured. So let's bring it featured here. So it will be Boolean. So it will be Boolean. And we don't really need to pass all these optionals into it, because we'll need all the information there. We'll require all of them. So we can save it. So once we save it, we can then come back to our product model. We are not going to be using this, so let's delete that. Then inside here, we're going to call it product schema. And it will have a name, and it is required. It will have image, and it will have description. So let's just copy the name, bring it down here, call this description. So after description, we will have price. So we have description, we have price. Price will be a number instead of a string. So remove this. If you like, you can make it required. Then we'll have old price. Old price, we'll make it a number too. Then we have the category. So the category will be a reference. So it will be Mongos. It will be Mongos.schema, Mongos.schema.types.object ID. So we're going to reference it to the category it belongs to. So we want to link every product to a particular category, so that we can call it based on that category item. So we will link this. That's what this category is doing here. So we'll use it to link it up to the category it belongs. Every product should belong to a category. So that's the idea. So from there we have the quantity. So quantity will be a type of number. To be required true. And then I want to give a minimum quantity will be 0. So it shouldn't go beyond 0. It shouldn't go below 0 rather. And then if you like, you can add a max quantity. If you like, you can leave it. It's up to you. So I'm going to give it a max quantity of 700. Let's make it 500. Then in stock, we want to check if the product is in stock. In stock will be a Boolean, and then it will take default. So default will be true, and let's just copy this for is featured as well. Is featured with boolean, and the default will be false. Or we can make it true. It depends on you. And then you change it to false when you are registering it, when you're adding the product. So I want to keep these ones the way it is right now. So keep this one the way it is right now, and then we'll come here and say product. Let's call this product. Mongoose.model, and we're going to use the product props. Yeah, product props. And we're going to call the name in the database as product. Call the name as product, and we are going to add a product schema. Product schema. Then we export products. Cool. See, it's faster now. That's all we really have to do here. That's all we really have to do here. So we'll come to this place. We'll come to our category model. So we're done with the product model. So we'll create, the next thing we'll create now is a product controller. So let's go to our controller here and create product controller. Product controller.ts, and then we're going to use our category controller as well. So let's bring category controller here. So as usual, we're going to copy everything inside the category controller, bring it to our product controller, and then we'll just adjust accordingly. We'll just adjust it accordingly. So we'll come to our product controller. Let's go to the header first. So in here, we won't be using, we won't use product, we won't use this, we won't use this as well. So we'll come here and export. Let's create the product. Let's create the product. So we can say create product, and then we'll come here. We're going to use the product props. Product props, yes. And then inside the product props, we have description, we have price, we have old price, we have category, we have quantity, we have in stock, and then we have is featured. Right? Yeah, that's all we have there. So we'll come to, so we use the file to get our images. So the file will be the same. Then path, we're going to have the path will also be the same, and then we have the image. Everything here is the same. So we'll come here and bring in our products. We'll bring in our product. We're going to bring in our images. We'll bring in our description. Bring it our price, old price. We'll bring, after our price, we have category. We'll bring that category in. We'll bring quantity. We'll bring in stock. We'll bring this featured. And that's it, right? So we'll come and use our try catch block. Inside our try catch block, we're going to say await. So what did we call it here? We should call it product. So in here to be product, then we're going to save the product. We say product.save. So let's make it product, because we're saving one product per time. So it makes sense that way. So I say product.save, and then we are going to say if everything works fine, if it's successful, we're going to say product created successfully. And then if it's an error, we'll say error, fail to create product. That's it. This is cool, isn't it? So for now, as usual, let's comment this out for now. We'll come back to it later on. So and everything is fine. So we need to go to our controller index. Let's go to our controller index and export everything. From product controller. That's it. So we can close this. We can close this. Close the controller model. Close the product model. We're not going back to them anytime soon. And then we have the category model. Category model. We can close it too. So the next thing is we go to our route and create the product route. So we're going to create product route.ts, and then let's bring in our category route. So because they're going to be similar to each other to the category route. So inside the category route, we'll copy everything as usual, bring it to our product route, and make changes accordingly. We're going to remove this. I think that's the only thing we'll remove here. Then we'll come down here to our images. Images is still the same. We're using an array of images. So we're going to say category. We're going to call this create product. So create product, and we're going to bring in create product. Good from our controller. We can comment this for now. And that's it. That's basically all we have to do. This is cool, isn't it? Then we'll use the index as usual. Use the index, and then we need to export everything as product route. Yes. So let's call it product route. Then we can save it, come to our index, and say export all from product route. Yeah, and save that too. So we now go to our app. We're going to our Express app, and then bring in, let's just copy this and bring it here, and we're going to call it product route. Yeah. So we're going to call it product route, and let's call this product. Let's check the name we gave it in the front end from our middleware. So we'll come to our middleware. Yeah, it's product. It has S. So we're going to add product. Now we can save it, and we'll make sure everything is saved. We can remove this. Come to product and save. So that's all. The next thing we need to do now is just go quickly and create the product. So I'll go to my Postman, and let's create the product. So if we come to our Postman here, so we have create category. So let's just change this. Let's just change this to product, and then this will be create product. So it's going to have a name. It's going to have it will have images. After images, it has description. After description, it has a price, and then it has old price. It has category, right? Which one comes first? Yes, I think it's category. After category, it has in stock. Let's check it. Let's go to our category route. We can bring this down a little. Category controller, and check everything up there. So description, price, or price, category, quantity. Yes, we have quantity in stock and it's featured. So quantity in stock and it's featured. So I think that's all. So we'll come here. Let's add pictures from our. So let's add for shopmen. So for shopmen, let's add this picture. So we're going to be adding array of pictures here. You can see these pictures, they look alike. So all this product, they look alike, they're the same. They're basically the same. So we're just going to choose this, no, we don't want to add too many products, so too many images rather. So they're just, so they're the same. This also the same with it. So I think it's okay now. Let's just leave it the way it is now. So we selected four shopmen for this particular product, and let's just give it, you need to write your own description. So we'll just write something there. This product, something we can use is, this product is very good and reliable and durable. So you write your own. So we give it a price, we'll give it name. So I'm just going to call it, let me call it main fashion. I'll call it 000010, or let's call it 0001. Then let's give it the price. Let's say it is, the current price is 70, old price is 80. Category, so we'll go to our category, to shopman, and pick the category ID so we can look them up. So we're going to pick the category ID and dump it here. Then the next thing we want to ask is if it's featured. Is it quantity? Okay, let's say quantity is 15. And then is it in stock? Let's say true. In stock is true. And is it featured? Yes, we'll feature it. It's part of our featured product. Okay, I think that's it. We're good to go. So if everything works fine now, we should have product created successfully. So let's try it out. Cool, this works well. See, product created successfully. So if we go to our database, we should be able to have a product there. So let's go to our database and then let's refresh it. So you see we already have products. So we'll go there now. Let's check it. Cool, and you can see the product has been saved successfully in the database. This is cool, isn't it? And then if we go to our code, if we come here into our assets, okay, let's go to our, so we come to our asset here, you see that you have those products in there. You can see them here. Look at, let me open one. Cool, you can see it already there. So everything worked fine. So we won't, so that I won't waste time. So I'll just go and add all the products and then get back to you. Like the one I added now was just for, it's just a sample. So I'll have to delete it because I already have the product, all the products as in JSON in an object. So I'm just going to import it into the database. So you can do the same too. And I'll leave the product, the details, the links to the product and the project file in the description box. So you can watch out for that to get. So far I've been able to add all the products that were required. So I'll just take you to them. So you can see I've been able to add many products. So we have up to 50 something products. Okay, so we have 1 to 20 here, then we have more. So I've been able to add those products by myself. So we can move faster. And then the next thing we'll do now is we'll fetch the product. So let's fetch the product, and you can see the product images are here too. So let's close the asset. And then let's go back to our controller. Inside our controller now, let's get the product by category ID. So to get the product by category ID, we're going to come here. Let's copy this and make changes to it. So we're going to say constant get product by cat ID, get product by cat ID. So we're going to get it from our product schema, our product model. So let's bring that in. We'll bring our product model, and we're going to find product where category is equal to the request.params.cat ID. So we have that. So we need to bring, okay, we can just leave it this way, and then we're going to get the result. We're going to get the result. Yeah, in our front end. Okay, this one we need to add one closing bracket. Yes. So in our front end, we need to create that result for our fetch. I think we created one for product. So let's go and create result. So come here. I think that's all we really have to do here now. That's all. So we'll just change this. Let's say product found and category product not found. Product not found. So we're going to save everything here. So we need to create that in our route. So we'll go to our route, product route. Where's our product route? Yes. So inside our product route, we're going to create, let's copy this. And it will be a get request. So let's say get, let's call it product by cart ID, product by cart ID, and then we need to pass the param. So we're going to pass the cart ID or get product. Okay, let's just write it like this: product by cart ID, and then here we're going to call it, what did we call it in our controller? Get product by cart ID. Yeah, so we're going to pass get product by cart ID. Let's get product by cart ID, and that's basically all we need to pass in here. And I think that's all we also need to do. We don't have to do any other thing again. So we save this, and in our front end, we need to go to our home props. Yes, in here. So we need to create the result, because we're using result. So we need to make this result. We can create result, so we can fetch it as well, and make sure the spellings are correct. So come here, what did we call it in our product controller? Result. Yes, result. So let's save the product controller too. Let's go back to our middleware. So we're saying product by cart ID. So they must correspond. So let me copy this, dump it here. Now route, where's our route? So inside our route here, product by cart ID. So that we'll make sure that so that we can ensure that there's no mistake. Product by cart ID. Let's save that. So one more thing we need to do, we need to use our use effect to get that. So we'll go to our home screen. In our home screen here, we need to use the use effect. So let's copy this, bring it here. So we're going to say fetch. This fetch product, right? Product by cart ID. We'll bring it in, and then we're going to set it to set selected category. So you see it's already linked up. And then there's another parameter, that's why it's still yelling. We have the cart ID, so we need to get the cart ID, and the cart ID will be active cart. See, no more error. And this now will have to, the active cart needs to update. So every time we change, we select, and every time the user selects another category, it needs to update, so we can fetch product based on that category. So as a result, we have to pass the active cart. So it will always, it's a dependency, it will always look at every time there's a change in the active cart, so it will update it and fetch the product based on the active cart. And so that cart becomes the new active cart, so it will update that state too. So that's the idea. And then there's another thing we need to use. We need to use focus effect. So we call it use focus effect for at React navigation. So it will help us to refresh and update our state anytime there's changes. Anytime there's changes, it will update it. So I'm going to use callback from React. So that you scroll back or pass a dependency array on into it too, and it will be active cart. So we're going to bring this inside here, and that's it. So let's save, and then we have an error. Our use focus effect is supposed to be like this. Yes, so let's refresh. Cool, you see everything is working fine. So everything is working fine now. So our use focus effect is working, and then so if we go to our let's console if we get any data. Okay, saying result doesn't exist. Okay, sorry. Response. Okay, let's make our response equal to result, because that's what we're actually getting. So our response is supposed to be result, and then this is supposed to be result. Yes, so let's try it again. Cool, you can see we are getting it based on what the user selection. You can see it's bringing it up already. Let's go to the back end. You can see it's bringing it up as well. So if we select, let's select main fashion. You can see it's bringing up main fashion. Every product relating to main fashion is bringing them up, and that's what we are. You see, it's changing. And this is cool. So quickly, we are just going to display them in the front end so you can all see what's happening. So we'll go back to the front end and have them displayed. So we'll come here. Let's comment it out, and let's go to our home screen and render the product, the selected category. Let's render it now. So we'll come down here. We'll come inside our scroll view. So inside this scroll view now, we're going to see, so let's say selected category, and then we'll map through it. So we won't waste time. Let's just copy from the last one and make adjustment to it. We don't want to waste time. So we'll copy this, bring it here. So we're going to say selected category dot map index. Yeah. So here we're going to use the product card. So it has imported the product card, and then in our item we're going to have the name will be item.name, images will be item.images. Okay, let's go back to our product card, and our product card is yelling at us. So inside our product card, let's go to our product types. Where's our product types? So this ID, let's make it optional. Let's make the price optional as well. We want to render the price here. So let's make the price optional. So we'll come here, and so in here we're going to be using product props. I think we call it product props instead of product props. So we're just going to remove all these and bring up everything we have inside our product props. We have the onPress. So we have the onPress. The onPress will be a function, and then we're going to say navigation.navigate. So we want to navigate to the product details screen when it's pressed. So you can see product details, and you can see TypeScript is already bringing this suggestion to us, and then we're going to move the item. So now we're having an error here because we have not declared the parameters for the product details. So for now, let's just comment this out, and then we need to also make it optional for now. We'll go back to it later so that we can just render the product, and we'll go and do for product details and everything we need to add up. So in here, we need to create the image background too, because we made image background compulsory. So we're using it is compulsory. So quickly, let's just go and create image background, and let's add them to the database, because I want everything to be full stack and coming from the back end. So quickly, add the image background at the back end and then come back to it so that we can display the image background for it. So we'll go to the back end here, and it's going to be similar to almost the same with image slider, the banner slider. So we'll just go and copy from banner slider. So we'll go to the model, to our model. So model, inside our model, we'll let's create image background, image pg model.ts, and then we'll bring our banner model. They're just the same. So copy everything from the banner model, dump it at the image background model, and then we'll just make adjustment. So even their params are the same, but let's just write their its own params. So come here, and inside here, let's copy the banner params, and then make these image background params, image bg params, and it's going to be the same. Then inside the model itself, so inside the model itself, we're going to delete this. And then we're going to use image bg props, save it, save params, and then we're going to call this image background, image bg. Let's call it image background, and then it's going to be, let's call it image background, image bg schema. So let's call this image background, and let's export image background, and that's it. Everything is fine, every other thing is the same. So we'll go to the route, the controller rather. So with the controller, and let's create image background controller, image bg controller.ts, and then bring the banner controller. So we can remove the params, remove the banner model. So we have the controller in here. So inside the controller, so inside our controller now we have the image background controller, and okay, we have the banner controller here. So banner controller, let's just copy everything as well, bring it here, paste it, and then we're going to be using so this will be create image bg, and then we're going to use image bg controller bg params. It has imported that. Every other thing remains the same. We'll come here, and then we import image bg, and all these are the same, are going to be the same. So everything here will be the same. We'll have, let's call this background image, and then to get the background image, so this is fine. So we'll say image background created successfully. Fail to create image, and then we're going to use image background. Get image bg, image bg, image bg. So I think that's it. We're good to go. And I should have just, so let's say image background. So we save everything here. So we'll come to our index, now controller. There's it, index in our controller. So inside index in our controller, we'll export. Let's export image background controller and save that. So we'll come to our route and create the image background route. So image bg route.ts, and then we'll go to our banner route, copy everything inside our banner route, paste it here. Banner controller, we can remove it now. So we're going to delete this. Everything remains the same apart from, so we're going to, let's call this image, we're going to call this image background, and then it will come from create image background, and this will be get image background, and let's call this get images, or let's call it get image bg. And I think that's all. Every other thing is fine. So we bring it to our inside our index. So copy this, duplicate it. We have image route. So we need to export everything as image route, as image background route. Yeah. And the error is gone. So inside our express, let's bring out image background controller, and then the product. Where's our express? Inside our express. So inside our express, we'll come and then so for our banner, let's just copy the banner. Copy the banner and then import image background route. And that's all. Let's save it as well. So everything is fine. So let's go and create the image background. So it seems we're having an error somewhere. Let's save this. It seems we didn't save this. So it's working. We didn't save our index route. So let's save from our Express app again. So you see everything is working. So let's add those background to our database now. So let's see the post for, so we can use this, it's one, and then we're going to get the, we called it, what did we call it? Let's look for it. So in our route, now image background route, so we called it, to post it, we call it image bg. So that's what we're looking for. So we'll come here and paste image background, and it's going to be a form. So body, and it's a form. So there's it. So let's pick the image background that we want to add. No. And so let's delete this, add new, and then let's get the background images we would like to add. So I'd like to add this. Okay, let me go back. I think I have a section for image background. Yes. Cool. So these are the backgrounds I have. So I want to add this. So let's add this light pink, and I'm going to call it. So let's call it light pink. Light pink PG, and it's active. Let's make it true. So if everything works fine, it should be saved. Image background created successfully. So if we refresh now, okay, let's just add the remaining ones, and then we can check everything all at once. So let's just add the remaining ones. So let's add another. So I'm going to use this. Let's use blue background. I'm going to call it blue background. Blue background, let's add it. So let's add some more. I'm going to use, let's add this too. Green background. You can see this is working very fine. Everything is working very fine. So it's created. Let's add another one. Let me add this. So let's add one more. Let's just add this silver background. So you can add as much as possible, and even subsequently, depending on your need. So we have silver background. So everything has been created successfully. So if I go to the back end now and refresh it, we should have the image background collection. So cool, we have image background. So I'm going to open it up so you can see it. Good. So we have 5 images there, and you can see them. This is cool, isn't it? So now we can fetch it. So to fetch it quickly, we'll go to our front end. So in our front end, we'll go to home middleware, and then copy for where's our banner. So they're almost going to be the same. So in here, we're going to copy banner, and we're going to call it interface BG images, or let me just call it image BG props, and then it will take. So we're going to say set image background, and it's going to be, so let's create the image background or params in our home props, and it'll just be the same as this. So let's just copy these two and bring it here, and then we're going to call it image BG params, and every other thing remains the same, and then fetch image BG. So we save it here, go to our middleware, we'll go to our middlewares, and then we're going to say image BG params. Cool. We save that. Then we can come here now inside our banner here. We'll just duplicate this and make corrections to it. So we're going to fetch. Let's fetch image BG. So fetch image BG will be equal to image BG props, and it will have set image BG, and then the file part will be image BG. We'll get that very shortly. I think it's image bg, but we'll confirm that very shortly. And this will be fetch image bg from home props. So the path and the file are the same. Then we're going to get response. I think response is oh, we didn't change the response in here, so let's change the response. The response will be image bgs, so we can get the response from here too, from our middleware. So it will be image bgs, and then we're going to set image bg, set image bg equal to image bgs. And if there's an error code, and everything is okay. So from okay, let's get the path. Let's confirm the path from the back end from our image route. Yes, image bg, that was what we used. From our controller, from our image bg controller. Okay, we've deleted that. Okay, let's just move forward. I think we've done everything correctly. So in our home, okay, if we come here, where is it? Image bg, and then we can say image bg, image is found. So we need to run it from the front end as our product card. Your product card, yeah. So from the front end now, we need to call it up using the use state. So we'll go to our home screen. From the home screen, rather. So from the home screen, we're going to, let's just attach it. So we say, where's our banner? So from our banner, we can just copy this, duplicate it, and use it accordingly. So we're going to set, so we'll say, so we'll call it image bg and set image bg. Image bg, so we remove the banner, set image bg, and this will be equal to image banner params, image background params, and every other thing remains the same. So we'll just come in here and get, let's fetch image background, and it will be equal to set image background. So we're cool and we're good to go. So it will be equal to image background, and we can't afford to press save now, because if you press save now on the home screen, it will throw an error because already showing is an error. So we'll just come to here, our product props, and add, so add the image background. That's the idea, so that at least we can get rid of the error. So the image background now will be equal to image bg, and then we're going to select, there's this method, so let's select let's select anyone for now, then later we can go back to it, and then you can see it's bringing up the images. So we select it from image, and you can see the error is no longer there. So let's do for our, so instead of using the cart props, we're going to use the product style props here, and that's what we call the p style props here. So inside our product props, I think that's just the two things. These are just the two things. So in our style props, let's bring up the, so in our style props we have the height. So let's make the height equal to 170. Then let's call another one. We have the width, and the width we are going to make it we're going to call it from the screen dimensions. So let's quickly write that, so we can target it based on the width of the screen where the app is displayed. That way it makes much sense. So we'll come here and let's say const selected category. So selected category width, let's call it selected category width, and we're going to get it from dimensions. So we're going to get it from dimensions, and then we say dimensions.get. So we're going to get the screen, and then we're going to divide it. Let's say width, we'll say width by 2. Let's say 2, and give it padding of 10. So that's it. That's what we want to do here. So we'll come and call it out from here. So the width will be equal to selected category width. So let's call another thing. So we want to have resize mode. The resize mode, it will give us the options. So we're going to use contain, then call margin horizontal. Let's make it margin horizontal of 5. We get the text align. Let's make the text align equal to center. So let me bring text align down. So text align equal to center. I think for now that's all we need to do here, and you can see we no longer have any error. Everything is fine. This is cool, isn't it? So if I save it now, we should have some value. So we have an error and it's saying, so we'll go to the backend and let's see where the issue is coming from. Okay, so from here now, it is get image, it is get, so the response is image bg. So let's go to our front end because it's saying the image is undefined. That means there's no connection. They're not connecting. So let's go to our product type. This is okay. Let's have home props. That was where we declared it. Now fetch images. You can see that's a problem. That's number one problem. So let's copy the one we have. Remember, I used to talk about that. They must be the same. It has to be the same. So it can read it. So it's image bg that we're supposed to pass. So we're supposed to pass image bg here. So let's pass this and then save it here. Come to our middleware. So in our middleware, it's supposed to be image bgs. It's very important. So we're going to pass that in here and save it. So we're still having an error. So let's look, where's the error coming from again? Let's go to the back end. We're still having an error and it's still saying images of undefined. So we've gotten this. Let's come here. So look at it here. So the get is supposed to be get image bg, and we use the route name for post, for creating image instead of to get the image. So we'll come back to the front here. You'll see, where's it? Look at, we're using the one for posting, the one that we used to post for the post request instead of the get request. So the get request is get image bg. So that's the thing. So that's the thing. So we'll come, we didn't save that. So let's save this as well. And you can see we're already getting the image, the image background from our middleware. So it's already showing them, and you can see I said where's the images found. So images found, so it has found them here. So it's working fine here. So let's go back to our home screen. So from our home screen now, we come here to our selected. Okay, probably we need to reload our use effect because the use effect has not updated. I think that's where the problem is coming from. So let's reload our use effect. Yeah, I think that's where the problem is coming from. No, not this. Yes, this set image background. So let's save this. So let's reload our use effect. You can see that's where the problem is coming from because it was still using the previous state. So now we've been able to get the new state. And you can see the image background is coming up. Cool, this is beautiful. This is beautiful, isn't it? Do like, subscribe, and share this. You really need to hit the like button, please. This is beautiful. You can see, so we have the image background and we have our images displaying, and then we gave it the padding of 10, and you can see we divided the width into 2, so it can display 2 cards. So you can see it, and this is beautiful, isn't it? So let me select shop men, and it will change that. This is cool. This is beautiful, isn't it? This is beautiful, and you can see it's displaying. So let me go for fonts. If we go to fonts, it will change and display fonts. This is beautiful. This is beautiful, and it's displaying every information regarding fonts. Let's go to computers. Cool. Let's go back to shop women, and the next thing we really need to do now is to perform the navigation function, so that when you click, you want to get the product information. So we want to navigate to our product details. So before we do that, we now need to go to our root navigator and create the params for the product details. That's why we could not navigate. That's why it's showing an error, because the parameters are not set. Product details is undefined, and we are passing a parameter of item, so it's not set. That's why it's throwing an error. So quickly we'll go into Let's go to our product details. This is our product details. Let's bring it up. Let's go to our, okay, let's bring product details here. And then let's go to our route navigator. We have our route navigator here. So inside our route navigator, we have what we call, so inside our route stack param, so we have the product details. So this is the reason why it's not showing, because it's undefined. So, and we cannot pass item into undefined. You can see the sense in TypeScript. So it's making sure that we have type safety. So in our product details now, we'll come to the product details here, and we want to populate it. Since we want to pass an item into it, we're passing the item. If you like, you can pass everything directly, but I would prefer to pass it an item so that we will not populate the home screen with too many information. We can just pass the item. So as a result of that, I'm going to say this is equal to item, and then inside this I'll pass. So I'll just copy, let me copy, where's our product types. Yeah, so let's copy this item and pass it into our route navigator here. So we'll pass it to our route navigator. So, and we add other informations that we'll require. So we have ID, we need the name, we need the price, old price, we need images. We also need to get the quantity, and the quantity here will be, so we also need to get, we need to get the length, we need to get the category it belongs to. So we get the category, we need a category, and it's of string. We need description, we need the product description. So let's add it after image. After images, we should have the product description, and description is string as well. After description, we'll need the price and the old price. We want to know if it's in stock. After quantity, after category, let's just put it here, in stock, and that can be optional. And in stock is boolean. Then we want to know the length. Okay, it's not required, we don't really need it here. We want to know the screen name in case we are going to be navigating to a screen where we have to declare the screen name. So we will make it optional. Okay, maybe these ones are not just required for now, so let's just go ahead with the ones that are required, and then if we need to add, we'll add into it later. So ID2 it's needed. So we'll just save and leave it here. So now we can come to our home screen and uncomment this. So in here we're supposed to pass a comma. Yeah, so we're supposed to pass a comma here, and then in here it's throwing an error. So let's go, our item is of product params. So let's go to our product params. It's supposed to be inside our, so we'll go to our home props, and then where's our product? Yeah, I think the error we're having is actually because of this. So we need to match some of them up. They have to be the same. So let's go to our, let's bring our home props here. So name, quantity. So category can be undefined. So price is, okay, we made price undefined here. That's where the problem is coming from. And now home props, price. So where's the problem still coming from? Okay, let me reduce this so we can read the error and correct it. So we're saying, oh, it's a description. So where's the description here? Description here. Oh, description can be undefined. Cool. So that's it. Now sometimes you just need to read the error you're getting back, the error feedback. So the description can be undefined. So you can see everything is fine now. So we can bring this back. So you can see everything. So everything is fine. We'll save our and bring this closer to home props, to our home screen. So you can see there's no more error. So everything is okay. So we're good to go. So let's comment out the console for middlewares. So this is cool, right? So let's say from our home screen now, where's our home screen? Let's do some. So from our home screen, if I come to the background image, let's choose another background image. Let's say if I choose 0, it will change the background image. Do you see what's happening? This is beautiful, isn't it? So that's just the idea. That's what's going on. So see, the background image has changed. If I use 2, it will change the background image. So that's what we'll be using. Cool. You can see based on the background images we have, see what's happening. So I think let's just use 0. Let's use the background image for that. And if we toggle here, cool. This is beautiful. So we'll leave this like this. And the next thing we want to do, so if I press on this, let's press on this, it will navigate to our product details screen. You can see. So, but we've not done everything about product details screen. So we'll get back to that and perfect it. So we'll come here outside this place. So we'll render another text. So let's just copy the header here. I'll just copy this header and make use of it. So I'm going to call this, let's call this flash sales. Flash sales. Let's give it background color. Let's give it background color of D5, E6, E6, F7, D5, E6, F7, and then we have padding of 10, font size. Let's make the font size like let's leave 20. Then give it text align, center. So let's bring it down. So we have text align, and let's give it a margin top. Margin top. Let's make it margin top of 15. So we can bring these two down. Margin top of 15, and we're good to go. So we'll call it flash sales. Let's see what that brings up. Cool. This is beautiful, isn't it? So we have flash sales, and inside that we're going to render a view. So we're going to render a view. Okay, let's just copy the view we rendered earlier. I think it's the same. Where is it? Here. Yep. So we're just going to copy this quickly and bring it here. Paste it here. And inside the view, we want to create what we call trending products. Or let's say flash. Okay, let's just say trending product. Let's call it trending product, and then we are going to use, let's come up here and create trending product. So we're going to say trending product, set trending product, and we're going to use this. This remains the same. So let's go to our middleware. From our middleware, we'll try to let's set trending products. So we'll come here. Let's create the interface for it. Let's use this. So we'll say interface trending product. So we'll say interface trending product. Okay, let's say trending props. Trending product props anyhow. So we're going to set, let's say set trending product. Trending product. So set trending product. And we're going to use product product params. So we're using product params, and that's all we need to do here. So we'll come down, let's copy this. Let's copy. Okay, we can make use of the, but they're different. So let me use this. So we'll copy this and we'll come here and post it. So we're going to call this fetch trending products. So we're going to say fetch trending products. That's going to be equal to trending props set trending product. And then here we're going to get so we can use the fetch. We can use the fetch product that we used earlier. So we're going to say fetch product, yeah. And we set trending. So inside the fetch product, we have for called. So we're going to use the product, yes. So we use the product, and then it will be the product, and then we'll create trending product. So let's call it trending product. So that's it. So that's all we need to do here. So we'll go to the back end now and create trending product. So let me move this a little this place. So we need to open our product controller. Inside our product controller, put it here. We're done with image controller. So image route, everything is working, so we're done with them. So we'll come to this place. So inside let's use this and just edit it accordingly. So we'll come here and say fetch, let's call it get trending product trending product. So it's going to be product. We're going to search from product. So we're going to call the result. We shouldn't make that mistake again. So result will be product. What did we call it in the front end? From the front end, product. Yes, is it small letter? Yes, a small letter product. So small letter, and then we're going to call it product. We're going to call it product, and then we're going to say, let's just add dynamism to it. So it's a tutorial, so you can define it any way you want. You can define the parameters for your product or for your trending product. So you can have a trending product added to your model when you're creating your product model. But for the sake of time and because it's a tutorial, so I'm going to be using featured and just walk around featured product. So it's just the same query you get. Do you understand? So I'm going to say, so for the trending product, I'm going to fetch all the product where they are featured is true. So that is the criteria. So where it's true, where the feature is true, and I'm going to limit it to let's say 8. I'll limit it to 8, and then I'm going to sort it by limit to 8 dot sort. I'm going to sort it by created at. So I'm going to get the latest one that we just created. So it will get the latest one, the ones with the latest date. That's what the -1 is talking about. So I'm going to save this, and that's all we need to do here right now. So if we're able to get it, we're going to console the log the product, and we want to say product found here. product not found over there. So that's basically all we need to do here. So I'll come to my route. So we don't need to do anything inside here, because we don't need to do anything inside the index for the controller. So I'll just go to the route directly. So from the route, it's a get function, and I'm getting trending product. So to get that, I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and we're not using params, we're just getting trending product. So let me copy it from the front so that I won't make that mistake again. So we're doing trending product. I'll copy trending product and bring it to the back end. Cool. So we're getting trending product, and we're getting it from get trending product, get trending product, and that's it. So we can save it. Everything is fine here, and we don't need to do anything in our Express. So that's the power of that index that we use, is write one and for all. So it will target the product and trending product. That's what we're doing. So we'll come back to the front end. So at the front end, we'll go to the front end. So in the front end, we'll come here and say product found. We'll save this. Then we'll need to call it from our use effect in our home screen. We'll come to the home screen here. So inside the home screen, we will use the use effect. So where is it? Copy this, bring it here. Now say trending product. Okay, fetch trending product. There's it, fetch trending product. I'll set it to trending product. Cool. So I'll send it to trending product. And we also want to create the use focus effect, so it can also update when we make changes to the back end. It can always look into that and update for us. So let's copy this 2 in here. And we don't want to pass. So that's all. And then we are good. If everything works fine, we should have that. So if we go now to our flash sales, you can see it's already bringing trending products out. You see, we already have them in our terminal. It's already bringing it. You can see them, the trending products. So let me just go to the terminal. Let me move this so that you can see that we have trending product. You can see product found. You can see it's bringing them up. So we need to use our product card to display it in the front end from our home screen rather. So quickly go to so we'll just come here. Let's copy this selected category. We make use of it in here. So let's paste it here, and we're going to call this trending product. So we're going to call it trending product. We're going to map on have name. We have name. We have images. We have the keys. We'll have the product, the style props. So for the style props for this, we're going to make some changes to it. Resize mode, we'll leave it with the width. So let's create another width for this. So we'll come up here and create the screen. We'll create a width for this for our trending product. Where did we? Yes. So we'll come here. Let's just copy this, and then we're going to call this trending product width. Trending product width. And it's going to be from dimension get screen, and we want to make this, want to display 4 and then give it padding of 10. So we'll display 4, give it padding of 10, and then we can come down here and use trending product width. Where's it? So we're going to use trending product width. trending product with, and then so for this we want to give it a height. Let's give it a height of 80. We'll give it bounding bottom of 5. Text align, let's make it left. Text align of left. So for the props, let's use image 1, and then for the navigation still remains the same. So let's save and let's scroll up and see what we have. Cool, this is beautiful. Isn't this lovely? This is lovely, right? This is cool. So we have what we have. We have our selected category, we have our flash sales, and this is rendering beautifully, isn't it? So if we change this, you see that it's only the selected category that changed, and our flash sales remains the same, and this is beautiful. So without wasting time, let's render one more section. So you can have as much as possible, just giving you an idea so that we can move to another screen. So quickly, the next one I'm going to render now is, what do we call this? Let's call it featured product. So let's just call it featured product, and then what I'll do here, okay, let me just copy this. Okay, let's go to our, let's come up here, and I think it's even be more faster because we just need to replicate this. And so we're going to call this featured product, featured product, featured product. So we're going to have featured product, and then it remains the same. Now we need to pass it in here. So let's go to our middleware, create the props, copy this, and then call it featured props, featured props, and then let's set featured product, set featured product, and it will take the product params. Then we're going to come to our trending and copy it. Let's copy trending. So it's got a featured product, and then we're going to use featured props, set featured product, and then this will be, okay, oh, we didn't change that. So let's make this product part. Product part, it's going to be product, and this will be featured product. Response, this will remain the same, and then we're going to take the product path, and every other thing remains the same except for we need to change this to trending product, to featured product, featured product, and every other thing remains the same. It becomes faster now, isn't it? That's the idea. So we need to comment out. Let's comment out the console here so it will stop populating. So product, so we'll go to the back end and then just replicate as well, and this is faster, isn't it? So we'll come here to our product controller. Let's go to our product controller. So we'll copy this, paste it here, and then we're going to call this get featured product. Get featured product, and we're going to get it from product. I think every other thing remains the same. So what we're just going to do here, so let's just say get all the featured products. So that's it, where feature product is equal to true, so get them. So at this point you get it from top to bottom. So the other one, you got it from bottom to top, or latest. Now this one is going to get it from the oldest. So that's just the idea. And then we'll leave every other thing remains the same. We don't need to change anything here. So it's cool, right? So let's save this, and let's comment out the first console here. Let's comment this one out too. So yeah, so we'll come here to our route, and then we'll get featured product in our route. So I think we only change the featured. and then we're going to get featured products. That's it. Yeah, no error. And that's all we have to do. It's pretty faster now, isn't it? So we'll go back to our home screen. So from our home screen, we will get from our home screen here, we are going to get the featured product. We're going to call the featured product fetch featured product. We're going to fetch featured product and make it equal to fetch featured product. Set featured product fetch featured product. Okay, let's see, what did we call it now? From our middleware, fetch featured product. So we're going to fetch featured product. So it has imported it and it's working fine. And then we'll come here, let's drop it inside our use focus effect too. So let's drop it here, and then we'll come down and let's get our featured product, trending product. Let's copy trending product. We'll just copy everything from trending product here. So we want to make it horizontally scrollable, and to do that, let's copy from here. Let's copy from our selected categories. So we'll copy everything from there and dump it here. We'll copy everything from there and dump it here, and we'll make some changes to it as usual. So from here, we'll give it a background. As a future product. Then we can use the see all. We can give it a background color, but okay, let's just leave it for now. We can come back to it later. Margin top, every other thing is fine. And then we'll come here, instead of using selected product, we'll just copy the trending product instead and use the trending product instead of the selected product. So we'll copy it and drop it here. And then we want to create the width. So we want to render different card. We want the card to be displayed differently. So we'll come here to our trending product and copy this trending width rather, and let's make it a featured product width. Featured product width. So to be of dimension screen, so let's render 3. We want to render 3 and give it padding of 10. So let's come back here and call it, instead of using trending, we use featured. So we're going to call featured product. Featured product. We're calling featured product here. And here let's use a background image. Let's see what background image 2 looks like if we're cool with it. If we're not cool, we change it. So we have the item. Inside the item, we'll render the item name, the images, and then let's render let's use the price here now. So we'll have the price, and the price will be equal to item.price, and then we'll have the old price. So if you remember from our card, there's a section where we ask it to render another text field if we are using the price. So we'll get to that very shortly. Let me just bring this down. Let me bring the key down. Yes. So if we go to our product card, so we talked about this earlier on. So if you come here, the text field we've been using earlier on is this. Where is it? This is the text field we've been using. So before now that we are adding price, so the price is not equal to undefined. If the price is not equal to undefined, use this text field. So is this text field now that we want to use, I want to render. So you'll see it shortly. So we'll come here now. After the items section, we'll go to the props. I think the props will remain the same. except for the fact that we changed the background image we want to render there. So apart from that, the props remains the same. So from here, so let's go to the product props rather. So let's go to the style props. So for the style props, we'll come here and do resize mode. We still want it to be contained, and the width here now we're going to use the featured product width. So we're going to use the featured product width. Then the height, we want to change the height to, let's say 155, and the margin horizontal, we would use the margin horizontal here. So margin horizontal will be, let's make it 3, and I think that's all. So let's save and see what we've got. Beautiful. This is beautiful, isn't it? Wonderful and beautiful. Are you loving this? So you can see we have our featured product, and the featured product, you can see it's showing all the featured products. All the featured product had been displayed here, and this is beautiful. So you can see increase the size, the image size, the size of the card, if you like, if you wish, it's up to you. So if you press this, it will take you. So the next thing we need to do now is to design the product details. So this is, for now, we are doing fine. This is where we'll leave it. You can add up to it. You can do other stuffs later depending on how you want it. So you can see where the price here now. For the price, you can see the price. For the price, we have the current price and the old price, and we have a stroke through. So you get that from the product card. It's coming from the product card, and this is beautiful. Let me just zoom in so we can see everything so far. So we've been able to beautifully render the home screen, and everything is coming from the back end. We are doing a full stack here, and you can see this is beautiful, isn't it? Please subscribe, comment, like, and share this. So the next thing now is the product screen, so that when the user press any of the product, it will redirect to the product details screen, so we can get the details of the product, and then so that the user can check out can add the product to the cart. So we'll go here, for example, if from our featured product, for example, as an example, so on press, we have an on press event here that when the user press any of the product, it will redirect to the product details page, and then it will pass the item, the details about the item. That's what we're passing here. So for example, I'll go to my featured product and then press a product, and cool, you see it has redirected to the product details page. And then let's start working with that. First, the header, we don't want the header, we want to display our own header. So we'll go to, that's our root navigator. Product details is from root navigator. So we'll come to our root navigator here, and come down here. So inside the product details, we will say header. So here we're going to call it options. Yes, there's option, and option double curly braces, and then we'll say header shown. There's header shown there. Header shown will be false. So if we refresh now, it should go off. Cool, this is beautiful. So we're going to display our own header, and we already passed the parameters, the props to our product details. So we'll bring in the product details screen. That will be from our screen. Yes, this is product details. Okay, let's close some of these things because we might not really need them anymore. So if we need any of it, we'll come back to it later. So inside our product details screen now, we'll receive the parameters that was passed from the home screen. And to do that, we are going to do const equal to root.params, and inside the params there's what we call item. You can see the item is already there because we passed it, so item is already in the params. So, and we can destructure everything in there. You can see it's bringing them up. It has a name, it has images, price, old price. So we have in stock, we have description. So for now, that's all we need for now. So let's save this. Let's save this item list in. Okay, another thing you can do, you can just do the console.log so that you can see the item was passed. So let's console.log name. If I save that, you can see it's showing it from the terminal. So that means it passed it. Cool. Or if we come here, we can also come here. I'll comment this out. We can also come to our product details and let's pass the name, so that you see the name of the product that was passed. Cool. You can see this is beautiful. It passed it. So if I go back, so cut that out. So if it's let's say the ID, to pass the ID. Cool. This is beautiful. That means it's working very well. So we'll just leave the name for now. We'll come back and make adjustments accordingly later. So we want to save all these parameters, these props. We want to save it. So you can just come here and say const. So product. So product params. Product params will be equal to row dot param dot item. So we can just save everything in here, and we're going to give it a type. Type is product. I think we have product params, yes. So we'll give it the product params type. So let's start by working with the UI. I'll come to my home screen here. I'll come to my home screen. Let's copy the and the header. We'll need the header as well. So I'll bring them into my product details. Then let's copy it here and drop it here so I won't waste time. So for our header component, we need to import it. So let's import it. Yes. Cool. Everything is fine. So it should change. Cool. Correct. So inside our header component now, we want to do the go back in our product item. So to do the go back now, we're going to pass the go back, and then we're going to pass a function into that. So we'll come here and say const go back. So go back, we're going to say on navigation dot go back. So we'll come here and make go back to go back. That's it, and we should have cool. You can see this is beautiful. You can see the difference. So we'll come into our scroll view. Let's our scroll view. So we'll go to our home screen again and copy some of the things we've written there so that we'll not waste time. So we'll come here. Yes, we'll copy this. Let's copy this view. Put here. Then we'll copy this as well. Drop it inside here. So we're good. So we'll come here to this first one, the first view. We're going to have flex direction, then space between, then let's give it align items, align item of center, and then let's give it padding 3. Then we'll come here. For this style, we want to give it, let's give it a background color C60 C30. We want to give it width of 40, height of 40. Then border radius, do we have border radius in here? No. So let's give it a border radius of 20. Let's bring this down. So justify content. Justify content will be center, align item, center, flex direction, row. So we don't need border color as well. So inside here, we'll render text. we're going to give the text as a style. So we'll give it color white. We'll give it text align of center. Font weight will be, let's make it 600. And font size of 12. And then this will be, let's say 40% off. So we can close this view and come out here. Let's copy this again. Let's give this a background color. Justify content center, flex direction is row, align item center, border radius is 20. So we'll come to this place. Instead of text, we're going to use ant design 20. So we'll come to this place. Instead of text, we're going to use ant design. So we need to import ant design. We're just going to have style. Let's give it style padding left. Padding left will be 0. And padding top will be 2. Let's make it 2. So let's quickly import ant design. Should have vector icons. There are vector icons here as well. Okay, our tab navigator, there's vector icon here. So let's copy this. So let's import vector icons. So we're going to give it a name of heart. To take size 20. Color will be, let's make it black. So let's see what we have there. Cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? So we'll come here and scroll view. The scroll view will be horizontal, so we'll render the product images, and then shows horizontal indicator will be equal to false. So quickly we are going to map through the images. So we'll map through images. We're going to map through images. And then we want to say, let's call it, and then the index. So we'll bring in the image from React Native. So to give it a key of index, I think we need to import image as well. Yeah, there's no image here. So let's import image. So to have key of index, let's give it star. So the style will have resize mode. It will be contained. We'll give it a height. Let's give it height 200. We'll give it width of, let's make it 350. Then let's have the source. So the source will be URI for each image. So image, let's call it image. Let's call this image. So it will display all the images. So if we save that, we're supposed to have the image. Cool, this is beautiful. You see the image is displaying, and then we should, this product has more than one image in it. So we should, if we scroll, we'll get it. See, this is beautiful. So you can see the variation. This is cool, isn't it? So that's the idea. So we have the image is displaying. So come out of this scroll view. Let's create another scroll view. So this scroll view, now we're going to give it view. Let's display the information about the product. So this will have a background color of white. It will have border width. Border width will be 7. It will have border color of white. Then we have a margin top of 5. So in here we're going to display text. So don't waste time. Let me copy the text we have here. So we have the text here. The text we're going to be using. So we're going to call text color will be black. Then font weight, let's make this 500. Then font size, let's make it 15 this time. And here we're going to display the name. Cool, you can see it's displaying what the name. So we'll come here, I think. Okay, let's come here. Let's close this. Let's close this as well. And bring it in. And inside here, let's render another scroll view. So in this scroll view, let's copy the styles here. Copy. So in here, we just want. So we'll now bring our view here. Take the view here. Now this will take this entire view. So we'll take this entire view and bring it inside here. I will take this also. So we'll take the scroll view. Take the scroll view, put it here. Then take the scroll view. Yes. I think cool. This is the way we want it to look. So it's better this way. So if I come now, so we can open this so you can see. So cool. So we're good to go. And then we'll come here. So after rendering the name, we want to copy this. Here we're going to render the price. So price. And here, if it's in stock, all right, it's in stock. If it's in stock, if it's in stock is true, then we're going to write in stock, else out of stock. And this, let's give this margin top. Let's give a margin top of 10. Then let's make this color green. Okay, let's see what we have. Cool. So if it's in stock, so let's give this a margin top. Let's make it 6. So that's it. Let me bring this down. Well, so I'm going to make this a self-closing. We'll use this text to draw a line. So we're going to give border height, border color. Let's give it border color D0, D0, D0. And border width. Border width will be 1. Cool. So I can come here and render another view. This view will have style. Style, let's give a margin top. Let's make it 30. Margin horizontal. Margin horizontal, let's make it 6. So let's copy our text from here as well. Let's give it color of gray. Font weight will be 500. Size, let's remove the margin top. So let's call this product details. So the product details, and we're going to render another view. Let's give it background color. Let's give it background color of white. Border width. Let's have border width of 7. Okay, let's just copy this. And here we're going to say margin bottom. Margin bottom, let's make it 10. So let's copy our text again. Let's copy this text. And in here we're going to say let's give it a description. Let's give the description a header, heading, and then Then after that, we need to display the description. So the description will come from here to come from our params. So we have so we'll give that margin vertical. So margin vertical will be a 2. Let's give it color black, and font weight. Cool. This is beautiful, isn't it? So we have a product description added as well. So after adding our product, we need to do the add to cart. So to do that, I'm going to copy this view again, so that we can do the add to cart functionality. So we also need to add pressable. So this pressable, we have a style. Okay, let's do on press first. So on press, so we need to perform what we call an add to cart. So for now, let's leave it, because we've not added the function, we've not written the function. So let's do the style first. I'm going to bring this down here. So I'm as a background color, let's give it background color of green. Let's give it padding of 10, border radius 20, justify content, center, align items, center. Then we're going to have margin horizontal. So margin horizontal, let's make it 35. And then margin vertical will be 5. So that's it. So quickly we use state to declare add to cart event, add to cart, and set add to cart. So we'll come here, let's say const use state. Do we have use state? No, we don't. So let's come to React and bring use state. So we have use state, and the initial state will be what? False. So we're going to say add to cart and set added to cart. So let's say added to cart. So that's what we'll use down there. So we'll come here and say if added to cart is true, then it will render this, else it will render that. So if added to cart is true, we'll render a view. So if added to cart is true, we'll render a text. Better still, to make it faster, let's copy this text. So the text will be of color. Let's make it yellow. And then we have font weight. Font weight will be bold. And then font size. Font size will be 20. And we're going to pass. Let's pass added to cart. Else. So if added to cart is true, that means the product has been added to cart successfully. Else, we will display add to cart. So we'll display add to cart, and here let's make it white. That's it. If we save it, we're supposed to have that. Cool, this is beautiful. So you see, so on press, it will turn true. If the product is added to cart, it will turn true, and then it will say product added to cart. That's the idea. And then the cart item will change. So far I think we're good to go. So the next thing we want to do now is the cart item functionalities. We want to be able to add product to cart, remove from cart. So we want to do the cart management. We want to manage our cart state. So that's the next thing we'll do. I think for now we are good to go. We're okay with the product screen. And then if I go back, let's press back, it goes to home. So I'm going to choose another product. So if we choose another product, you can see this is beautiful. And then we can scroll, you see, and this is cool. So let's come here. This is clean. Scroll, you see. So the next thing we'll quickly do now is the cart screen. The add to cart functionality currently is not working because we've not done that, and we'll be using Redux Toolkit to do that, to manage our cart state. Without wasting time, let me just go to cart screen. I think we created cart screen earlier, so this is it. So inside my cart screen now, I will come here. So let me just go to product detail and copy some of the stuffs there. So we're going to need this. Let's bring it here. So we've not imported safe area view. We will also need scroll view. So this one, we'll import the component. Cool. So let's add the go back function too, which is this. Then we need to import platform. So we're good to go, everything is fine now. So the next thing I'll do now is just let's go and work with our Redux Toolkit and make sure everything is working fine from there. So I'll come into the source folder and let's go into the source and add a folder. I'll call it Redux. Inside that, I'll create a file. Let's call it cart reducer.tsx. So let me check my app.json. I think we installed Redux Toolkit. So let's check and be sure. Yes, we have React Redux. We have Redux Persist. That's what we'll be using, and we have at Redux.js/toolkit. So these are the three packages we'll be using right now. So we have them installed. So quickly, I'm going to import them. So I'm going to say import. So I think at Redux.js/toolkit. Yes. So inside that, I'm going to get create slice, and then payload action. So I'll come here and say export. Let's call it our cart slice, and then we're going to use the create slice function method. And inside that, we want to have the name. The name will be cart. Inside the cart, we'll take our initial state. Our initial state will be an array of carts, and so it will be empty, but it's going to be an array of carts. We'll come outside the initial state, and then we're going to render the reducer. So the reducer will be an object. So inside the object, we are going to perform some of the functions, and then we'll have add to cart function. So, and before we do that, let's quickly create the TypeScript to manage our state, the state, and the actions. So to do that, we'll come to our types here, and let's create a file. Let's call it cart types. We can call it cart params.tsx. So inside here, we're going to have, let's have the interface. So let's have interface. Let's call it product let's call it product params. So we're going to call this product param. It will take an ID. The ID will be string. It will have a name. Our product has name, and the name will be optional. And it has category. It has images. The image will be it's an array. Yes, we use array of string. Then it has category. We need the category. The category is also string. We will price is number. We have quantity. We're going to use quantity. Quantity is also number. Then in stock, which is boolean. And then here we're going to be using the length. So we're going to say export interface. Oh, sorry. So we're going to call this cart item. Let's say cart item params. Let's call it cart item params, and it will have cart, and the cart, it will be equal to the product params. That will be an array of product params. Product params is an array of product params. Then we also want to do our cart state. So we're going to have interface cart state params export cart state params, and it will be of cart as an object, and then it will have our cart, which is equal to the product params, the array of product params, and then we're going to bring in the length. So the length will be of number. That's it. So I'll save this, and inside our reducer, so the cart, it will take a state, and remember the initial state of every cart is usually 0. So that's why we have an array of what? An empty cart. So we are going to take the state. We're going to take the state, and the state now is going to be equal to the cart state cart item params. So it's got to, so it has imported cart item params. Then we are going to perform an action. The action will be of payload action, and the payload action will be equal to product params. Yes, no, not product params from home. It will be product params from. Okay, let's reduce this so we can see the screen. It will be product params from our cart. Yes, so it's equal to this product params. So we can perform our. So that's it. So we come here and say const. So item. Let's say item present. Item present is equal to the state dot cart dot find. So we want to check if the item is already present in the cart. So, and we're going to give it cart dot found. So we're going to find the item. If the item is already in the cart, so we're going to say item dot ID. You can see it's bringing it. So if it's equal to the action, what the user is trying to pass into the cart, so .payload .id. So we're going to come here. If this is not true, that means the item is not present, so it will add the item into the cart. So if item present is false, that means the item does not exist yet in the cart. So what we're going to do is we're going to update our state and push. So we'll push the item, we add the item into the cart, and to do that we're going to use the spread operation, so that it will add the new item into the cart and also add all the existing item we have in cart. So it's going to take the existing item in the cart and add and push this new item to it. So it's like it's adding it up. So we're going to say action.payload. So, and then we're going to make the quantity equal to 1. So when the cart is added, we want to make the quantity equal to 1. So briefly, let me just explain. So this is what is happening. So before we add any item into the cart, we want to check if the item is present, if the item is already existing in the cart. So that's what this function is doing, the constant item present. So it will map through the cart the cart, this cart, and check. So it will map through the cart and check whether the items, it will check the items in the cart that are already in the cart, it will check the ID of the items that are already in the cart and compare it to the ID of the item the user is trying to pass currently. So if it finds any of this item that is equal to, if it finds any of this ID that is equal to the ID of the item the user wants to pass, that means the item is existing in the cart. So at that point, we don't want to add the item into the cart. So that's what's happening. So we now came here, so we store that here. So if this item present is true, that means there's an existing item in the cart whose ID is equal to the ID of the item the user wants to pass. So we don't want to allow that. But if it is false, that means the item does not exist in the cart. So what we are going to do now, we now use the push function to add that item to the cart. So this spread operator, what it's also doing is it will also carry along all the existing item in the cart. So it will add this new item to the existing item in the cart, and for the new item we want the quantity to be equal to 1 when it is added. So that's the idea. So we're done with add to cart. So the next one we want to do is remove from cart. So let's say remove from cart. So remove from cart. Okay, let's just copy this so I won't waste time. Let's just copy this and bring it here and adjust it. So come here, it's going to take the cart state. Every of this is the same, so we're going to call this remove item. So we're going to say remove item. So here it will filter. We will use the filter function. So we say filter item. So when we filter the item, return all item except the one whose ID is equal to the ID the user selected. So that's what it's just saying. So it will return all the item except the item whose ID is equal to the ID the user is passing selected. That's action.payload.id. So that's what we're going to say here, and then we can remove this because we need to save. So all the item is saved in remove item except the one that its ID is equal to the action.payload.id. So we have saved it in remove item. So that remove item now becomes our new state. So we'll now say state. It will become the new state of our cart equal to remove item, and that's all you have to do here. Then we'll come to let's copy this again. We'll copy this. Let's copy this. So here we're going to call this increment. It's called increase quantity. Increase quantity. So we'll come here and say result. Let's use result here. So we're going to say result state.cart.find item. So whose action is equal to action.payload. So here, if result is true, then we're now going to increase the quantity here. So we'll now say result dot quantity, you see, and then we'll add. That's all. So it will look through the item, the cart state. So it will look through it and compare the ID of all the item that is already in the cart and compare it to the ID the user has selected, the ID of the item the user has selected. So it will compare it. If it finds a match, that means if it finds a match, it will store the match in the result, and then we'll now come here. If there's a match, then it should increase it. It will increase the quantity. That was why we said result.quantity, then what plus. That's just the idea. And then we'll come here to reduce or decrease quantity. So it will be similar to this. So let's just copy this. We'll copy this and say decrease quantity. Increase quantity. So decrease quantity is also be the same thing. It will get it and get the result. So let's call it get result. And if get result is equal to true, so if get result is equal to 2, the get result will be dot quantity. So instead of plus, we subtract. That's it. Then there's one more that we need to do if you want to empty the cart. So to empty the cart, we're just going to say, let's call it empty cart. An empty cart will just get the state here, only the state. And then we're just going to make it. So we're just going to make the state.cart, and we'll make it equal we'll return it toward the empty array. It's that simple. That's it. That's all we have to do here. So we'll come here. We need to export. It will be cart slice. Yes, the cart slice we created. So actions. So export them. They add to cart, remove from cart, then increase quantity, decrease quantity, and then empty cart. We need to export them so we can use them. So we're going to say export default rather. Export default cart slice dot reducer. That's it. That's all we have to do for now. So we're good to go. So we'll go to our app.tsx here now and wrap our entire app with the Redux store provider. So that's what we need to do. And for us to do that, we need to create the store. So we need to create the store, and then so we'll come here, come outside of the old app, and we'll create the store here. So let's create store.tsx. You see, we came out of the entire app. You see, cool. So inside our store, we'll import configure store from @Redux Toolkit. From @Redux.js Toolkit, yes. So write configure store. Good, it's bringing it up. So we will also import some packages from our Redux persist. What we use persist for is to help us keep the state of the cart even when we log out of our application. So if you don't use persist, if you log out of the application and come back, you discover that everything you have done there, your cart becomes 0 automatically. So we want to use the Redux persist to help us persist the state of the cart. So even if you log out and log back and log in again, you will still find the last state of your cart, and the last state of your cart will still be there. So that's what we're using Redux. That's what we use Redux persist for. So I'll import. Let's say from Redux persist. So I will import persist store from Redux persist. I will install persist reducer. We need to install async storage. We need async storage too. Let's check. I doubt if we installed it earlier. So let me check my package.json. Did we install async storage? No, we didn't. So quickly, I'm going to install async storage. So, and also make sure you are in the right location. You are using the right folder. So I'm inside my folder, React Native e-commerce app. That's where we want to install it, inside the package.json. So I'll come here and say npm install. So, and it's at React Native async. So async storage / async storage. So that's what you want to do. You want to install at React Native async storage / async storage, and we need to make sure that the spellings are correct. So cool, it has been installed. You can see it here. We have async storage installed. So we can go back to I'll close this and go back to our store. So inside our store now, let's import storage. Let's call it storage. We're going to call it storage. So storage from at React Native, storage is in storage. That's what we want to install. Then we'll come here and say const persist. So we'll call it config. So it will take the key. The key will be root, and then we'll pass in our storage, and then the version. So we're going to make it version 1. Then let's say const persist. There's a persisted reducer. So we'll bring in our persist reducer, and then it's going to take persist config, and then we'll bring in our cart reducer. So we want it to persist that. So I say export constant store. So we're going to use config store here, and then we'll pass our reducer. Our reducer will be an object. So now we will now pass the persisted reducer. So we pass the persisted reducer into it. You know, the persisted reducer already have our cart reducer, so that's the idea. After the reducer, we'll come and do the middleware. So the middleware will be, so there's what called get default middleware, and then we're going to get that from, I say get default middleware, and then we're going to have serializable check. Yes. So the serializable check, we want to ignore actions, and then we're going to call in some actions. It will import them. So we have flush from redux persist rather. Then we'll have rehydrate. Also from redux persist, we have pause, we have persist, we have purge, we have a register. Yes, we'll have register too. So all will be coming from ignore actions, and then we'll give it a comma. Okay, it's ignored actions. Yes, ignored actions. It's working now. So another thing we need to do is we need to export this. So we're now going to say export persistor. Let's call it persistor, const persistor. So we'll now make it persistor. Then we'll pass our store into it. Cool. Then we'll come here and say export. So we'll come here and say export type root. Let's call it root state. And then we're going to say return. We're going to use the return type, and then it will be type of, so it will be store.getState. So I think that's all. So we'll now come into our app.tsx. Inside our app.tsx now we wrap our app inside the Redux provider. We need to get the provider from React Redux. So we'll say provider should bring a yes from React Redux. So the provider, inside the provider, we will just call the store and pass our store into it. So store, we'll pass our store from store, yes. So we'll bring our entire app and put it inside the provider. That's fine. That's all we need to do right now. So inside these two, we need to now pass our persist. Yes, we need to pass our persist gate. Yes. Yeah, it's a persist state. So we can now pass our persistor. The persistor, yes, the persistor we wrote. So it will now be equal to what the persistor. Should import the persistor, yes, from our store. So you can see it has been imported. And this will be persist gate is from integration React persist integration React. So we will now pass our entire app inside what the persist gate. And that's all we need to do. So we save it, and everything should work fine. So you can see, so we need to reload our app. You can see everything is working fine. I've just reloaded the app and everything is working fine now. We can come into our product details now. So we can come into our product details now and perform the add to cart function. So we say const, let's say add item to cart. So this is going to be equal to the product params we declared here. So I can just copy that and bring it here. So product params, and then we'll pass, we need to pass the product, yes, we'll pass the product params. And we're going to say, so the first thing we want to do, we want to check if the quantity of the item is not less than 1. If it's less than 1, that means the item is out of stock. So that's the first thing we'll check before we add the item to cart. So we'll take our product params. So we'll take our product params and get the quantity. So the quantity, if the quantity is less than 1, that means the item is out of stock. And to do that, we are quickly going to be using a notification. We're going to write a notification to always send a notification to the user, like a message, a pop-up notification. So we're going to quickly add that file into our component folder. So we're going to call it notification. So let's say notification.tsx. So inside our notification now, so inside our notification, we're going to write, let's use this shortcode. Yeah. We'll call it interface. Let's call it display. Let's call it display message. And the display message will pass in the message we want to send to the user. We are going to make it optional. So we'll come in here and make it equal to display message. Bring the message. So inside our return now, we're going to write. Let's give this. Let's style this. Let's style it up. So we'll give it a background color. So give the background color of green. And then let's make top 8, padding 15, then position absolute, then let's give it the index 999 to make it appear above every other element in there. Then let's width, so we'll make it width of 100%. So let's bring this down. So we can give it margin top of 15. Margin top 15. So let me bring this down too. So that's it. So we'll come into our text here and we want to display the message. So I want to display the message here. Let's style that up to. I want to give it a style. So I want to give it a style. Let's give it a font size of 13. And let's give it font weight of bold. I want to give it a color of white. I want to give it text align center. And then we want to make the font style. So the font style will be normal. So that's it. So we'll display the message. The message we want to send will be displayed there. So that's it. That's all we need to do here. So we can save this now and come to our product details here. So inside our product details, we'll come here and we're going to say const. So let's create a use state for that. So we're going to say const. Let's say display message and set display. So we're going to pass it into our use state, and the initial state will be false. So we're going to be using boolean, and the initial state will be false. So the type is boolean. Then another thing we want to do is to bring up the notification. So we're going to say, let's call it notify and set notify. And then it will be use state. And the initial state will be string, an empty string. So we can come here and say, so if the cart is empty, if the quantity is less than 1, so we want to send a message to the user that this product is out of stock. So we'll just come and take our set notification, and we set notify. So we'll set notify into, and it will be equal to this product is out of stock. So that's the message we want to send if it's less than 1, and then we will now make our display message so that it can display it. We'll turn our display message to true. You'll see how we use that very shortly. We'll turn it to true, and then we want it to go off after 3 seconds. So we'll use set timeout. So we use set timeout to achieve that. So what we're going to do is we're going to set display back to false, and it will be after 3 seconds. So we'll come here and write 3000, means after 3 seconds. So we save that. So else, so if it's not less than 1, we want to check another thing too. So we'll put an else function. The next thing we want to check is we want to know if the product already exists in the cart. So if it's existing already in the cart, we don't want to add it again. That's how I want this. That's how I want to pattern it. So it's up to you. If you want to add it again as an increase in quantity, it's up to you. But for this project, we don't want to add the same product twice. So if the product, so we'll have to check if the product already exists, it will send a message back to the user and tell the user the product already exists in the cart. So that's what we want to write now, and it's else. So we'll come here and say, so we have to find. We use the find method. So we're going to say find item, and then we'll go through our cart. So before we do that, we need to import the cart using through our use selector. So I want to bring in the cart so that we can get the state of the cart. So we'll use the use selector to achieve that. So let me just import selector. Our use selector will come from our React Redux. So let me just come here and import from React Redux. So yeah, so we want to bring our use selector, and then we'll also be using use dispatch. So let's bring the two all at once so that I won't have to go back to that again. So we'll use the use selector now to access the state of our cart so that we can know the state of the cart. So to do that, we're going to say const cart equal to, so we'll say use selector, and then from the use selector we're going to get the state. We'll get the state, and the state is equal to the cart item params. So we're going to get the state. We want to get the state of a cart, and it will be state.cart.cart. I think we imported, yeah. So this is where the problem is coming from. Let me just take this back. We were supposed to use not cart item, is cart state. So we had what we call the cart state params. Yes, that's what we're supposed to use, because that's what is managing. That's the type script for the state of the cart. So we're going to come here and say state.cart.cart. You can see. I'm going to show you that from our Redux. Where's our Redux? Our cart reducer. So if you check the cart reducer here, we have the cart. So it's talking about the state, the initial state, the state of a cart. So we have the cart, and inside our store here we have cart. You can see. So that's what we're talking about. You can see here. So it's talking about those carts. That's what's happening. So from there we can get the state of our cart, and the initial state is what? Empty. So we'll come here and say, so we're going to say cart.find. So we're going to use find method, and then we're going to pass in the product or item depending on what you want to use. So we're going to say look for the product where the ID, whose ID is equal to the ID of the item the user selected. So that's what we are saying. So it will look through and find the product where the product ID is equal to the ID that the user just selected. So if it exists, if it's able to find, that means the product already exists in the cart. So we're going to say if find item is true. If find item is true, then the product is existing already in the cart. So we want to bring our notification here. So we'll bring the notification and say set notification, this product already exists. Well, let's say this product already added to cart. Let's say product already added to cart. Then we'll set every other thing remains the same. So we'll set the display message to true so that it can pop up, and then it will go back to false after 3 seconds. Then the next thing we want to do, if it doesn't exist, so else, we'll come to else here. So if it doesn't exist, then we can add the product to cart. So if it does not exist, then we can undo product added successfully to cart. And to do that, we need to use our use dispatch to achieve that. So we'll come back here. Say const. So let's call it dispatch equal to use dispatch. Const dispatch equal to use dispatch. So come here. The first thing we want to do is we set added to cart. Set added to cart will be true, and then we'll call the dispatch. Get our add to cart that we wrote in our cart reducer. Where is it? Our cart reducer. Let me bring it up here. So inside our cart reducer, you see we have add to cart. So that's what we want to use. So we'll bring it into this place. So let's import it. You can see add to cart from Redux cart reducer. So that's what we're going to bring in, and then we'll pass the product params. We'll pass into it. So we'll pass the product params into it, and that's it. So it will pass all the products. It will add that item into the cart. Then we want to bring our message. So we'll bring this message again, and so inside this it will become product added successfully. So we can come here now and bring in that component, that notification component. So we'll bring it here, and we want to give it a criteria. So the criteria is if display message is equal to true. If it's true, then it would pop up. So we'll bring in the notification from component notification, and then so we'll pass our message into it, and our message will be equal to notify. That's it. We're good to go. So we can save this now, and then let's try to add a product and see what would happen if it works fine. So I'll come here. So let's add this. Another thing we need to do, we need to pass that function. We need to pass it into our add to cart. We've not done that. So we'll come down here. So it will be here. So let's bring it before our style. So we'll say onPress. So that onPress will run the function, and the function will be is add item to cart. Yes, and we'll pass our product params into it. That's it. And we'll save. So now let's try to add this item to cart. If everything works fine, we should see the pop-up notification, and the item will be added to cart. And if added to cart is true, it will change this add to cart to added to cart. It becomes true. So let's try it. Cool, beautiful, product added successfully. And you can see the notification has turned off after 3 seconds, and you can see we have added to cart. The product is added to cart, and you see it has changed because it's now true. So if we try to add it again, what do we get? Product already added to cart. You see, it's not accepting it anymore. So the next thing we want to do now is we want this to show at from our icon. So we'll quickly go and move up to where we have the icon. Okay, we have it inside our header component. So we'll come into our header component here. So there was cart length when we were creating our header component. So that's what we'll just bring in here, and we'll make it equal to cart.length. So cart.length, and then if we saved it, everything will work fine. We should have our cart equal to 1. So cool, this is beautiful. And then if we try to add it again, it will tell you product added or ready to cart. Product already added to cart, and see it did not increase. So let's add another product to cart and see what will happen. Let's add this phone. So if we add it to cart, product added successfully. It should be 2 now. Good, 2. So everything is working out fine. So we are doing fine. So another thing we want to do now, we want to also make sure that this cart length is showing in our home screen. So let's quickly go to our home screen and then bring it up. To do that, let's just we'll copy the cart, the use selector. Let's copy it, take it to the home screen. So let's remove these ones. We may not be using them anytime soon. So let's bring our use selector into our home screen as well. So if we come here, let's have it here. So we need to import. Okay, let me just copy them from here so that I won't waste time. So we'll import this. Okay, we import the, so we'll bring the two in here. Save, and if we, let's go back to our home screen. So into our home screen now, we want to go to the header component here, and call the cart length. The cart length will be equal to cart.length. We'll save it. Cool, this is beautiful. So we have it also in our home screen, and we want to add another dynamics. We want the cart length to also show at our cart icon in our bottom tab. So to quickly do that, we'll go to our tab navigator. So inside our tab navigator, we also bring the cart length and the selector. We'll bring everything inside. So let me just copy this, bring it into our tab navigator here. Then we'll bring these two in there too. So we'll come to the home here. Inside home here, that's where we're going to write it. So we'll come here. Let's pass a fragment, and then we'll bring this in. Then we're going to write if cart.length is greater than 0, then do this, then display. So we're going to copy it. Let's copy it from, where did we write it? We'll have it, okay, in our component. So let's go to header component. Let's bring it here. So we will need this. Let's copy that. Bring it here to our tab navigator. Bring this in here. Then in our component, we are going to also, yes, we'll need this view. So we'll just copy this view and bring it in here too. So here we're going to call it, it's not cart length now, we'll call it cart.length. Cart.length, and cool, it's fine. Else, so we'll have the else function too, and we'll just bring the same thing, copy the same thing, copy this whole thing here now, and bring it into this place as well. So we'll copy the and design and replace the end typo. So if we save that, cool, you can see it's already showing up. So we need to style it up a little so that it can stay on the bottom, on the icon. So we'll come here, let's go to our style. So inside our style here, so we're going to use, let's give it top of 2. If we give it top of 2, okay, let's give it right of -70. Cool, and it is fine now, isn't it? Everything is beautifully displayed, so we can have it there as well. So this is cool, isn't it? So I think that's all about that. So we can close the other component and go back to, and I think we are done with the, for now, with the product details screen. Oh, there's another thing we need to write at the product details. We need to be able to move to our cart screen from our product details. So that's the next thing we should do now. So to do that, I'll come here. Let me come down after. Yes, let's come here. So I'm going to say const, let's call it go to cart screen. Let's call it go to cart screen. And then let's quickly write a function here. Then we need to check if the cart length if the cart length is not equal to 0, if it's okay, we start with if it's equal to 0. If it's equal to 0, that means the cart is empty, and we don't want to navigate the user to the cart screen if the cart is empty. So if it's empty, we are going to quickly take our message and send message to the user. So we'll say, so we'll set the message, set the notification to your cart is empty, please add product to continue. So let's say cart is empty, add product, so continue. So that's it. So if it's not empty, then we can now navigate the user to what we'll navigate the user to the cart screen. So we'll now say navigation.navigate. So you see it's not bringing the cart screen yet because the cart screen is actually inside the tab stack, but we don't want to use the tab stack. So we are going to quickly add the cart screen to our root navigator. I'll explain the reason to you later. So we'll come to our root navigator here and we'll add the cart screen to our root navigator. So let's just come here and say, let's call it cart. And then cart, we can add it from, okay, let's just copy this because I think we're going to be needing most of it. And let's dump it here. Let's drop it here, paste it. So, and for this now, we can make them all undefined because we are not going to be passing items or params from the product details to the cart screen. We're going to be getting the product details from our Redux store. So we're not going to be passing any of these. So we can make everything undefined. We're not passing any of it. And we're not passing category as well in here. So we can remove it. So I think that's it. So we'll come here and add it. We need to add. So I'll just copy this and then duplicate it. So we'll call it cart. And cart will be of cart's screen. Cart screen, we have imported cart screen. And then it's throwing an error because we need to go and update that from our cart screen too. So we also go to our tab navigator. Let's add this cart before cart was undefined. So if we go back to our tab navigator now, we should make our cart. Let's change it. Yes. And we're using cart capital letter. So we need to change that too. Okay, I'll just change this whole thing. Paste this into it and make it capital. So come here, make this capital letter too. Make this capital. And you can see it's no longer throwing an error. So the error is gone. And then let's save it here too. So inside our product details now, we can come there. So we can come into our product details now and tell it to go to, okay, it should bring up the cart now. You can see it's bringing it up, and then we're not passing any parameter to that. So we just make it an empty. Cool, and there's no error. It's no longer throwing any error. So this is the reason why I did it this way, because the cart screen belongs to the bottom tab. So it's inside a tab stack. It's inside the tab stack. Where's our root navigator? It's inside the tab stack. So go to the screens. So it's part of what tab stack. So this is the idea. If you're navigating from the product details screen to the cart screen, if you navigate there and you want to go back from the cart screen, instead of it to take you back to the product details, it won't take you to the product details, it take you to the home screen. Why? Because primarily, cart screen is primarily a member of the bottom tab, which is inside the tab stack. So immediately you entered into cart screen, it stops recognizing the root screen, that root navigator. So it will change, it will switch to the bottom tab navigator. So, and inside the bottom tab navigator, product details screen is not a member. So if you go back expecting to go back from cart screen to product details, it will not go there. It will go to home screen. So what you can do there to solve the problem is just add the cart as a root to the root navigator. So that's why we added it here. So come to our product details. So inside our product details, so we see navigate. So we need to add that to the icon here. So in our header component, we will have what we call go to cart screen. and then we're going to add our go to cart screen to it. So if I save it now, if we press on the cart icon now, it should move us to the cart screen. So I'll just press this, and boom, you can see we're in our cart screen. This is beautiful. And if I press go back, it should go back to product details and not home screen. You can see this is beautiful. I didn't add it to the root navigator, it would have gone to the home screen. So if we go to the home screen now, and let's go to our cart screen from here, you see it will go to home screen. See, that's the idea. So this is good. So we're going to continue from the cart screen now. So let's go to product details and this cart. So inside the cart screen too, you want to add the cart. So we want to add the cart length. So we'll say cart length, it'll be, okay, let's bring in the, let's see which is faster. So we need to bring the use selector, and then we need to bring the cart. Yeah, cart. We'll bring the cart here, and then this cart length will be equal to cart.length. So we can have it too. Good, everything is working fine. So we'll continue with our cart. We want to display the item and perform some functions like to increase quantity, to decrease quantity, to remove from cart. So that's what we're going to do now. So I'll have my view. Let's bring in view, and inside the view, let's give it style. So I'll give it a style. Let's give it background color. And then we give it border color. So border color, let's make that white. Then let's render another view. So this view we have style. Let's give it flex direction. Flex direction will be row. Then after align items, we want to align items and make it center. Then give it padding of 10. Then inside here, we want to render the first thing will be the subtotal. So we're going to be using the text there. So the subtotal will give it a let's give it a style of font size. Let's give it font size 13. And then font weight, let's make it font weight of 400. Let's use 500. Let's use font size of 18 here. And subtotal. So let's copy this again. And in here we'll render the total amount of the total price of all the product in the cart. So that's what we render there. So we need to write that function. So let's make it bold. So let's quickly we are going to be using the reduce method to write that. So come here and say const, let's call it total. So we need to map through our cart. So for each item, and we'll call from each of the item, we'll get the price. So it will be item.price, cool. So, and then we'll multiply it by the quantity. So we say item.quantity, and then we'll add the reduce method. So we're going to use current and then the previous. So we'll take the current and the previous, and then we'll add them together plus previous. And then the initials, we want to make the initial price or number to be 0. So that's the idea, and that's all we have to do here. So if we save it, cool, you can see this is beautiful. And then we can, let me add a little space here, and then also add the currency. So we're going to be using dollars. So this is it. Cool, this is beautiful. So we'll continue from there. So come outside of that view and then use pressable. Do I have pressable? No, let's add pressable. There's no pressable there, so let's add pressable. So we've added pressable, so we can call it from here. Pressable. And inside the pressable, we're going to give it style. So let's quickly style that up. So let's give it a style of, so we're going to give it a background color. So the background color will be green. Then padding will be 10. Then border radius will be 5. Let's add justify content. I'll make it center. And then align items will be central as well. So let me bring it down. So we have margin. Let's add margin horizontal. So we want to give it the space. We'll give space a horizontal space margin. So we have margin top as well, and the margin top will also be 10. So inside our pressable, we want to render text. So let's just copy this and adjust it. Copy this. So inside the text, it's going to have font size of 20. Let's give font size 20, font width bold, and then give it color. So let's give it color of white. So we'll give it color white, and we're going to call this checkout. Let's call it checkout. Then we're going to pass the item and the cart.length rather. Cart.length. And then we're going to say items. So that's it. We're good to go there. And then we're going to perform an onPress function. So when this is pressed, it will go to the checkout screen. So, but for now, we haven't written the function, so let's comment it out. We'll come back to it. So if we do it now, cool, this is beautiful. So you can see, check out 2 items. So we'll continue from there. So after that, we'll come out of that pressable. And here we want to render a line. So we'll be using a self-closing text. So we'll give it style. Let's give it a style. Let's give it height. So we'll give it height. Let's make the height 1. Then border color. So we'll give it border color of D0, 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 D0. And then we'll give it a border width. So border width, let's make the border width 1, and then margin top. Let's give a margin top of 10. Cool. So if we display that, cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? So we'll come outside of this view and have our scroll view. Do we have scroll view? So we'll bring in our scroll view, and the scroll view will have style. Let's style it. So let's style it. We'll give it a style. Let's give it background color. Background color of, let's close this, yeah. So we'll give it background color, we give it flex. Let's make it flex 1. So outside this, show, we don't want the scroll indicator to show, so we're going to make it false. And that's it. We'll come in here, render view, and inside the view here, we want to give it a style. Let's give it style, margin horizontal 10. So we'll start displaying the cart information, the cart item here. So we want to say cart.map using the map function. And then for each item there, we also want to get each item and the index for each of the items. Then we'll use the render method. So we'll render it now. So we use this and then add our view. So we'll add view into this. So the view, will give it a style. We'll give it a style. And then inside the view, we want to give it a background color. Background color of white. Then we'll give it margin vertical. Let's make it 3. Then padding top of 10. Padding top 10. Border bottom color. So let's give it border bottom color. And let's make it F0. And then we want to give it a border width. So border width will be, let's make border width 2. Then border left width will be 0. Border left width will be 0. We also want to make border right width. We want to make that 0. We don't want to apply the border to that. And then the border top width. Border top width. Yeah, border top width will also be 0. And another thing we want to add in here, we want to add the key. So we'll pass the index into it so that they can be unique. So inside our view, we will add pressable, and the pressable will be, we'll style that up to so we'll give it a style of, let's say, flex direction will be row, and then we have justify content will be space between, and let's give it margin vertical. So margin vertical will be 0 here. So this is where we're going to render the image. So bring it inside the view. Inside the view, we need to call the image tag, the image component from React Native. So I'll import that from React Native. So image from React Native, let's give it style. So the style will be of, okay, let me bring the style down. So let's give it width. Let's give it width of 110, height of 110 as well, and then resize mode. So contain. So we want to give it, we want to add the source, and the source will be URI, and it will be item.images. And we want to pass the first image, so we'll add 0, and that's it. So if we save it now, we should have the code. This is beautiful, isn't it? You can see that's what we've been doing since. This is beautiful. So that's done. The next thing we want to do is we want to render some of the information like the name and the price. So to do that, I'll come here. So I'll come outside the view here. Yes, I'll come outside of this view and render another view. So this view now will contain the text for the name and the price. So that's what we'll be using in this tutorial. We're only going to be using the name, the product name, and the price. So let me just copy from the text, the last text we use here, and make adjustment to it. So I'll come here, and then this will be item.name. So that's it. And then we're going to make this the style. Let's give it width. Let's remove all this. So we're going to make it width. Let's make it 150, and then margin top. Let's make that 10. Then we want to give it number of lines, so we can restrict it to only 3 lines. So we'll copy this as well and paste it here. and we're going to call this price. So for the price, we'll give it a font weight. Okay, let's give it a margin top of 6. Let's give it font size. Let's give it font size of 28. Font weight. So we're going to give it font weight of, let's make it bold. And then in here, we don't need the number of lines. So we can remove it. Yeah. So if I save it, we're supposed to have it. Cool, this is beautiful. You can see what I'm talking about. So we're done with this. We're done with this section. So the next thing is come out of that pressable, bring in another pressable here. And I'm just going to copy the last pressable we used and adjust it accordingly. So I'll copy this, bring it here, and inside this pressable now we're going to use, so we want to start rendering the increase quantity, the remove increase quantity, and decrease quantity. That's what we want to render here. So inside here we're going to give it the style of, so we'll be using flex direction row, align items. That's what we're going to use here. So we're going to say align items, and it will be center. We're going to give it a, so we'll give it margin top, margin bottom. So margin top will be, let's give it margin top of 2, then margin bottom. So let's give it margin bottom of 2 as well, and then margin horizontal. Yes, we want it to have a margin horizontal. Let's make that 10. I want to give it gap, so let's give it gap of 10 as well. So inside this, we also want to render, we also want to use the onPress function. So we'll get back to that later. Oh no, we'll use the onPress function here. Let's use it. We'll come here and render another pressable, use another pressable here, and this is where we use the onPress function. So we are going to, let me just write it this way. So onPress, but we'll come back to that. Then let's add style. So this time we're going to make it flex1. So we're going to use this. We're going to use the delete. This will be for the delete or remove item. We want to remove item. So that's what we're going to use this for. So come down here and render text. So let me just copy this text, bring it here. So inside the text here, it's going to have font size of 18, and font weight, let's make the font weight bold. So make the font weight bold. Let's give it color. We're going to add color into it. So color will be, let's give it an orange color, and we're going to call this remove. So let's say remove. So we're going to remove item using that, and that's it. So after this, now we'll render, let's render for the increase and then the decrease quantity. So we'll come out of this pressable, and then, okay, if I save this, we should have remove. Cool, that's it. So we want to render, so we're going to use a view here, and we'll add some style into it. So inside there, we're going to have margin vertical. So margin vertical will be 10, and then flex direction will be row, and align items. So align items will be center. Then padding vertical will be 5. So let's give it padding vertical 5, and border radius 5 as well. So border radius will be 5 as well, and that should be all for here. For now, that is it. So we'll come here and get the item, the quantity of each item. So we're going to be using the quantity if it's greater than 1. if the quantity is greater than 1, then we're going to render this, else it will render this function, it will perform that function. So if it's greater than 1, it will perform this one, so that means greater than 1 is true. But if it is false, it will perform the second function. So let's write, if it's true, if greater than 1 is true, then we're going to use our pressable, and as well I'm going to copy the pressable here. Where is it? Just let me copy this. So inside here we're going to have the press function that will write. So if it's greater than 1, we want to display an icon. So let me bring in my icon from, I think we had an icon here, so let me bring it from our vector icon. Yes, let's bring this in. So we'll come here, instead of the text, we're going to render an icon. So we're going to get it from undesign. So we're going to get it from undesign, and then it'll have a name, and the name will be minus. So if it's greater than 1, it's going to show the minus icon, and then we'll give it size. Let's give it size 24, and then I'll give it color. Color will be white. So let's write white, and then we want to add another style into it. We need to add font weight. Let's make it font weight bold. So font weight bold. That's it. So that's if the quantity is greater than 1. Else, so we also need to style the pressable. We're going to give it a different styling from this. So the pressable, we're going to give it, let's give it background color, and the background color will be orange. So we'll give it, after the background color, we want to give it padding. So padding will be 7, and then we want to give it border top left radius of 6. Border top left radius, and make it 6. Then we also want to give it a border bottom left radius. Yes, want to give it border bottom left radius. We'll make that 6 too, and that's it. We're good to go. So we'll just copy the same thing here. We'll just copy the same thing here and dump here. So paste it here, and inside here we want to give it, so here we want to give it, instead of minus, we are going to give it, let's say there's what we call delete. So we'll give it delete icon. So delete icon is also from undesign, and then we're going to give it, so we'll leave the color will be white. However, we'll change the we'll say, let's say padding left, and let's make that equal to 0. So let's bring our undesign here. So padding left will be 0. So if we save that, cool, you can see this is beautiful. Let's remove this. For now, let's leave it this way. So you can see, because the quantity is not greater than 1, that's why it's showing what, the delete icon instead of what, the minus icon. So we'll get to that later. So that's the first one we want to render. So come out of this, come out of here, and then add another pressable. So I'll just copy this as well and make adjustment to it. So here we want to render the number of item, or the quantity of item. We want to display it in number. So we'll close it. So let's change the style. So the background color here will be white. We're going to be using orange here. The background color will be white. Then I want to give it padding horizontal. So padding horizontal will be, let's make it 18. And then padding vertical, let's add padding vertical. Padding vertical will be, let's make that 6. We want to render the text. and the text will be item.quantity. So we want to render the quantity of each item in here. And if I save it now, you see this is beautiful. It's showing the item.quantity. That's what we want to do there. So the next thing is we want to render the increment for increasing the quantity. So that's what we'll do now. So like I'll just copy this. Let's just copy this whole thing. And after this pressable, let me add it here. So inside here, we're still going to be returning the onPress function. Then okay, I think I should copy. Let's copy the one we use for decrease. Speaks more to it. So let's copy this. So we'll copy this. Paste it here. So we'll have the background color orange, padding will be 7. Yeah. So we'll just come here and change this. So we're going to use feather here. So let me go and add feather. So let's add feather icon. Yeah, feather icon. So instead of ant design, we'll use feather icon. So feather icon, and inside that feather icon we have the plus sign. We have the plus icon rather. So we have plus icon. We give it size 24, color white, and font width of bold. That's it. So if I paste it, everything should work fine. Oh, sorry, I'm doing it in the wrong place. So it shouldn't be here. It should be down here. Yes, it should be here. And then we have the plus icon and every other thing. So let's see. Cool, this is beautiful. So from here now we can increase the quantity and reduce the quantity. So you just see what will happen when I increase the quantity. I will increase the quantity to 2. Okay, we need to implement them. We've not run the functions, so we've not added it. We need to add it to the onPress. So to do that, let's go and write it. It's just similar to the same way we add to cart done in our product details screen. So it's similar. So quickly come. So also we need to bring our notification. So we'll say, so let's go to product details and bring everything up from there. So we need to bring display and notification. So we need to bring the two to, let's bring them here. So we need to import useState. Where's our React? Yes. So let's import useState here. So useState will come in here, and then we can bring our, so let's say display message. If it's true, then render the notification. So notification, yeah, notification from component, and the message will be equal to notify. Cool. So we want to have that. So, and then the next thing we'll do now is to run the function for, let's say, okay, let's do increase quantity first. To increase the quantity, so we'll say, let's call it const. Let's call it increase Q. Increase Q means increase quantity in our own case. So we're going to run the function to increase the quantity, and then this will be equal to item, and then we're going to be using the product params. So it will be from product. So product params from our cart params. So, and then we'll use our dispatch as well. We use our dispatch. So dispatch, we need to bring, have we done that? Okay, we've not declared that. So let's just say const dispatch. Okay, we have it in our product details. So let's just copy it, and yeah, let's copy this. I thought I copied it earlier. I didn't. So bring it here and then use our dispatch. So use the dispatch, and remember we have increase quantity from our cart reducer. So you can see increase quantity, that's what we're bringing in, and then we're going to make it equal to the item. So we're passing the item into it, and that's all. So we'll come here. So we say if the quantity increased, then it will now display our message. So we display the notification message. So we'll now say item.quantity So if it's increased, that'll be plus plus. If it's increased, then send the message. So let's get the message from here. So we're going to get the message. So we're going to say, let's call it product quantity. So I say, let's call it product quantity updated successfully. So we'll say product quantity updated successfully, and every other thing remains the same. So we're good to go. So the next thing we want to write is to decrease the quantity. So we're just going to copy this. So here now we're going to do decrease quantity. Let's call it decrease quantity. So decrease quantity, and then here we just need to bring the decrease quantity. So decrease, what did we call it? Decrease quantity from our cart reducer. So to import that, and here we'll use minus. So if it reduces, if it reduced, then send the same message, product quantity updated successfully. So every other thing remains the same there. So we can come here. The next thing we want to do is to delete. When they delete an item, when an item is deleted from the cart, delete. So let's call it delete item. So to use the delete item, we are going to use the remove function from our reducer, from our cart reducer. So we call it remove from cart. Yes. So I need to be equal to item, and then here where we want to say product removed successfully, and that's it. And every other thing remains the same. Okay, it's also supposed to reduce it. So we're going to say this. So the quantity will reduce. So I think that's all we need to do. So we'll now let's come here and implement all that. So the first one here, this onPress is for what? Let's get the onPress functions. Yeah, so this one is for remove. So we're going to pass the remove. No, it's supposed to be a function. So we're going to run it this way. And we had delete item. And we're going to pass the item into it. That's all. So if we come here, the next one is this. This one is to decrease the quantity, right? Yes, this is decrease. This is for decrease we use this to decrease quantity. So we say decrease Q, and then we'll pass the item into it. And then the next one is, okay, we still pass the same thing in here too. Decrease. No, if it's greater than 1, it will use decrease quantity. But if it is less than 1, or if it's not greater than 1, rather, it will use the removes, because if it's not greater than 1, we are displaying the delete icon. So we're going to use the delete item, and then we're going to put the item into it. So that's it. Then the last one is increase quantity. It's this. So we're going to say increase Q, and then we'll pass the item. So that's it. So let's save. So now if I press the plus icon, it should increase, and once it is greater than 1, that delete icon will change to the minus icon. So let's try that. Oh, we passed this function to the wrong place. Sorry, we passed this function to the wrong place. So let's remove this from here and then bring it here. It's supposed to be here. Then we actually don't need an onPress function here. So that's it. So we're supposed to bring it here. This is where we increase. This is the increase icon. So let's try that again. If we press the plus sign, it's supposed to be equal to 2. Cool, beautiful. And you can see it's working, and the icon has turned from delete to a minus. So we'll do for the second one, and you can see that the price is also updated. So if I change it now, you see it's $300. If I change it now, it's $360, and you can see it's also saying product quantity updated successfully. So if I reduce that product, and it's reducing it, we have 4. Let's reduce it. It's 3, and you can see it's reducing it. So let's use the delete icon. So the delete icon now. So if I press the delete icon now, it's supposed to remove this yellow smartwatch. So let's press it. 1, 2, 3, go. Cool. Product removed successfully. This is working well. And then let's use the remove icon. So but before we do that, I need to implement another thing. So because when our cart is equal to 0, when our cart is empty, we want to redirect the user back to the home screen, and then we'll display a message. So before I do that, let me just, because if I use the remove now, the cart will be empty. So let's implement that before we now remove the last one. So I'll come up here. Let's come here. Let's write it here. We can write it anywhere there. And we're going to use the use effect. So let me import use effect from React. So we're going to say use effect. So we're going to use effect. So we're going to check the cart.length. So if we check it, if it's equal to 0, this is what we'll do. So we'll bring our message. So we're going to say your cart, or let's say this cart is empty. Please add product to continue. So that's it. So, and every other thing remains the same, except for we'll now need to redirect the user back to the home screen. So we're going to use navigation.navigate, and so we'll come here, and the home screen is in the tab stack. So we can use the tab stack. We'll come to the tab stack. We use the tab stack, and then we say screen. Let's get the screen. Sorry. So we'll get the screen. Yeah. And this makes TypeScript very powerful. You can see this is cool. There's no error. This is powerful. So that's the thing. So we'll navigate, and everything is fine. So if I press the remove button now, so if I use the remove button now, and it will remove this, and it will display a message. Oh, we also want to add the dependency array in that, because we don't want it to keep looping. It can become buggy. It can turn to a bug and slow down our app. So we want to add the cart.length. So this use effect, we always reload. The event will always be triggered every time the length of the cart is updated or changes. Every time it changes, it will trigger the action again. That's what the dependency array is talking about. So let's save it. So now if I press the remove icon now, the remove button, it's supposed to send a message that the cart is empty, and then it will redirect us to the home screen. So let's do that. Cool. You see this cart is empty. Please add product, and it has redirected to the home screen. This is beautiful, isn't it? This is working fine. So let's add those items again. You can see everything is working fine. So let's add this. It's working well. Let's add another product. Let's add this. Let's add bags. Let's add this bag. Let's add one more. Let's check through our featured product. I love this iron. So let's add it, and then we can go to our core. So you see we have 4 items in the cart, and then let's make this equal to 2. Let's make this equal to 3. So the next thing we want to do is we want to be able to we want to navigate from the cart screen to the checkout screen. So, and we're going to be using that checkout for items. So we comment out, what's it called, an onPress function there. So let's write the onPress function, then we can add it to it. So let's come here and say, let's say const checkout. Let's say items, checkout items. And in here, at this point, we want the user to be logged in, because we need the user information to process the checkout and retain some of the checkout details, the delivery details, and all that. So we want to make sure that the user is logged in. So we can say we've not declared that. So I'll just, for now, we'll come back to that. So I'll say cart. So if the cart, let's check if the cart is not empty. So if the cart.length is equal to 0, we don't want to redirect the user to the checkout page. So if it's equal to 0, we want to navigate the user back to the home screen. So let's just copy this. So else we'll navigate the user to the checkout screen. So we can come here, copy this and make adjustment to it. So we can say navigate, because we haven't written the delivery screen yet, so we will just comment it out for now. Then let's add it to proceed here. Yeah, here. So checkout items. So quickly, let's go and let's get the checkout screen. So we'll come to our screen. Let's come to our screen here and add the checkout.tsx. So, in our case now that we don't have the user information, so we really want to do the user authentication. We need to get the user details so that we can process the user's items. So we'll also need to come here now and do, so we'll pass an if function here as well. So we're going to say if, let's say if user ID is equal to null, then it's going to navigation.navigate. So it will navigate to the registration and the login screen. Else, if the user is logged in, then it will go to the checkout screen. So we'll bring the checkout screen here. So we'll bring this one now and put it inside here. So quickly, let's go and write that. So the user ID to everything. So we can't use any of it right now. So we need to go and get that done first. So to get that done, we'll come to our screen, and inside our screen, let's add a so inside our screen, let's add the user form there. So we're going to be using that same screen for both registration and then login. So we'll do it this way. We'll go to, and in here we're going to say, okay, let's use our tsrn. So inside the user form here, we're not going to be using this, obviously. And then we're not going to be using this. So we need to add it to our root navigator. So we'll come to our root navigator now and add this screen, the user form screen. We need to add it to our root navigator. So we'll come here. Let's call it a user form. Let's call it user form params. And then we'll add it in here. We will need the email. We need the email, and I think we need only the email and the password in this case. So it's up to you. You can do it the way you want. This is just tutorial. So email and password will do for this tutorial. Then we can have confirm. So another thing we need to add the screen name. The screen name will also be a string. So that's it for now. Then we'll come here. Let's copy this. And then we'll come here and do, so let's say user form params. And then this will be equal to the user form. So, and then we need to link it to the user form. So we'll come in here and we'll call, so this will be from our tab root stack screen props. Yes. And then from there we can bring in our code user form params. You can see. Then we have our navigation, and then we can also have our route. Then we'll go back to our navigator here, user form params. Why is it throwing an error? Oh, I called it use instead of user. That's why we're having an error there. So in here, we're going to add the R to it, and everything is fine. So we can also save this one here as well. Everything is working well. So we've added this. So let's go and start building up the login and registration screen. So if we come to the login and registration screen now, we want to do both. We want to combine both the login and registration screen together in one place. So what we'll do here, we'll come here into our login user form and remove this. We won't be using this. Let's build the UI first. So we're going to take this out. I'll go to my cart screen. Let's copy this. Let's copy this and bring this in here. Let's go on, because we are going to be needing quite a lot of things in here, so we don't have to rewrite them. So let's just copy the import, the React, this, and we are going to need the, so let's just replace it with this. Then we need to close them. We need to close the safe area view. So we also need to import the header component. Then we won't be using this display message. We're not displaying any message here. Then for now, let's remove all this. Push. And our safe area view. So that's it. So in here, okay, let me quickly bring up our header component. So if you remember from our header component, we had two headers there. So we want to make use of the second header where where the go back is undefined. So so we have it here. So if there's a page title, you see it's going to use the screen. So this is the screen we've been using all along. We've been using this second screen. We've been using this second header rather. This is the header we've been using since. So now we want to use this one, this header. This is what we're going to use now, because we're going to declare a page title, the page title to this. So we'll come to our form here, and then inside the form we're going to bring the page title. So the page title will be equal to our screen title, and then we're going to get the screen title from what? From our params. It was declared in our params in the root navigator. So if we come here, and then we're going to say const. So let's destructure the root. So we're going to say root dot params, the parameters of that root, and that route is what is user form params. So inside it we have what? The screen name. You can see it's bringing the screen name up. So that's what we're going to pass here, the screen name. That's beautiful. So we're going to be passing it dynamically. You'll see how that will happen very shortly. So from here now, we also want to do touchable without feedback. I think we did that in our home. Okay, let me copy the, let's go home. Where's our home screen? So we're going to copy, let's use the, yes, let's use this. So we have most of the things there. So bring this out and copy it here. So inside here, we're going to have the touchable without feedback. So touchable without feedback, we'll bring it up. And then we're going to, okay, let's remove. We have the dismiss, where we handle the keyboard dismiss. So we can add that from here. Yes, this. So we'll copy this and bring it here. So we add a touchable without feedback and do on press. And then we're going to handle the keyboard dismiss there. That's it. Then we might also, can also add the keyboard avoiding view. I'll show you what we'll use that for shortly. Keyboard avoiding view. Okay, I've not imported that. keyboard avoiding view. So we're going to pass the behavior. So we're going to pass the behavior, and the behavior, let's just we'll copy this and pass into it, and then I'll make changes to it accordingly. So we're going to say platform.os. If platform.os is iOS, so if it's equal to iOS, we give it a padding. So we'll give it a padding, or we use the height. So that's it. So we want to pass the scroll view. Inside our scroll view, we'll say shows horizontal, shows vertical, because we'll be using vertical, so we don't want it to show the indicator. So we'll make it false. So we're good to go. And then in here now, since our scroll view, we want to pass the, let's do this again, and then so we'll give this a style, align items, align item center, text, so we have font size 17, font weight, bold, margin top 12, color 041E. So in here now we are quickly going to declare, we will use our use state, and then we'll say const. So use state. So we want to be able to toggle between our registration screen and the login screen. So we're going to use this to achieve that, and then we're going to call it boolean because it's a boolean. So we're going to say show reg screen, and then set show reg screen. So we'll come here and say show reg, if show reg screen is true, if it's not equal to false. So what we're saying here is if show reg is not equal to true, yeah, so if it's not equal to true, it will display, so it will write what log into your account, else it will be register a new account. So to register a new account. So, and currently we made the show reg screen equal to false, so it will display what log into your account. So I think another thing we need to do, let me just go to the cart screen so we can navigate to our user form so that you can see everything as it's displaying the display, so you can see it. So we'll just leave it here and then come to our cart screen here. Let's go down. So I say if user ID is equal to null, so we are going to navigate to, so let's uncomment this. We're going to navigate to, so it will navigate to the user form params, and then we're going to give it a screen. So we're going to give it a screen name. You can see it's bringing it up. So let's call it user form, or we can call it user authentication. So the user ID, we are going to create a user context that will help us to manage the user login session throughout our entire app. So we can always get the user, login session or get the update if the user is logged in or not. So to do that, we're going to create that context. So we'll go out of the source and come into this, so we'll come into here, our app. So we'll say user context .tsx. Will come out. So you see it's outside. It's in the same folder with the store and the app. they're in the same folder. So that's the app folder itself. So inside the use context, we can have, let's import React. We import React, and then from React, and then inside there we'll need to also import what we call create context. From React, we are going to use the use state. We need the use state. We'll also need React node, and I think that's all we'll need for now here. So inside this, let's quickly declare our interface, because we also need to use TypeScript. So let's say interface user ID. So user ID will be user ID. So the user ID will either be string, it's either string or null. That's if the user is not logged in, it will be null. So it will be null. Then we want to get the user ID, so we'll have to declare that here too, and that will be a function which is void, and then inside here we have to pass the params. So the params will be user ID, and it's either a string or null. So if the user is logged in, the user ID will be a string, and if it's not logged in, it will be null. So we have to declare the two. If not, it will throw an error. So inside here, we want to declare, let's have the default value. So the default value will be of type user ID, and then in here we're going to pass the user ID. The user ID will be a string. So it's either a string or it's null. Then we need to get set user ID. I mean set user ID, not get user ID. So we should get set user ID. So set user ID will also be a function, and it will be an object. That's it. So we'll come here and let's get the user type. So we need to get the user type, and the user type will be, so we use the create context, and then we'll pass our default value into it. So that's it. And then we'll now come here and say const user context. So const user context is equal to, so it will be React node, the children of React node. So we're going to pass the React node, it's a child. So we're going to pass the children parameter into this. And the reason why is because we've not added our arrow function. So you see, so we're going to write the function. So it's going to be an array of this, and we're going to use our use state to get access to the context. So it will be string. We're going to use the use state to get access to the user ID. We're using the use state to get access to the user ID. So it will be of string or null, like we declare. So this is how we get the user ID, and then initial state will be what? An empty string. So it will be, so we now have our user ID and set user ID. So we want to set the state of the user ID. So the initial state will be an empty string, and then we'll write our return function. Inside our return function, we'll call the user context. Sorry, the user type rather. So the user type, since it's, and then it will be a provider. User type dot provider. So we'll bring the provider in here. You can see the provider is already coming up, and then it will have a value. So the value will be equal to the user ID, and then the set user ID. That will be the value, and then we'll pass the children into it. We'll pass children into it, and then the user type must be of a provider. Yeah. And this is going to be double. This is supposed to be a double curly brace. Cool. Everything is fine. So we can save this, and then we need to bring this into our app. So to do that, we need to import. So we need the use context. We need the use context to get our user context. So whenever you want to get the user context, you use the use context to get that. So we'll come here and import. So it will be after our store. We need to get the user context after our store. So we'll bring it in here, and then we called it a user. Okay, let me just bring our app closer to it. We're not using this anymore, so we can remove it. So we called it user context. So it's user context. Oh, we did not export that. We didn't export it. That's why I couldn't find it. So we are supposed to export it. So to export it now, we will come here and do export. So come here and do export. So we export the user type and then the user context. Yeah. So from our app, we can now bring the user context. You can see it's bringing it up already. So we'll wrap our entire app inside the user context. So we'll copy all this and bring it in here. And then we save. As usual, we may need to see it has reloaded our app. It has taken us back to the home screen. So we can go back to our cart screen. So we're back to our cart screen now, and then in here, so we can have access to this. We have access to the user context through the use context anywhere in our app. So we'll come to our cart screen, and then we'll call the user context by what? Using the use context. We use the use context to have access to the user context. So we'll come here, and so we need to import the use context. So use context will be from React in our cart screen. So we'll go to carts. So we're going to have use context here. So create context, we create the context, and when you use context to have access to the context that was created. So let's come here and say, let's destructure it and let's get the context. So we're going to say use context, and inside the use context, we pass the user type. So the user type from our user context. So it has imported that. So from it now we can get our user ID. And remember, it's not an array. You have to pass it. It's an object. And then set user ID. And you can see our cart screen is no longer throwing an error. This is beautiful, isn't it? So come here to the if function. Let's get the if function, the checkout function. So you see it's no longer throwing an error. So now we can move on to the checkout screen. So we save it. So in our home, we did not apply the go to cart screen. I just noticed it now. So let's go back to our home screen and apply. So get it from product details. Yes. So we've not added that function to our product details. That's it. So go to cart screen. Let's copy this and bring it to our home screen. You can see that there's no go to cart screen here. So it's not here. So we also need to bring the notify. Okay, let me just move this closer to the product details and bring them in as well. So we need notify and display message. We'll bring it here. So we also need to check. We also want to check if it's empty. If the cart is empty, so it shouldn't go there. So if it's empty, we're going to say, okay, yes, everything is fine. Else, it will go toward the cart screen. So we'll come here and add it. So we need to add it here. We need to add it here before our. So we're going to add the notification. We need to bring the notification, and then notification component, and then we're going to add the message into it. The message will be equal to Okay, we have not imported notification. Yes, notification, should import it, and then it will have a message. So the message will be from our notify. So it will be from notify, and we also need to pass if display message is true. So display message, if it's true, that's when you use the notification. So we're good to go. Then we want to add the go to cart screen, and we want to add it to go to screen. Also see where the problem is coming from. These are supposed to be, they're supposed to be inside here. I added them in the wrong place. That's why it's throwing an error. It's throwing that error, so the error should go off now. So we have everything now. We can now press on the icon. So if you press the icon now, it will redirect you to the cart screen. If you take it now, you can see we're at the cart screen already. So from here now, from the cart screen, if you press checkout, it's supposed to redirect us to the user form because there's no active user ID. So we'll take it now. So in our situation, our scenario, our user ID is now equal to null. It's actually the string is empty. That was what we passed. So let's go back to our, so the initial state here was not null, it was an empty string, and then we passed null now like this. It would have recognized it, but we passed an empty string. So if we go, let's go to, so if we come here now, so we passed null as the initial state. So if you come here to, if you come here now, you see that we have the null. So if you save here and then press the checkout now, it's supposed to redirect to the user form. Cool, you can see it has redirected to the user form because it's null. So the initial state is null. So we'll come to our user form here. Where's our user form? So we'll come to our user form now. Let's save it. Cool, you can see this is working beautifully. So if we come here now, and you can see the login to your account is already displaying. So if we go back, if we press the go back arrow, okay, we've not implemented that. So we had the go back arrow to it now. Let's come to our screen here and copy the go back there, the go back function. So copy the go back function here, take it to our user form, and inside our user form, and then we'll come in here and add it to our header. So we'll make it equal to go back. And if we save it and press it, good, it has taken us back to the cart screen. And then if you use the checkout, it takes you to the checkout page. So we're now in the checkout page. So it has redirected, to the user form. So because we are not logged in. So we want to change the background color and make the background color white. So we have the background color is equal to white. So we can have so you can see that's why it's showing login to your account, because currently the show registration screen is equal to false. So that's the initial state. That's why it's showing login to your account. We'll come out of this view here and we'll say if show reg screen is true. If show reg screen is true, then we want to render the registration screen. And then we're going to pass into a scroll view. And the scroll view, we have view. And the view will be, let's give it a style. Style is margin top of 10. And then, so to display the form input field, we're going to write it in another component. So quickly, let's just go to our component folder, and let's call it user form card. Let's call it user form card.tsx. So inside here, let's use our tsrnf, our shortcode, and then I'll go to my home screen here and copy. Let's copy this to the import for React Native and then React. So we replace it with the ones here, and then we won't be needing platform, so we can remove platform, touchable without feedback. We won't need it. I don't think we need keyboard as well, but we need a text input. So we need text input, What do we need? We need animated. We'll be using animated. And inside our React, we won't use callback. We need use effect. We need use ref. We need use state as well. So we'll come to here and just quickly write so let's call it user form props, and then we have our interface. We're going to call it interface. We're going to be using the interface. So inside here, we're going to have we're going to have text, and the text will make it optional, and it will be string. We'll have unchanged text. Unchanged text will be a function, so it will be optional, and it will be a function. We'll pass the text into it. And so it is string, and then we'll make it void. Then we need the label. The label will be string as well. We need a label color. We need label color. So label color will be optional, and then it will be also string. We'll need duration. Duration will be optional, and it will be number. So come here, let's bring it down here. We're going to call it user form props, and then we'll bring in our text. We'll bring unchanged text. We'll bring the label. The label color, will give it an initial, so to be, let's make it black. We'll give it initial black, and then we have duration as well. So we're good to go. So in here, we're going to be using animated. So I'm going to say animated.view, and then here animated.view. So I'm going to take this out. I'll take this out because we're going to be using animated. So very shortly, you see what we're about to achieve. So inside this animated view now, I want to pass the label, the form label. I'll pass it to this. So I'll use animated.text, and inside the animated.text, we'll be passing some animated styles into it very shortly. So I'm going to call it style. So we'll just leave it here. We'll come back to it, and inside it we'll pass our label. So we'll pass the label, and then outside the animated text, we want to render our text input. So our text input to be self-closing. Then inside here we want to have the value. The value will be equal to text. We want to have the unchanged text, and it will be equal to unchanged text. No, unchanged. So we have unchanged text. After that, we want to make it editable. Editable will be true. So after that, we want to use the onFocus. Don't worry, I'll explain everything shortly. So onFocus, we've not written the function, so let's just comment it out for now. Then on blur as well, let's comment it out. We've not written the function. Then blur on submit. Then auto capitalize will make it none. So that's it. So let's quickly come here and write some styles. I'm going to say const styles. Auto, we're going to be using style sheet .create. Style sheet .create, and then the first one we want to write there is the container. So the container will be, we'll give it a margin top of 20, background color, give it background color of, let's give it background color of white. We're going to give it border radius. So border radius, let's use border radius of 8. For the width, we're going to use the dimensions to get the width. So let me just make it equal to the width. So we're going to write that shortly. And then for the align, we're going to use align self. And align self will be center. So that's it for that. So the next thing is we want to write the styles for the text input. So for that, we're going to have let's have the font size. So I want to make the font size 13. Then we'll give it a height. We'll give that text input field, we'll give it a height of 35. We'll have a color. The color, let's give it color of black. So the text will have the color of black. Then we want to give it padding. Padding will be 10. So let's give it padding of 10. That's it. The last one we want to write here is the animated style for the when we'll be performing the animation, especially the transform Y animation. So we're going to call it animated style. So animated style. Let's give it top will be 5. Let's give it left will be 15, and then let's give it position absolute. Position will be absolute. Then border radius, so we'll give it border radius of 90. Let's give it border radius of 90, and then we'll give it z index. So the z index will be 10. That's all. So we'll come here, let's do the dimension. So we'll come here, let's say const width. So const width equal to, so we'll get the dimension. We're going to be using the dimension from React Native dimensions, then .get dimensions.get, and then we're going to get the screen. So get the screen and then get the width of the screen. So we're going to get in the width of that screen, of the user screen, and then we'll pass this to it. Then let's pass, I don't know, 50. So, and you see there's no more error. So we can come to our form here and pass the style. So inside this, the first animated view, so we're going to pass the styles, and then we want to make it an array of style. So we want to pass the styles.container. So styles.container will be there. So we'll come and write the remaining styles later there. So this next one, we also want to give it style, and it's also going to be an array of style. So it's an array of style. So we want to pass the styles.animated style. Animated style. So we'll pass the second one. We've not written it. We're going to do that. That's the transform. So we want to translate Y. So for here, and then the third one is the input. For the input, text input. So we're going to say styles. No, it's supposed to be styles equal to. So we're going to say styles dot input. Cool. So we're good to go. So what I'm just going to do now before we continue, I'm going to import this to our form so that we can see as we make changes and all the animation as they work out. So I'll come to the user form here. Since we are displaying the login screen, this is the login display. So, and this one is shows registration screen. That means registration screen is false. But here now we're saying if registration screen is true, it will display. So we'll quickly come here and write for the false so that we can get the display for the login. So we'll come here and say if show reg screen is false. So if show reg screen is false, so that means if it is false, that means we want to display what the login screen. So the login UI, that's what we want to display if show registration screen is false. So we'll now come here. Let me bring the fragment, and inside the fragment I want to let's add view. Inside the view we'll pass a style into it, and I want to give it a margin top. Let's give it a margin top of 70. So in here now we can import our user form card. So user form card, good, from our component, and it's throwing an error because we need to pass some params into it, some value into it, and the label. So we'll get the label, and the label will be equal to, okay, the label will be a string. So let's say enter your email. So another thing we want to pass is label color. So the label color will be black. So we're going to retain black. If you like, you can change the label color, it's up to you, but I'm going to retain black. Then we have duration. Duration will be 300, and then for the text and update on change text, we'll come back to that. So we'll just save this here. So we'll save it here and come back to our user form card, so that as we update from our user form card, it will also show in the front end. So we'll come to this place. Let's save this. So the next thing we'll go and do now is to use our useRef to start working on the animations. So I want to do the translate y. That's the on the y axis. So we're going to use trans. So we'll say const trans y. So it will be useRef. We're going to use the useRef. So useRef from React, and then it will be new animated. It will be new animated dot value, and the initial value will be 0 as the current value. So another animation we want to do is for the border. So let's call it border width, or let's just call it border. So let's just copy this useRef as well, and this one we're going to make the current value 1. So the initial value will be 1. Then we'll say, I say transform animation. So we'll write the function now that will help us to do the transform y or translate y. So let's pass a parameter to that, and the parameter will be to value. So we can always change the value dynamically. So to value, well, that's going to be a number. So the value will be a number, and then we'll have animated. Let's bring in our animated or timing, and that will listen to translate y. So that's what we are targeting. And then from there we'll have our to value, so that we can change the value. So because the current value is 0, so duration, we'll pass in the duration. We'll use native driver. Native driver will be equal to true, to be true. Then we want to use easing. So let's quickly import easing from React Native. So easing will be equal to easing dot ease, and then we'll come here and say start. So quickly we are going to copy these and then duplicate for the border width. So let's call it animate border width, or let's call it animate border. So it will be to value also, and here we are targeting the border. Is the border that will listen to here, and then native driver will be false for this, and that's all. So we'll come here and let's do the animation. So let's write the function for the onFocus handler. So we're going to have const onFocus handler. So if the text field is focused, we want to get a transformation animation, and we want to change it from 0 to -13, because the idea is when the text field is focused, we want the placeholder, that is the label, we want it to translate y. It will move up and move away from the text box, so that the user can impute his own data into the text field. So we will animate it by moving the placeholder, the label, by -13. So it will move up, it will move out of that text field. So that's what it means. So that's why we're using the transform animation. Transform animation will be 13. Then at that point we also want to use the border. So on focus, we change the animated border from 1 to 2. So if it's focus, we change it from 1 to 2. And then for the blur, we just copy this. So on blur handler, let's call it on blur handler. So we want to check if the text is not focused, if the text field is not focused. We want to check if the text field is empty. If the text field is empty, that means the user did not input any data into it. But if it is not empty, we want to return. So if it is empty, we will now bring down what the placeholder, the label will come back into the text field. else, if it's not empty, that means the user already passed some data or value into that text field. So at that point, we want to retain that text in that text field, and then the label will remain at the top where it is. So that's what we're going to say. We're now checking if text is true, if it's not empty. So we will just write what return. So we'll just say return if the text field is not empty. So we'll tell it to what return. Else we will change the animation. We'll return it to 0, and then we'll return the border width also to 1. So that's the idea there. So we can come into our text input here, and inside our text input we have our onFocus will be equal to onFocus handler, and then onBlur will be equal to onBlur handler. So that's it, we're good to go. So the next thing we want to do now is we want to get the label color. So we'll use interpolation. We will interpolate to get the label color so we can add it. So before we also do that, we need to get the transform. So let's get the transform style and pass into our animated.view so that it can do the transform animation for us. And then to do that, we are going to quickly come here and say const. So we're going to say const let's say animate style. So we're going to pass it, and then transform. We're going to pass transform. Transform is from styles, and then it's an array. So it can be, you can have inside transform, you can have translate y, translate x, and blah blah blah. The other ones too that are there. So we're going to have translate. So we have something like this, translate y, and the translate y will now make it equal to our and trans y. So that's the idea. So this animated style now we can pass it to. We will now pass it to our animated.view here. We'll pass it into this. So we'll now pass animate style. So we'll pass animate style into it. So that's about this. So the next thing we want to do is let's get the color and then interpolate it. So we want to check. Okay, let me just write it first and then I'll explain. So we want to say label color animation. So label color animation will have, so we take our border and then interpolate. We use the interpolate function method, and then we'll look into it. We're going to get if the input range. We're going to look into the input range. If the input range is 1, remember 1 is the current value. So if it is 1, we will get an output for that, and if it is 2, we'll get another result. So to get that, we'll go into our output range and say if the input is 1, we want the color to be gray, and if the input is 2, then we want the color to be what? Our label color. So that's the idea. And then we want to extrapolate, we'll make a clamp. So that's it. And inside here we'll come and pass, we'll pass the color here. So we'll pass the color into our what? We'll pass the label color into our style, label color animation. So we're good to go. So I think there's an error somewhere because our form is supposed to be displaying something by now. So let's just check. Okay, here background color is supposed to be white. We have the hash there. So we added that. We added the. Oh, see where the error is. The text input is supposed to be out after animated.view. We're supposed to render the text input here after animated.view. This is where it's supposed to be. I think that's where we are. That's why we're having the error. So let's correct that. So if we save that now, cool, you can see everything is working fine. So that's why we are having the error. So, and you can see the interpolate function is already working. So if I remove this, you see that's why it's gray, because we said when the input is 1, it should give us gray color. So let me remove the color now, and you see that if I save it now, you see that we have black, because black is the initial label color that we gave it here. So you can see black is the initial color, is the default color that we are using. So but when we came here now, if you come here now and then we use the interpolate, so if it's equal to 1 now, we're now changing the color. So we'll come here and change the color. That if it's equal to 1, so we are overriding the default color. So if it's equal to 1, it will be gray. So and it's equal to 1 currently, and you can see it has turned gray. And then we have so when it's equal to 2, it will turn black again. So quickly, let's add the border. Let's add the border so that we can do the remaining part. So we'll come here, we'll copy the label color animation and just make adjustment to it. That's all we need to do. So let's copy these and then write the border color. Let's do the animation for the border color. So we're going to say, let's call it border color here. Const border color. So the border color now will get, if the input range is equal to, if the input range is equal to 1, then we want to make the border color black. And if the input range is, when it's equal to 2, we are going to make it let's call it green. Let's use green. So you see, so we will now come to our, we'll come here, and then we want to pass in the border. So we'll come here and then pass the border. So we're going to say border width. So we'll pass the border width, and the border width will be equal to our border color. No, border color rather. It's a border color. We want to give it border color. We're not passing the width, it's border color, and our border color will be equal to border color. Yes. So if we save it now, so we'll come here, we are supposed to also pass the border width. So to pass the border width, we are just going to use the width, the border we passed earlier. So we can come here and say, we'll say border width. So border width be equal to the border. So it will be equal to the border, and you know the border is 1, so it will give you width of 1. So let me just, for clarity, I'm going to call it border width. So let's go and get let's change the border to border width. So let's target all the border here. Yeah, animate border width, border width, border width. And I think that's also, I'm going to call it border width. So we have border width here, and this one will be animate border width. So let me change the, let me change it to border width, and then let's pass width here too. And then let's pass border width. So we're interpolating the border width. So we're good to go. So I'll pass border width to border width, and now we should have the width. Cool. This is beautiful, isn't it? So you can see now that we have the width in it. So after that, so you can see that the enter your email is not standing well. We don't like the way it's standing. So we can quickly do another interpolate and use padding. So we can animate it and give it a padding. So we're going to say, let's call it label padding. Label padding. So when the border width is equal to, so we're going to use the border width also to do the label padding. So when the border width is 1, we want to give it padding. Let's give it padding of 4. And when it's 2, when the border width is 2, we want to give it padding of 0. So let's see now. Okay, we need to pass the padding. So we'll come to our animated style here and bring padding, and padding will be equal to label padding. Label padding, right? No, border padding. We have border padding, yes. Or we want to call it, let's call it label padding. So label padding, we'll call it label padding here. So you see, cool. You see, this is beautiful. It's better this way. So we'll do 2 more interpolation. So let me just copy and do that, so we'll not waste time. So the next one we will do label font size. So you can do as much as you like depending on what you want. So when the border width is 1, I want to give it font size of 14, and when it's 2, I want to give it font size of 10. Then another one I want to do is the background color. So I'll say label background color. I'll call it label background color. Label background color. So when the input is 1, I want to give it a background color of, let's say, white. We'll see if it works fine with that. Else we'll need to change it to one that will work better for us. And then I'll give it this. So I'll come here and add. So I'm going to add background color. Background color will be equal to label background color. And then we want to add font size. Font size will be equal to label font size. Label font size. So if we save it now, so you can see everything is working fine. Let's check the animation out. So I'm going to tap into this now. Cool, you can see this is beautiful. So this is beautiful. You can see when I open the when I press the text input, you can see that the label was translated. It was translated by -13 and it moved to the border, and this is what we want to achieve. And when it's focused, you can see the color changed to green. The color changed to green. So let me give it another color so you can see that it's obvious. So you can see it working fine. You can see the changes. So let's say let me give it yellow, for example. So you can see it changed. So let me make it orange. Let's see, orange color. Cool, I think orange color is more visible. So you can see it changed. So if I bring it down and then on blur and the text input field is empty, it will bring the entire email back. So you can see this is cool, isn't it? This is beautiful. So if I press it again, you can see it's bringing it. So for now, we'll go back to our form. And then we can render the second one. So you just copy this. That's all you need to do. You see, it makes it faster. So I'll just copy this and duplicate it, and that's all. And for this, I'm going to make it 10. And if I make it 10, I'll say enter your password. And that's it. If I save it now, cool, you see this is beautiful. You see, and that's all you need to do. So if I go there now, and you can see the enter your password is working. And then because the enter your email is no more focused, so it returned to the default setting. That's the thing. So if I go to enter your email, you can see the way the toggle. That's gold. It is beautiful. So quickly, we're going to also write some functions to handle the form data that the user will be passing into the text fields. So to do that, we'll come up. So let's quickly go up so that we can use the text. So we'll come here. And then let's get the first name. So I'll go to my road navigator. Let me bring the road navigator here. I'll bring it here. So instead of user form params, we're using the email and the password. So I'll come to my card here. I'll come to my user form. So inside the user form, we'll get the email, we'll get password, and then we have confirm password. So I'll do const. Let me call it form params. Let's call it user form params. User form params will be, so we're going to save everything inside an object. So everything will be saved inside an object, and then I'm going to call the email, the password, and then confirm password. And then we're going to pass this into a state. So we're going to call it, let's call it const. So we'll use useState, then pass the user form params. So we're going to pass it in here, and we're going to call it, let's call it user login, and set user login. Then for the login, we are not going to be using a confirm password. So let's call it user login form params. So we're going to write a little function to handle the onChange event for the login. So we're going to call it, let's call it login onChange text. So we're going to pass the parameter. The text will be the parameter. So and it will be of string. And then we're also going to be passing the field name, and the field name will also be string. So we'll come here and set we're going to call the set user login. Yes, we have set user login. So we'll pass the spread operator, and then we're going to call it the user login form. User login form params. That's what to pass there. And then we'll pass the field name. So we can always change the text. So this is how we're going to write it. And this is supposed to be equal to the user login. It's supposed to be user login because that's the state we are changing. So we're changing the state of the user login. So we'll save that. And then if we come here now, let's come down here. Let's come to our login form. So now we can apply. So we can apply the text and the update on change text. So we have the text. The text will be user login, then dot email. Whereas the unchanged text, so the unchanged text will be, it's a function. So it will pass the text into it, and the text is string, and then we'll write the handle. What did we call it just now? Handle user login. Let me check that. Login unchanged text. So we called it login unchanged text. Login unchanged text, and then we'll pass the text. And make sure the name you're passing here is exactly the name. So we're passing email. So we'll come down here and do the same thing for the second one. So we'll just copy this and make changes to it as usual. So I'll come here and write the text here will be password. So this will be password, and then this will be equal to password. The name must be the same. It needs to be the same. So we'll save this, and if we go back to our form, so if I pass the email, let me just pass data into the email field, and then you can see awesome. This is cool. You see, it's no longer dropping it because there's a value inside that enter email text field. If you leave password now, you see it's dropping it. But let's pass something into it and see what happens. You see, this is cool. This is beautiful. So quickly, let's write for the registration so that we can register, and from there we can also have access to login, so that we have an account to log in with. So I'll go now. I'm just going to copy this and come to, yes, so we come to where show registration screen is true, and then we'll write there. We're going to paste it here. So I already have this. So we're going to take the card and then enter your email as well. So every other thing remains the same, except that we need to let's create the login. So I'm going to copy everything here and just adjust it accordingly. So I'm going to call user sign up form. So user sign up form. I'm just call user sign up params. And then this one will have the confirm password. Then we're going to call this user sign up and set user sign up. And this will be equal to user sign up form, user sign up params, and then on change. So we're going to see let's call it sign up on change text. Sign up on change text, everything remains the same. So here we're going to use user sign up. So we're going to go there. And this one is set user sign up. So come down here. We'll come down here and implement it accordingly. So I'm going to say user sign up. So user sign up dot email, and then on change text, this will be equal to sign up on change text, and the text, everything is fine. It's going to be email. So bring this in. So we're just going to copy this and then make adjustment to it accordingly. So we'll take this, paste it one more time. So we can do for password and confirm password. So I'll come here and say this will be confirm password. It will be password, and this will be confirm password. So this will be confirm password as well. So we'll come here, enter. So it will be confirm your password, whereas this will be enter your password. So I think we're good to go. That's all we have to do here. So we also come down. Let's add. There are some other things we need to add to our UI, so we can move between the UI for the login and the registrations display. So quickly, let's go to our login. So this is the login form. This is the login UI. So we're going to come down there, and in here we're going to write. We're going to make use of the view. So we're going to enter the style. Let's give it margin 13. Margin 13, flex direction. So flex direction will be row. We have align items. Align items will be center. Align item will be center. And then justify content will be space between. Then in here we're going to bring in the text, and then we'll call it keep me logged in. Then we'll bring another text here, and we're going to say forgot password. So this we want to give it a little style. Give it a color. We'll give it a color of 07FFF. Then give it font weight. So let's make it font weight of bold. So cool, that's it, showing up already. So we can come out of this, come to this place, and so instead of view here, let's give it a style and a margin top of 50. Then we'll come and say if show registration screen is false. If it's false, then we want to display the login button, and if it's true, we'll display the registration button. So we'll come here and So we'll pass the else, and then we'll pass this as well. So if it is false, then that means we are using the login UI. So we want to come here and inside our pressable pass the styles to it. So we'll have width. We'll give it a width of 200. We'll give it background color. So let's give it background color of FEBE10. Then border radius. So to have border radius of 8. Now let's give it 6. Then margin left. So margin left will be auto. Then let's give it margin right of auto as well. And then we'll give it padding of 15. We'll give it padding of 15, and then we are cool with that. We'll come out of this and use the onPress. So we're going to write the onPress shortly. So let's comment it out for now. Then we'll render text. And pass style into it. So we'll give it text align. Text align will be center. Color will be white. Then we'll give it font size of 16. We'll give font weight of bold. Let's bring this down. Let's pass our login into it. So we're good to go. Let me reduce this screen a little. Yep. So else we'll display the login and the sign up button. So let's just copy the pressable. Copy everything from here and bring it here. So this will be register. Cool. And you can see the login screen, the login button is displayed instead of the register. So another thing we want to do is we want to be able to toggle between the login screen and the register UI. So to do that, we'll come here, we'll come down here. So we'll come here and say if show registration screen is false. If it's false, we want to display. So if it's false, we want to have, let's bring in the pressable again, and then okay, let me just write this out. Then let's use this pressable and make adjustment accordingly so we can move faster. So in here we're going to margin top will be 15. Then we'll come to the onPress here. So if the show registration screen is false, then we're going to display a text. So let me bring this text as well. So the text, we have text align center, color will be gray. Let's use a gray color. And font size of 16. We'll remove the font weight. So we're going to say don't have an account. Then we'll say sign up. So the onPress here, the onPress will be equal to, so if the user click or press on don't have an account, we will turn the show registration screen, we turn it to what, to true, so that it can move to the registration screen. So that's what we want to do there. Oh, onPress will be okay, set, sorry, So it's supposed to be set show registration screen. Yes. So this will be, so if we save that, oh, we need to write the second part. So which is after this, we are supposed to have the else. So let me just put the else here. Let's put this in. And the else condition will come here. So let's quickly put pressable. Let's copy this and put it here. So we are good to go. Cool. So it's working now. So we'll come down here. Instead of this place, we already have an account, then login. So this will be login. So this will be already have an account, then login. Then we'll set this one to false again, so it can go to what the login UI. Then from here, we'll say margin top 15, margin bottom. Let's make it margin bottom of 30. And I think we're good to go. So if I press don't have an account, sign up, it's supposed to take us to the login. So if I do that, you can see this is beautiful. So, and then we have registered a new account, and we have the email, password, and confirm password. So if I press the login, it goes back to login. This is beautiful, isn't it? So quickly, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to write a function to submit our form. So we'll go up to write a function for both to submit the form for registration and for our login. So come up here. So come up here, let's say submit, let's call it submit sign up form. So we're going to put it inside Axios. So we need to import Axios. So we're going to import Axios from Axios, and then we're going to pass, okay, let me just go quickly to, I'll quickly go to our home middleware. Let's see, do we have our home middleware? So I'll bring in home middleware from here so we can make use of it. So from our home middleware, we're going to copy the path. So we'll copy the path, and then we'll bring the path here. And we're going to call it, let's move to user. Move to user, and then we'll call it register user, and we're going to pass the user sign up form. So the user sign up form, and then we're going to use the then and get a response. So the response, we can console.log the response, so we can see the response. So it will be equal to response. Then we'll come here, we're using the alert.alert from React Native. So let's import alert from React Native. So we're going to say, let's say user registration completed successfully. And then if registration is completed successfully, we want to change the show registration screen and make it false so that the user can log in. So that's the idea. So it will be set. So to set show registration will become false. Then we want to bring the user sign up to the default. So we're going to say set. So we're going to say set user sign up. User sign up, we're going to set it to our user sign up params. That's the idea. So we'll come here and catch error. That's if there's an error. If an error occurred, so we want to pass the error and display the errors. So we can. So we're going to use the alert. And we're going to send a message, say registration. registration error, or let's say an error occurred. Then we'll display the error. And we can also console.log the error. So we can log the error. I think that's all. So before we go to the back end now to accept this information, let's quickly write the same login. Let's write the login submission. So let's cut that one. So let's write the same thing for our login, so we can submit our login as well. So to do that, we'll just copy this and then make adjustment to it. So we'll come here, paste it here. I will call this submit login form. So submit login form, we have the user login. We'll get the response. Here we'll set, no, we're not going to be using this as well. If the user logs in, we're supposed to redirect. So we'll set user login to be user login params, user login form params. Then if there's an error, we'll come back to it. So we'll still come back to this. There are still other things we need to put in there, but I don't want to put it here now so that you understand what we're doing. So for now, let's just leave it and perform the registration. So we are done with the front end. So let's quickly go back to the back end and accept the user form data. So I'm going to say cd backend. Cool. So we'll come into our model. Let's create user model. So create the file for user model. So model.ts. And then let's copy from our category model. Let's just copy everything here as well and make adjustment to it. So I won't be needing this. So let's come to our type check and let's bring our params. So let's write the types for it. So we're going to have, let's call it user model props. So user model props is going to have email. Email will be the type of string. It will have password. Password will also be string. Then the user model will also have, we're supposed to have user address. Yes, there will be user address inside the user model. So we have user address, and then user address will be, let's write the user address params too, because we're going to be using the user address params. So we'll declare that. So we'll just come here quickly and say export interface. Let's call it user address params. So user address params, it will have, let's say, first name, and the first name will be string. It will have last name. It will also be a string. It will have email. Email will be string as well. It will have mobile number, which will be string as well. It will also have the delivery address. It will also be string. It will have, let's say, the region. It will have the city. And then one more thing, it should have an ID, but the ID can be optional. It will also be a string. So that's it. And the user can have more than one address. So as a result of that, we can pass, we can pass an array to it. Yeah, so the user can have more than one address. And I think we are good to go with this. We won't be adding any other thing. This will be okay for the scope of this project. So I'll save and come to our user model. Let me bring the form here. Let's close the middleware. Come to the user model, and then we'll import. Okay, no, we really don't have to. We'll get to it shortly. So in the user model, we're going to call it user schema. So user schema, it will have the email. The email will be a type of string required true. We want to be using images here. So we'll just copy the email, and it will have password. Password will also be string, and then we'll have confirm password. So confirm password will be a type of string, and that's it. We'll come here. They all remain the same. We're going to call it user model. Okay, we also need to pass the address. So let's call it we call the user address. Let's see, what did we call it here? Let's see what we called it here, user address. So user address is going to be an array. So we can just remove all this. So it's an array of objects, and it has the first name. Okay, let me just come here and copy all this. There's the first name, the last name. Put all this here and come and take cool, because the S here must be capital letter, and then to be a comma instead. Yes. So that's it. We're good to go with that, and then we can come here now. Then another thing we need to pass into this is the orders. We're going to save the ID of every order to we're going to save it and tie it to the user information, so we can always get the ID of the order and get, so that through the ID we can get the information about the order, the history, the historical information of orders placed by the user. So we'll come here and do orders, and it's also going to be an array. So it's going to be an array of objects, and then this will be referencing it from our order model. So to be of types, and it's object ID, and then the reference is going to be from orders. We'll be creating that very shortly. So it's throwing an error because there's supposed to be a comma here. So there's one more thing. Okay, so we can put this there. Let's call this user. Let's call this user log, and then we have mongoose. So here we're going to bring in. So what did we call it here again? We called it user address. No, user model props. Good, user model props, and then we're going to call it, let's call it users. Then we'll bring in our user schema. Cool, and then we export user log. Cool, everything worked out fine. The next thing we need to do is we'll go into our controller and let's create the user controller. So we'll go into our controller and we'll call it user controller.ts. So inside the user controller.ts now, we'll as well let's go to our category controller, and so that we can move a little faster. Copy everything here, bring it here. And then here we don't need these two. So we'll come down here and let's create user, or let's say user registration. Okay, let's say create user. Let's create user, and then we're going to destructure it, and this will come from, let's import our user model params. We can still use it. User model props, yes. So we'll bring it in, and then we're going to get the email, the password, and then confirm password. Oh, we didn't put it there. Where's our params? Yes, there's no confirm password. So let's put confirm password. So it will be string as well. Let's save it here. Let's save our model. So here we're supposed to have confirm password code. So we're not using files, so we'll remove this. So we'll come here. So our user, let's call it user, will be from our user log. So we import user log, and then it will have the email. It will have the email. It will have the password. Then it will have the confirm password. So after which we can try to, let's console so that we can see if we received the data from the front end. So let's say registration params, and we're going to call it create user. So using our try catch block now, we're going to use our try catch block to do some checks and then save the user if everything is fine. So we're going to say const check email. So we're just writing high levels here. We're just writing high levels verification. So we're not doing anything too serious for now, for the sake of time. So we're going to say user. So we're going to say user log.find one. So we're using the find one method. So I want to check if the email already exists. So if check email is true, that means the email already exists. So we don't want to register the same email twice. So we're going to return a message. So we're going to say response. So let's just come to our response here. Copy this. So return a response to the user and tell the user, let's call it response 401. So 401. So we could say, so we could pass it into a message. And there should be an object there. Then we say email already existing. So we can come here also and do another check, else. So we're going to say else. So else, we want to check if the password and confirm password are not equal, are not the same. So if it's not the same, we also need to pass an information, a message. So we'll say, let's come here and use this response rather. So we'll say return response. So the same response 401, and then password doesn't match. Does not match. So return password does not match. So else, if everything is fine, then we can go ahead and save the and create the user. So we're going to say create user.save. Oh, sorry, we're supposed to pass user. That's why we're having an error. That's why we're having the error. It's supposed to be user. So we no longer have the error. This is what we want to save. So that's it. And then we want to return 200 and then 200 and say registration created successfully. So we'll just come here and say registration created successfully. Registration created successfully. And if there's an error, fail. Let's say, oh sorry, failed to create user. So failed to create user. And I think we are good to go. So we can come and remove this. We don't need it. So we're good to go. So we'll go to our controller index. Inside our controller index, now we want to export. So we're going to say export all from our user controller. So we can take this out, the next thing is our user route. So we'll go to the route and create user route. So user route.ts. And as usual, we're going to take let's take the category route and then make adjustment to it as well. So we'll just copy this, bring it in here. So I won't be needing Malta, won't be needing all this. So I won't be needing disk storage, won't need all this. So it's cool. So we'll come here, export router as user route. User route. So here we're going to say router.post. And if you remember, we use register user. Let's go back to the front end and see that. So inside our user form, you see we say register user, and then it's, so that's what let me just copy it from here because you don't want to miss that. So we're going to say register user. We're not using images here. And we're going to import create user from our controller. So we can comment this out. We may need it later. So, and that's all. So we're good to go here. We'll save it and go to our index as well. And export all from our user route. We'll save that. And now we need to go to our Express. So inside our services, we'll go to our Express app. And inside our Express app here, we're just going to bring in the user route. And we call it user. Let's go to the front end and copy that as well. See, we call it user. We call it user. Then we bring it here to our Express app rather. We'll paste the user here, and then we're going to bring in the user route from our route. And that's it. We're good to go. So now let's try to send some data from our registration screen and see how it goes. So I'll come here and then turn it to sign up. So my email, let me just use anything. I'm going to say Emery for now, Emery code. at gmail.com, and for the password I'm going to use 12345. Let's see, em 12345. I'm going to copy it, paste it here. So we're good to go. Oh, our confirm password, there's something wrong with that, so let's check it out. It's dropping it. So another thing we can do, we just come here, let's console.log. Let's console.log our user sign up. Let's go back to the terminal for so we'll see if we are receiving confirm password has value. So you can see our confirm password has value. We'll see where the problem is coming from. Password, you can see. So let's see, let's try and correct that. See, because the field does not match, that's why we're having the error. You see what I told you earlier on, the field needs to match. So come here, where is it? We have the unchanged, you can see. So this password and this password doesn't match. That's why it didn't work, because there's no W here and there's W there. So if we bring it in here, we shouldn't have that error anymore. So confirm password, there's still a place where we need to change that. Where do we have password, confirm password? Oh, and you see here also we have password, and inside our root. So we need to go to our root navigator. We have the mistake there too. That's where the mistake is also coming from. Yeah, this is our root navigator. Let me move it. So it's our root navigator. If we go there now, you see where the error is coming from. This is where it came from. So we change this. Cool, and everything is fine. So we saved it here. We saved it here. So let's go back to our form. So we'll go to the login. So if I say emrecode@gmail.com, then we have em1232345. So I'm just going to select it, and it should work now. Cool, you can see everything is working fine now. It's no longer jumping, and you can see that our confirm password has value, email has value, and password has value. So we can remove the console.log for that. Yes, let's remove it. You can see what I said. So they need to be the same. So if everything worked fine, we should have our registration completed successfully. So let's press register. Oh, we have not passed our submit function to submit sign up. We've not passed it to our register button. So we'll come down here and look for the register button and pass the submit sign up form into it. So this is login, then our register. So we're going to pass it to this. So we're going to pass submit sign up form. Let's save that. And you can see user registration completed successfully. That means everything worked. Everything worked out. So and you see it has navigated toward the login screen because it became automatically false. That was what we gave it. That was the criteria we gave to it. If we go to our MongoDB rather, yes, we're supposed to go to our MongoDB and then we should have it there. You can see we already have users, and if we open it, we should have the user details there. Cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? This is working very fine. And you have what? We have the email, we have the password, we have the confirmed password. We shouldn't have saved the confirmed password. We don't actually need it. So we remove it from our model. So we have the orders. Order is empty. Then user address is also empty because we didn't pass anything into it. So we are doing very fine. So I'll come to the back end quickly. I'll come to the back end. Where is it? In our model, in our controller, we don't need to send the password. Yes, we really don't have to send this one. We're just supposed to confirm, and that's all. So we shouldn't pass it. So we remove it from there, and that's all we need to do. So we need to go ahead and work with the login form. So we'll come down here. We'll come to our function to submit login form. So we'll come here, the login form. So the login form, we're going to say login user. We're going to use user, and then we're going to call it login this time. And then it will pass the user login form. So in here, once the user login, we want to get the user ID and store it in our async storage. So we can use the user ID because it's the unique ID of the user to process and identify that user. So we'll come here and say, so we want to save, we'll use async storage to get the response and get the token, the ID, which is the ID, and save it inside our async storage so we can use it for the user throughout the user login session. So it will say const, so to get the token, we'll say const token, and then it will be equal to response.data, and then so we're going to be getting the token. we'll pass the token back. We'll pass the token from the back end. So we'll come here and then use async storage. So we're going to use async storage. We need to import async storage. Okay, let's just import it manually then. We used async storage. It's inside our store. It's inside our store. We used async storage here. Yes, so we're just going to copy this. And say import from. So we can import async storage. So yeah, we're good to go. So we're going to call async storage, and inside async storage, we are going to use, after that, we're going to use the set item. So we're going to use the set item dot set item. That's it. And then take the parameter. Let's take the authentication token. So we're going to call it, we're going to give it the name. So that's the name we're going to be calling it, and then it will be equal to what the token we want to pass. Then we'll use the alert from React Native and say alert user have been logging successfully. So we'll say logged in. And then if the login was successful, if we got the alert, then we will navigate using navigation.navigate. So navigation.navigate, then we'll now go to our cart. So we'll go to our cart screen, and then we're not passing any params into that. Cool. Then we also want to set user login. We'll set it to the default, and then we'll catch the error as well. So we'll catch the error and leave it like this, so it's fine. So let's pass this to our user login button. Our login button, where's our login button? Our login button is here. So we'll pass submit login form into it, and we'll save it. So we'll go to the back end now and complete the remaining part of the work. So we'll come to our user controller. That's where we'll be passing the function for the user login. So after this place, we'll say const. Let's export it. Export const login user login. So let's just copy this. So we will use the try catch block. So we'll use the try catch block, and we're going to get. So we need to write the params for the user login. So we'll go to our params. So we'll come to our params and get the user login params and write the params for the user login. So let's just copy this and make adjustments to that. So we're going to call this user login props, and we need only the email and the password. So we can save that. So once that is saved, we can come back to our controller and import that. We import user login props, and then we'll get the email and the password. Cool. So we'll come here and say const user. So await user log dot find. We're going to use find one as well. Find one, and then we're going to use the email. I want to check if the email does not exist. If find one, if user is not true, if it's not true, that means the email does not exist. So we want to return a message. So let's copy this return function, the return message. So we say status 401, and then the message is enter a valid email. Enter a valid email. Else, we will now else we come here and get the token that we discussed, that we said earlier. So we make the token. The token will be user. So we're going to get the ID. So we want to get the ID of the user. And then you can console.log. You can console.log the token. Or what we'll just do here is return the token. So we'll return a response, and then we're going to pass the token into it. So it will be .status. The status will be 200, and then inside our JSON we'll return the token. So that's where we're going to pass the token. So it should be dot. Cool, everything is fine. Now, else, the error, let's just pick this error function. Error message rather, I kept saying function. So the error function message. So let's just pass the error. Let's just pass that. And let's make it message. The message will be the error. And it's supposed to be an object as well. Cool, everything is fine now. So we'll save this and come to our route, the user route. We'll go to the user route, and inside the user route we need to import. So what did we call it? Okay, store, we can remove it now. Let's bring this here. So when we passed it, we called it, what was the API? So let's get the name we passed there, so that I won't make any mistake. So the login, we pass login user. So let's just copy this. So we're going to pass login user here. And then I think we called it login user login, yes. So it has imported user login from our controller, and we're good to go. So we're good to go, and that's all we have to do. That's all. And then it's passing it to the user from our express. It will pass from from user. So we're good to go. So we can as well try now to log in, and if everything worked out, it will return the token, and that's the token we're getting here. We're getting the token here. The token is from response data.token that will pass from the back end. And then let me go to our terminal here. Let me go back to this so that we can get the token from the front end here. So let's log in the user now. So we have emrecode@gmail.com, and then the password is em12345. So let's try to log in now. So we have an error. There's an error somewhere, so let's check what the error is. So it's a post request, and then we're sending it to user, and then login user. So from our controller, everything is fine here from our controller, except for the fact that we also need to check we also need to confirm the user password. So let's quickly write that too. So check if the password is not equal to password. Yes, if it's not equal to password, we need to send a message. So we return a message, still error message. So we return a message 401 message, enter a valid password. So we want to check that too. So if everything is fine, then we'll now pass the user ID into the token. So we can save that, and then we'll come to our route. Login user, it's fine, it's working. Oh, login user login, yes, user login, that was what we sent. User login, and wow, it's supposed to be a post request. It's supposed to be a post request and not a get request. So let's try to do it again. It's supposed to be a post request and not a get request. So if we do emrecode@gmail.com, then we pass em12345. Let's see, it should work now. Let's check everything and make sure they are all working. We don't want to have an error. So if everything worked fine now, let's see. Cool. So it's supposed to be a post request, actually. So that was where the problem came from. It's supposed to be a post request. And you can see we have logged in successfully. So the next thing we want to do now, since we have sent the token now, so and the token is equal to the user ID. So we'll now we'll use our use effect to access this async this token that was saved inside the async storage. We saved it inside there using the set item method. So now we can come here using use effect. So we'll use use effect, and then we want to pass the dependency array into it. So we'll use effect here now, and then so that we can fetch, let's say fetch user ID, and then we'll use async. We'll use async, and we can call it const token. It's coming from async storage, so we can really, so we'll just use type for now. Let's use type any, and then we'll go into the async storage. Now if we use set item, we can use get item to access it. So, and then the name we called it was auth token. So we'll pass the name auth token. That was the name we called it. We saved it with. So we'll come here. So we'll come here now and update our user ID. So it's get user ID. Let's see if I've from our context. Where is it from our context? Okay, we've not passed that in. So let's import our context. We'll use context to bring that in. So use context will be from React. Yes, use context will be from React. So where's our React? So pass the use context. And let's bring it here. So we're going to say const. So we're going to destructure that and use context. And then use context will bring our user type from our user context. So inside that, I think we have the user ID and get set user ID. Yes. So that's it. So we'll come here. So we're going to set user ID, set user ID, and now we can now change it and make it string. That's the idea. And then we'll pass the token into it. The token we saved here. So that's just the idea. And then we can now say, so we're supposed to, this is supposed to be user ID. Sorry. So user ID will be this. It's supposed to be our user ID. Then we'll now come here and do the set user ID. So set user ID will be the user ID we just passed now. So that's it. And that's all we need to do. So for the benefit of doubt, let's console.log that. It's in our object literal. So let's say user session ID. And then we're going to call it user ID. So it can bring it up. So let's call the function. The function is fetch user ID. We'll call it. And cool, you can see it from our terminal. It brought it. This is beautiful. User session ID. This is cool. So we can, let's just comment this out for now. So the user have a session ID, and that means next time if you press this checkout now, it won't take you to the login page again. So we'll come to, let's go to our cart screen.